introduction. Hello and welcome. Thank you for choosing to spend your time with this book, 30 Lessons for Living, Tried and True Advice from the Wisest Americans, written by Karl Pillemer. Whether you're here to gain insight, find inspiration, or simply explore the timeless wisdom of those who have lived long and full lives, I'm thrilled to have you along for the journey. This book is special because it distills life lessons from people who have experienced decades of joys, challenges, and changes. Karl Pillemer sought out America's elders, individuals who have seen it all, to share their most valuable insights on living well, loving deeply, working meaningfully, and finding happiness. These lessons come not from theory or speculation, but from real lives lived to the fullest. As I read through these pages, I found myself moved by the clarity, simplicity, and profound truths shared by the elders. Their advice isn't flashy or complicated, it's practical, heartfelt, and often deeply personal. It's the kind of wisdom that makes you pause, reflect, and think, how can I apply this to my own life? This audiobook is like sitting down with a kind and wise grandparent or mentor, listening as they tell you stories, share hard-earned advice, and encourage you to live with purpose and intention. I hope that as you listen, you'll feel a connection to these voices and perhaps find guidance or reassurance for whatever chapter of life you're currently in. And who knows, maybe one day you'll pass these lessons along to someone else, continuing the cycle of wisdom and learning. So, settle in and enjoy this journey through the collective wisdom of the wisest Americans. I hope it enriches your life as much as it has mine. Thank you for listening. Chapter 1. Who are the wisest Americans and what can they tell us? Who are the wisest Americans and what can they tell us? Finding the right partner and building a marriage that lasts a lifetime. Raising children who grow into people you admire and who enjoy spending time with you. Discovering work that feels meaningful and fulfilling. Growing older with grace and without fear. Reaching the end of life with a sense of peace, completion, and fulfillment. These are the dreams so many of us share, a blueprint for a life well lived. But where do we turn for the wisdom to achieve these things? If you picked up this book, you've likely asked yourself that very question. And my purpose here is to share concrete, practical advice to help you live your best life in exactly these ways. But before diving into that wisdom, I need to introduce you to the wisest Americans and explain why this guide is unlike anything you've read before. It draws from a resource that has existed for centuries but has largely faded from view in today's world. Americans have an unquenchable thirst for advice. We look to television experts for solutions to everything from relationship challenges to financial struggles. We consult advice columns, attend self-help seminars, and devour online content. And of course, we buy books, thousands of them. Today, over 30,000 self-help titles are in print in the United States alone, and Americans collectively spend nearly $1 billion each year on them. I must admit something, I'm a bit of an advice enthusiast myself. I'm the type of person who heads straight to the self-help section in bookstores. My shelves are lined with titles offering guidance on topics from stress reduction to retirement planning. My family has learned to tune out my enthusiastic readings of the latest advice articles. I know I'm not alone, so many of us are searching for answers to life's complexities. And yet, with all this guidance available, something still feels lacking. What gives these so-called experts their authority? Why, with so much professional advice at our fingertips, do so many people still feel lost or unsatisfied? Despite the endless resources, many of us remain hungry for something more substantial. Philosophers, psychologists, and spiritual leaders have all noted a deep discontent among Americans. We live surrounded by abundance, but constantly yearn for more. We feel pressed for time, but waste it on distractions, whether it's scrolling through social media, obsessing over celebrities, or working overtime to afford things we don't truly need. Anxiety about our health, relationships, careers, and futures seems ever present. So I began to ask myself, where can we find guidance grounded in real-life experiences? Advice that has endured over time and genuinely helps us navigate life's challenges. This question became urgent for me when I turned 50, a milestone that brought new perspectives and new priorities. At 50, life feels like it straddles two worlds. On one hand, you're still deeply involved in marriage, work, raising kids, and planning for the future. But you also begin to sense the inevitabilities of life. Your children are growing up and preparing to leave home. You may have lost one or both parents. Your once perfect health might show signs of wear. Most strikingly, you have more years to reflect upon. You recognize patterns, gain insights, and feel an emerging sense of the long view. The intensity of individual successes or failures often softens, and moments begin to find their place within a larger story. You see a younger person grappling with heartbreak, and you instinctively know that they'll get through it. You witness workplace squabbles and think, why waste so much energy on this? A deeper understanding starts to take root, a perspective shaped by the years behind you. As I noticed these changes in myself, an idea began to form. Perhaps growing older brings unique insights about living well. I wondered, could we look to the oldest Americans as a source of wisdom for our own lives? Could their experiences illuminate how to make the most of our time on this earth? I'm a bit embarrassed to admit that this insight caught me off guard, considering I've spent my entire career as a gerontologist, studying the lives of people in what's often called the third age, typically life after 65. Over the past 30 years, I've conducted numerous studies, published articles, and explored topics like the stress of caring for parents with Alzheimer's, managing chronic pain in older adults, and improving care in nursing homes. I used rigorous methods, carefully selected participants, and tested tools to better understand aging. But even after decades of research, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was missing something. For all the studies I'd conducted on the challenges of aging, I suspected that there was more these older individuals could teach me about living a good life. Then one moment changed everything. It wasn't a dramatic revelation, but rather a small, unexpected encounter that set me on a path that would consume the next 5 years of my life and lead to this book. It all started with a visit to a nursing home. If you've spent any time in nursing homes, you'll know they aren't the cheeriest places. Most do provide good care, but their institutional feel weighs heavily as you walk through the doors. Residents and staff alike understand that for the majority of people, entering a nursing home is a one-way journey, its endpoint being the end of life. These places care for some of the most vulnerable among us, people who may have lost not just their independence, but also their loved ones, their health, and even their memories. On this particular day, a nurse I'd been chatting with said, "Do you have a minute? I'd like you to meet June Driscoll. I hear you like to meet interesting older people, and I've got one for you." The room was standard, functional, but impersonal, with 2 beds. June sat in a chair near the window. She was thin, her face framed by a halo of soft white hair, her skin pale and almost translucent. I'd been told she needed total care, help with every aspect of daily life. Her vision was fading, so I stood close so she could see me. After nearly 90 years, her body was clearly failing her. The nurse greeted her with a simple, "How are you today?" And June's response took me completely by surprise. "Just fine," she said in a voice that was unexpectedly strong. "Fine day so far. I've had my bath, lunch was good, and I'm getting ready to watch my program." Without hesitation, she asked the nurse about her toddler, who'd been sick. Reassured that the child was better, she turned her attention to me. And I don't know how else to put it. June seemed to be genuinely enjoying herself. Curiosity got the better of me. I found myself asking her outright how she maintained such a cheerful outlook, despite being at the end of her life with so many challenges. She wasn't surprised by the question. In fact, she leaned in a little, as though sharing a secret. "Well," she began, "I was raised in what you might call a shack, with a dirt floor and no indoor bathroom. I had 6 kids, and my husband was partially disabled and in and out of work. I worked hard every day until I was bone tired. I've been through the Depression, when we barely had enough to eat. Now here I am, in a place where I have a roof over my head, 3 meals a day, and very nice people to take care of me. There's plenty to do here. I wake up, and the sun is shining in the window. I'm alive after all, I can hear. I can still see okay." Then she leaned forward, fixing her gaze on me. "Young man," she said, though I'll admit it felt nice to be called young. "You'll learn, I hope, that happiness is what you make it, wherever you are. Why in the world would I be unhappy? People here complain all the time, but not me. It's my responsibility to be as happy as I can right here today. She repeated that last part as if to ensure I understood. It's my responsibility to be as happy as I can right here today. And with that, she let me know her favorite show was about to start, a current events program, because, as she explained, I like to keep up with things. I thanked her for her time and left. I never went back to that nursing home, and I imagine June lived only a few more months. But I couldn't stop thinking about her. How could someone at the end of life, with so many physical challenges, remain so positive and optimistic? That encounter became the spark for what would become a deep and transformative journey. But my search for wisdom didn't take me to faraway lands into therapy or through esoteric practices. Instead, I turned to the elders of our society, the ones who've lived long, full lives, to find the lessons they could teach us. And I was not disappointed. Older people bring a wealth of first-hand experience to the table. They've lived life and learned from it, enduring challenges and savoring triumphs. Suddenly, the answer seemed clear to me. Why not interview a large number of elders so that others could benefit from their collective wisdom? It was an application of a principle we already understand, what's often called the wisdom of crowds. When many people contribute their perspectives, the result is often smarter, more nuanced, and better at solving problems than the opinions of a few elite experts. Imagine bringing together a diverse group of older adults who've lived rich and fulfilling lives, all eager to share their lessons. What you'd have is an extraordinary source of guidance, one that could help people of all ages, not only to navigate life's challenges, but to thrive, even in the face of adversity. This book offers both practical advice and the reassurance that it is indeed possible to overcome life's difficulties and find joy, no matter the circumstances. Older Americans, the experts on living. We're on the verge of losing something irreplaceable. The relentless passage of time is taking from us one of the most remarkable generations in human history, America's older generation. The last veteran of World War I has passed away, and those who served in World War II are now in their 80s or older. The youngest children of the Great Depression are well into their 70s. When this generation is gone, where will we turn to recover the life lessons they've learned, or the wisdom they've gained about resilience, survival, and joy in difficult times? Every older person, as the interviews in this book reveal, is a treasure trove of knowledge about how to live well. Yet with each life that ends, a unique perspective disappears forever. That's what drove the urgency behind this project, the need to distill, preserve, and share the wisdom of America's elders before it's too late. Their lessons have the potential to guide us toward happier and more fulfilling lives. The title of this book reflects my belief that these elders are the wisest Americans. I call them the experts throughout this work, and for good reason. They offer a perspective that no one else can. Why do I call them experts in how to live life well? Let me explain. Older people possess a unique kind of knowledge that only comes from living. They've walked paths younger generations haven't yet taken. Sure, they may not be the quickest to master a smartphone app or set up a streaming service. They might prefer face-to-face banking over an ATM and be less familiar with the latest reality TV show. But they have something far more valuable, the lived experience of a long life. They're in a position to assess, with remarkable clarity, what truly works in life and what doesn't. That's the expertise I've tapped into for this book. A younger person simply hasn't had the time to gain this depth of understanding. There's another reason to value their advice. America's elders are extraordinary people. They've faced trials most of us today can barely imagine. Illness, loss, failure, oppression, and danger have tested their limits. These experiences often lead to profound insights and a wisdom that can only come from being pushed to the very edge and surviving. On average, elders have endured and absorbed more of life's hardships than the rest of us. Their lessons are hard-earned and deeply meaningful. The older generation, especially those in their 70s and beyond, also brings a perspective shaped by very different circumstances. Many risked their lives in World War II and returned home with a broader view of the world, but not without scars. Some survived the Holocaust, while others fought daily battles in the resistance. Many grew up during times of profound deprivation, like the Great Depression, which shaped their attitudes toward material wealth and resources. They've seen grim realities, but also remember a simpler time, when air and water were cleaner, when homes were left unlocked, and when neighbors were a dependable source of support. Their perspective is invaluable, offering us a lens through which to re-examine our own lives. Finally, there's one more reason why I refer to these elders as the experts, and why I call them the wisest Americans. Their unique outlook challenges the conventional wisdom of contemporary society. Conventional wisdom is what everyone just knows, the assumptions and values we absorb from our culture as we grow up. It's convenient, offering ready-made scripts for living and reinforcing societal norms. But it's also limiting, often defining our sense of self-worth based on fleeting cultural ideals. The wisdom of elders frequently overturns these assumptions, pointing toward an alternative way of seeing the world. Their insights defy easy categorization. Sometimes they align with what we think of as progressive ideals, such as advocating for religious tolerance or rejecting materialism. At other times, they seem more traditional, as in their belief that marriage should be a lifelong commitment. And occasionally, their perspective feels radically different from that of younger generations, especially in how they view time and how it should be spent. It's precisely in this challenge to conventional thinking that their wisdom is most valuable. It urges us to question the societal scripts we've inherited and to make more deliberate, conscious choices about how we pursue happiness. America's elders, the experts, are uniquely positioned to guide people of all ages through life's complexities. Their deep knowledge spans nearly every challenge a human being can face. As you explore the advice shared by more than 1,000 of the wisest Americans, I encourage you to judge for yourself the power of their insights. Wherever possible, I've let the experts speak in their own words, offering you the chance to hear their lessons directly. I believe the roadmap they provide will inspire you to reflect on your own life and perhaps choose new paths to greater happiness and fulfillment. Harvesting the life lessons of the experts without diving too deeply into the technical details, let me share how this book came together. My approach centered on giving older Americans the space to tell their stories in rich detail, a method social scientists call qualitative research. I began by publicizing the project and inviting older people to answer two fundamental questions. What are the most important lessons you have learned over the course of your life? And if you were offering a younger person advice about how to live, what would you tell them? To my surprise and delight, hundreds of letters poured in from across the country, and many more responses were submitted through a website created specifically for the project. Building on this, I conducted a national survey with over 300 individuals aged 65 and older. This survey was scientifically designed, with participants chosen at random and interviewed by trained professionals. They were asked broad questions like, what lessons have you learned in your life, followed by more specific ones about topics such as work, marriage, raising children, health, and spirituality. They also shared lessons learned from difficulties they'd faced, the core values they lived by, and their advice for aging successfully. Finally, I conducted in-depth interviews with approximately 300 elders from diverse backgrounds and regions across the country. Organizations and individuals nominated people over 65 whom they considered particularly wise, and I encouraged these experts to share their views in detail, weaving their life stories into the lessons they'd learned. In total, more than 1,000 older Americans answered the question, what are the most important lessons you have learned over the course of your life? What you hold in your hands is the culmination of their answers. What you will find here, my primary goal in writing this book was to make the information useful to you, the reader. This isn't a collection of life stories, rather, it's a distillation of the wisdom shared by the experts. Over many months, I reviewed, categorized, and sorted through thousands of specific pieces of advice on virtually every imaginable life challenge. From these responses, I identified 6 major themes, each containing 5 key lessons. Together, they form the foundation of this book, 30 lessons for living that you can begin applying immediately. The journey begins with advice on one of life's most critical topics, how to find the right partner and build a lasting marriage. Collectively, the experts have amassed over 30,000 years of married life, many celebrating unions that span 30, 40, 50 years or more. From there, we move to their guidance on finding fulfilling work, a subject they approach from a wide array of experiences, from manual labor to poetry, from teaching to corporate leadership. Next, we explore their insights on raising children, gleaned from their collective experience of nurturing and guiding roughly 3,000 kids. A chapter is dedicated to what no one would dispute as their area of expertise, how to grow old with courage, grace, and purpose. The experts also offer strategies for avoiding serious regrets, perhaps the greatest source of inner turmoil for many. Finally, the book concludes with their perspectives on the big picture, how to remain happy and fulfilled despite the inevitable losses and challenges life presents. So what lies ahead in these pages? Think of the 30 lessons for living as a roadmap. A map, after all, is built on the experiences of countless travelers who've navigated the terrain before us. There are things about life, secrets, if you will, that younger people simply cannot know firsthand. To gain that knowledge, we must turn to those who have traveled the roads, dead ends, and detours of life and emerged with wisdom to share. Here, you won't find the voices of celebrities, lifestyle influencers, or motivational speakers. Instead, you'll hear from the oldest and wisest Americans, the true experts on living well. Their insights changed my life, and I believe they may change yours too. Chapter 2, Great Together Lessons for a Happy Marriage, Ruth Helm, 84. When I was 16, I met Joe, the love of my life. My family had to leave Germany when I was just a child in the 1930s because of Hitler and the Nazis. So we came to New York City. My sister Ellen met her boyfriend Tom at a club there. It was the kind of cafe you'd find in Europe, where young people would gather to talk, play cards with the boys, and just enjoy each other's company. One day my sister says to me, "Tomorrow, come with us to the soccer game. Tom's going to play soccer," and that's where I met Joe for the first time. We became good friends. At first, we were just friends when he went into the army during World War II. But when Joe came back, he got in touch with me and we started seeing each other again. By then, I was 20. Joe was the kind of person everyone liked. He threw parties all the time and had so many friends. He'd invite me to his parties, and I'd bring my friends. He'd bring the boys, I'd bring the girls, and we'd all have a great time. Joe was always so nice. One day, he asked me, "You want to come dancing with me tonight?" "Oh no," I told him. "With me, you've got to make a date a week in advance." That was just how things were back then. But, truthfully, there was another reason. I liked Joe so much as a friend that I was afraid. What if we went on a date and he kissed me and I didn't like it? I didn't want to lose him as a friend. He meant too much to me. Then he organized a New Year's party. My friend Sarah and I went together. And you know what Joe did? At midnight, he managed to be standing right next to me. Midnight came and everyone started kissing. So Joe grabbed me and kissed me. That kiss, that night, when I went home with Sarah, I said, "I'm going to marry Joe." That kiss changed everything, and he'd been waiting for years to do it. After that, we started dating, and we never dated anyone else. It was just the two of us, and in the end, we got married. We were together for 52 years. Joe passed away. It's going to be 10 years soon. He was, and always will be, the love of my life. My true love. Not that we didn't have our fights, we did. But we loved each other like crazy in every way. Physically, mentally, emotionally. We were just great together. Marriage in contemporary society, marriage today presents a paradox. On one hand, the institution seems to be under serious threat. Over the past 50 years, marriage rates have declined, people are waiting longer to tie the knot, and divorce rates have risen. You've likely heard the statistic, around half of all US marriages end in divorce. Historically, the family, made up of husband, wife, and children, served as a cornerstone of society, organizing and structuring private life. But now, 4 in 10 children are born to unmarried mothers, and most couples live together before they marry. This naturally raises the question, is that piece of paper really necessary? Yet there's another side to these statistics. In popular culture, marriage has never gone out of style. Ellie Banks from the classic 1950s film Father of the Bride expresses it perfectly. Oh, Stanley. I don't know how to explain. A wedding. A church wedding. Well, it's what every girl dreams of. A bridal dress, the orange blossoms, the music. It's something lovely to remember all the rest of her life. And it's not just nostalgia. Surveys show that marriage remains an ideal for most Americans. Among high school seniors, fewer than 10% say they don't expect to marry someday. In fact, nearly 90% of Americans eventually do get married. So, despite the challenges, marriage seems to be here to stay as an institution and as an aspiration. And this isn't a bad thing. Family scholars generally agree that marriage is good for us. Stephanie Kuntz, a respected family historian, puts it simply, today married people in Western Europe and North America are generally happier, healthier, and better protected against economic setbacks and psychological depression than people in any other living arrangement. Married people often enjoy higher incomes and stronger emotional support. Perhaps the most telling sign of marriage's enduring appeal is the fact that around 75% of divorced people remarry, often within 4 years. It's been jokingly called the triumph of hope over experience. Here lies the paradox. Most people want to marry, and evidence suggests marriage has many benefits. Yet nearly half of couples who begin their journey with hopeful excitement end up facing the pain of divorce. Scholars continue to debate why some marriages last while others fail, but clear, research-based answers remain elusive. The divorce rate itself suggests how little good guidance exists. This chapter focuses on the wisdom of America's elders regarding marriage, how to find a life partner, and how to stay happily married. Many of these experts have been married for decades, giving them unique insight. When comparing their experiences to younger generations, some things are strikingly similar. The uncertainty and anxiety of wondering, will I ever find my true love? The exhilaration of that first meeting, the thrill of flirtation, and the daily joy of discovering new facets of the person you love. But their experiences also contrast sharply with modern dating trends shaped by online dating, singles bars, starter marriages, and casual hookups. From these conversations, I've distilled 5 lessons about marriage. While I frequently use the terms marriage and finding a marriage partner, it's worth noting that few of the elders I spoke with were in long-term unmarried partnerships. However, I recognize the broader context today. Around 5 million cohabiting couples live in the United States, and for many, this represents a significant life commitment, sometimes akin to marriage. Additionally, same-sex couples in some states still face legal barriers to marriage. Depending on your situation, you can interpret these lessons as guidance for entering any deeply committed relationship. The wisdom applies to both. Chapter 2. The first lesson, marry someone a lot like you. I asked hundreds of older Americans what is most important for a long and happy marriage. Their answer was nearly unanimous. Opposites may attract, but they are not always the best foundation for a lasting partnership. This advice might feel controversial to some, but I believe it's vital to share exactly what the experts told me, especially when nearly everyone agreed on this principle. Their first lesson is simple. You are far more likely to have a satisfying, lifelong marriage if you and your partner are fundamentally similar. The experts emphasize that marriage becomes significantly harder when partners have different orientations or approaches to life. There are many ways couples can be alike, but the elders particularly highlighted the importance of shared core values. Now, I've spoken to many younger people entering relationships, and their reasons for falling in love vary widely. They mention things like a partner's sense of humor, financial success, or physical attractiveness. But rarely does anyone say, we share the same core values. According to the experts, however, shared values are precisely what we should be looking for if we want a long and happy marriage. This is where the perspective of old age is uniquely powerful. From their vantage point, the experts can see the entire terrain of marriage, the twists, the turns, the easy paths, and the pitfalls. Shared values, they told me, make all the difference. Take Emma Sylvester, for example. At 87 years old, she has been married for 58 years. It's quite an achievement, she says with a smile. I didn't know it when I got married, but in retrospect, I know it's important to have the same basic values. If you're a free spender, you need to marry someone who understands that. If you're frugal, marry someone who understands that too, because money is one of the biggest stumbling blocks in marriages. Thankfully, we have the same values on most things. Because of this, we really don't argue. We don't agonize over decisions. We usually have the same goals. We both believed in education. We wanted to live morally by society's standards, to raise our children to be good citizens, and to be responsible financially. The key here is Emma's reflection that they don't argue and don't agonize. According to the experts, arguments often emerge from deeper differences in values, even if they seem trivial on the surface. A fight over an expensive purchase isn't just about the item, it's about conflicting attitudes toward money, its meaning, and whether the couple's financial goals outweigh individual desires. Similar core values act as a kind of vaccine against these conflicts. Keith Kuhn, 74, also spoke about the importance of shared values. Keith, a reflective person with a deep connection to Zen philosophy, explained, "In my first marriage, we realized we just weren't meant for each other. We had completely different backgrounds and perspectives. We eventually asked, what's the point of this? In my second marriage, I made compatibility and shared values a priority, and it's been wonderful for 24 years. We've never had a fight, no meanness, no power struggles, no my way is the right way. It's all about understanding each other's values." Ben Santorelli, 75, echoed this sentiment. Born and raised in the Bronx, Ben's family struggled through the Great Depression, living in rooms behind his father's store. Despite their challenges, his upbringing was filled with love and joy. Today, his greatest happiness comes from his marriage, which he attributes to their many similarities. "My wife and I have always considered ourselves very lucky, like we had a guardian angel. We met at work. I noticed her right away. She was very nice looking, and we started taking a class together. One thing led to another, and eventually I proposed. It felt like it was meant to be. We were similar in so many ways. I loved Shakespeare in the Park Ballet and theater, and she did too. We both loved classical music. We just agreed on so many things, politics, culture, everything. We're like two peas in a pod." Now, some might wonder if this emphasis on similarity reflects a conservative, stick-to-your-own-kind mindset. But this perspective transcended economic, political, geographical, and racial boundaries. For example, April Stern, 71, was raised in a socialist household and was heavily influenced by feminism and the 1960s counterculture. Yet, when asked about the secret to her 47-year marriage, she also pointed to shared values. April's husband, Steve, passed away a year before our interview, and she was still adjusting to life without him. "When I was 20, I was already very much in love with Steve. Life with him was very good. I think we modeled a good marriage. Our children have told us that our relationship was important to them. We shared core beliefs and similar ways of approaching life. And I know now that I can keep going since his death, but I still get a little weepy when I talk about him." These stories illustrate the enduring importance of shared values in building a lasting, fulfilling marriage. The expert's wisdom offers a compelling reminder. The strongest partnerships often grow from the common ground you share. It sounds simple, but you have to like each other. Be friends. Try to get past the initial excitement, the heaving and panting, and make sure there's a real friendship underneath it all. You don't need identical interests, but shared values are critical. That was so important in my marriage, and I believe values are probably the most important thing for a lasting relationship. My husband and I both loved certain things. We loved good movies, and part of our courtship involved staying up all night, dissecting what an Ingmar Bergman film really meant. We both loved to read and talk about the books we'd read. Even though we met in the 60s, a time of experimentation, we both had a strong commitment to monogamy and trust, which became central to our relationship. Steve, as a psychotherapist, had clients who tried alternative ways of living and came to him when things had gone disastrously wrong. That, in part, reinforced our commitment to being honest and true to one another. When asked about the specific values she and Steve shared, April replied, "Political values, feelings about not living in an ostentatious way, and a commitment to other people." We each had different areas we were devoted to, but we shared a belief that we owed something back. Life was going well for us, and we believed in giving back, not just resources, but time. We both loved to travel and had a shared sense of adventure. We liked the same people, which is important. We rarely disagreed about friends. And parenting, of course, we had very similar values about what we wanted for our children. April paused for a moment, then added with a wistful smile, "And you need a similar sense of humor." That was a big part of our life together. Just 2 weeks before he passed, we were talking one night, and he said something that made me dissolve into laughter. He looked so self-satisfied and said, "I can still make you laugh after all these years." And he could. Of course, there's a catch to all this. To ensure shared values, you first have to know your own. John Fordham, 83, who has been married to Elaine for 33 years, offered this advice. You have to know yourself. You need to take an inventory of what you value and what you believe in before you commit to someone else. Then you can figure out whether their values align with yours. Because if they don't, it becomes an issue. This is going to be the closest relationship of your life, except maybe with a child. Your values have to match, but to determine that, you need to understand what's truly important to you. Gerald Hendricks, 82, took a particularly methodical approach to the subject. "I thought this out carefully before I got married. I was happily married for 44 years before I lost my first wife to cancer. Later, I remarried a wonderful woman, and I approached both relationships the same way. I sat down with both of my girlfriends at the time and made a list of the 7 or 8 things I valued and wanted in the relationship. Even 60 years ago, I did this. I asked them if my list aligned with their values. I told them, if it doesn't, I understand, and you can take a pass on me. Both times they said yes. When asked for examples from his list, Gerald replied, one was being family-oriented because I value family highly. Another was being touchy. I wanted someone who wasn't afraid to touch or be touched, not just physically, but emotionally. It wasn't about sex, it was about connection. A third was independence. That's part of my freedom, and without it, I wouldn't be me. These are lifestyle values, and they worked for me. I've been supremely happy in both marriages. Do you need a list like Gerald's? Maybe not, but it does make sense to explore each other's values as you move toward a commitment. Ask yourself, do we believe the same things are important in life? The experts suggest that once a relationship becomes serious, it's essential to have this conversation. And if problems arise later, they caution, value differences are often at the root. The wisdom of the elders aligns closely with decades of research on marriage. Social scientists focus on 2 critical aspects, marital stability and marital quality. Researchers use terms like homogamy to describe marriages between similar partners and heterogamy for couples with significant differences. Homogamous marriages, those built on shared values, are consistently shown to foster greater stability and satisfaction. So, as the experts recommend, take the time to reflect on your own values and ensure they align with your partner's. It could make all the difference in creating a lasting, happy relationship. The research findings are clear. Marriages are more stable and tend to be happier when partners share similarities in areas such as economic background, religion, and age. Core values, in particular, play a crucial role in promoting both stability and happiness. The experts, then, are aligned with what social scientists have been telling us for decades. The more similar you and your partner are in key areas, the more likely your marriage will thrive. But how do we use this information? Here we encounter a dilemma. On one hand, the experts are nearly unanimous, regardless of their backgrounds, beliefs, or political leanings, that similarity in upbringing, orientation, and values is the single most important factor in creating a long and satisfying marriage. On the other hand, we live in a society that celebrates diversity, values breaking down old barriers, and promotes understanding and appreciation of differences. Is there a conflict here? Not necessarily. The takeaway from this lesson allows for both perspectives. The experts and social scientists aren't saying you should never marry someone different from you. Rather, they want you to understand that marrying someone who is very different, especially in values, can bring complex challenges to your relationship. But if you share a similar outlook and core values, those differences, whether in race, economic background, or other areas, become far less likely to disrupt your marriage. Before we leave this lesson, the experts offer one more piece of advice. We've seen how strongly they emphasize similarity between partners, but what about the belief that you can change your partner after you're married? It's a notion so pervasive that it even inspired the title of a hit Broadway musical, I Love You, You're Perfect Now, Change. The experts are unequivocal on this point. Forget about it. Alison Hanley, 72, was married for 13 years. The experience left such an impression on her that she never remarried. Here's her advice. I would say, get to know the person well and don't marry very young. I married too young. In retrospect, it would have been better for me if I'd been a little older and had a stronger sense of myself. I thought I could make some changes in the person I married, but I couldn't. Once I was in the marriage, I became pregnant almost immediately, and I realized how hard it would be to leave, for financial reasons, and because of my strong family values. That's something I've learned along the way. I can never change anyone. I can only change myself. Tina Oliver, 88, has seen her fair share of marriages, her own happy 47-year marriage, her 5 children's relationships, and the many young people she's worked with through volunteering. She's watched courtships and attempts at building lasting relationships, and her perspective is crystal clear. During her interview, Tina turned the tables on the young staff member speaking with her, asking if she had a boyfriend. When the interviewer said she did, Tina pressed further, Do you think you'll get married? The answer was uncertain. It could happen. Hard to say the way things are going right now. I don't know for sure. Tina's reply was direct. Unless you're sure, don't. And you're not going to change him. If he's got his ways about him, and if you don't like those ways, don't even think about it. He's not going to change. It's been at least 20 years that he's been in this rut, doing what he's doing. People rarely change after marriage. Before you marry, the experts urge you to examine what you hope will change about your partner once the honeymoon is over. Then ask yourself what it will mean if those things never change. Because in their view, change is unlikely. You'll have far more success changing your own feelings or behaviors than changing your partner's. Marriage is challenging enough without adding to its difficulties by choosing someone whose habits, values, or attitudes you can't tolerate. If you're entering a permanent relationship with the intent to change your partner, the experts warn, you're starting on the wrong path. Chapter 2, the second lesson, friendship is as important as romantic love. When I asked the experts about the secret to a long and happy marriage, one answer came up repeatedly, I married my best friend. From those whose marriages didn't last, I often heard a contrasting lament, we were good at love, but we never learned how to be friends. In our culture, we are often taught to see friendship and romantic love as separate, even mutually exclusive. Think of the film When Harry Met Sally, which plays on the idea that friendship and romance can't coexist. Television shows like Will and Grace and Sex and the City further popularize the notion that cross-sex friendship only works if one person is gay. After marriage, many people tend to divide their social world into friends and spouse, as though these two categories have entirely different purposes. But what makes friendship so special? Friendship has a certain lightness to it. We look forward to spending time with our friends, we relax with them, we share common interests, and most importantly, we talk. Contrast this with couples who can barely speak to each other over a long dinner, a silence that hints at an absence of friendship in the relationship. The experts suggest that when choosing a life partner, you should prioritize the qualities of a true friend, the person you feel comfortable hanging out with. Or, as one expert put it, think back to the playground when you were a kid. Your spouse should be the one you most wanted to play with. The point is simple. Don't let love blind you to the need for friendship. The truth, as the experts see it, is that the heart-pounding thrill of romantic love will eventually fade, or at least become more muted. They've lived through this transition themselves, moving from the fiery passion of the early years to a stage where other things, like friendship, must take precedence. Nicole Ambris, 70, grew up in a household where her parents were not friends. I heard their conflicts, she recalls. I didn't want that kind of conflict in my marriage or for my kids. Nicole and her husband realized, about 12 years into their marriage, that they had fallen into a routine. We were just existing, she says. We got up, went to work, came home, cooked dinner, blah, 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 the same every day. Determined to change, they joined a program called Marriage Encounter, designed to revitalize long-term marriages. That's when we truly learned how to communicate and consider each other's feelings, says Nicole. We carried that lesson forward into our home and our marriage. Her most important takeaway from 50 years of married life is this. You have to be friends first. That's what I didn't know. And you have to be willing to work on it. When we got married 49 years ago, it was just what you did by the time you were 20. Today, that's not the case, and I respect young people who wait until they're 25 or 30. The world is so different now. When we speak to young couples, we tell them, you need to be good friends first, respect each other. Love comes, and it grows if you're friends for one another. Patty Banas, 80, is another expert who learned this lesson through experience. Her first marriage, entered into when she was young, ended in divorce. Her second marriage, however, has been a happy and enduring one. Her advice? Be sure that you're really good friends. That's the most important thing. The romance, the bells and whistles, those are nice, but they don't last. Be sure you're good friends. The experts agree you should marry your friend and, if possible, your best friend. When a relationship becomes serious, it's worth asking, if we weren't in love, would we still be friends? And as the passion inevitably ebbs, what will keep you together? Marco Esteban, 90, shared this reflection. Romance and love are not the same. A lesson experience teaches you. Romantic love, from what I've seen, is an insufficient condition for a successful marriage. What we think is love at the start of a marriage is often a mirage. Love develops slowly in marriage and continues to grow throughout life. First, there's the intense physical attraction. Then, there's the joy of sharing similar activities and interests. But eventually, what matters most is the friendship that underpins it all.
Chapter 2. The third lesson. Don't keep score in the interviews for this book. I occasionally found myself needing to dig deeper, what I call a drilling exploration, to uncover the meaning behind the experts' lessons. Sometimes, they'd sum up a profoundly complex idea with just a phrase, and I'd have to ask follow-up questions to grasp the full significance. One phrase, in particular, came up so often it felt like a mantra. Marriage is a lot of give and take. Nearly every expert mentioned it. As I asked about what makes a long and satisfying marriage, the responses became almost predictable. Well, it's a lot of give and take, or both partners have to be prepared to give and take. At first, it sounded self-evident, as though it explained itself. But when I asked for clarification, many would simply repeat, well, give and take, right? Couldn't leave it there. What did they mean by this, and why was it so essential? The answer became clear during a conversation with Alvin Baker, 87, who had been married for 63 years. I asked him, so by that you mean marriage is a 50-50 kind of thing, right? A 50-50 proposition. His response? A booming no. He practically bellowed his disagreement. Don't consider a marriage a 50-50 affair. Consider it 100% or even 110%. That's to allow for how we overestimate our own 100%. It's got to be mutual. I was intrigued. It wasn't about 50-50. It was about 100%, but 100% of what? Alvin continued. The only way you can make a marriage work is to have both parties give 100%, all the time. And then it clicked. Marriage isn't about carefully calculating how much you're giving and expecting an equal amount in return. It's about giving freely and without reservation. As Alvin made clear, if you start keeping score, you're already in trouble. Sue Bennett, 86, who had been married for 60 years, shared a similar perspective. Her marriage had its challenges, especially in the early years. She admitted she married too young and that she and her husband wanted very different things. They even separated for a few years before reconciling and building a strong partnership. When I asked her about the more than 50-50 principle, she explained, "Well, marriage is not a 50-50 situation. It sometimes can be 90% to 10%. It depends on the situation. You have to keep giving a lot. You have to understand where the other person is coming from, put yourself in their shoes. And you have to have peace in the family. So sometimes you just decide, well, okay, this is it. And you give in. There are times when you give and times when they give. You can't sit around counting up who gets what. For a marriage to thrive, the experts suggest both partners must orient themselves toward giving more than they take. This mindset transforms the relationship. If both people approach the marriage with the intention of offering more to their partner than they receive, both benefit immensely. This is the essence of true cooperation. But there's a trap couples must avoid if they hope to stay together as long as the experts have. Don't keep score. Marriage is not a transactional relationship. It's not like dealing with a vending machine, where you expect a candy bar of equal value for every dollar you put in. Keeping score, tallying who's giving more and who's getting less, is, according to the experts, a surefire way to damage a marriage. The focus must shift from what you're owed to what you can give. Crystal Gullett's story is a compelling example of the more than 50-50 principle in marriage. At 67, Crystal is younger than many of the experts, but her varied life experiences and reflections offer profound insights. Unfortunately, Crystal didn't have a good model for a happy marriage growing up. She describes her family as dysfunctional, to the point where she chose not to have children, fearing she might replicate those unhappy dynamics. She also waited until she was 35 to get married, wanting to resolve her own challenges before fully committing to a partnership. When she did marry, her husband, Todd, came with 5 children, which was a significant adjustment. When people heard I had married a man with 5 kids, they'd come up to me saying, "Oh my God," and then just walk away. I kept thinking, what's going on here? Why does everyone feel sorry for me all of a sudden? Despite the challenges, Crystal adjusted and embraced her new family. She embodies the lesson that marriage is about much more than calculated give and take. I can't imagine being married to anybody else. I'm married to a very special person, and I feel very fortunate. Neither of us wakes up in the morning thinking, am I getting what I need out of this? Instead, we ask, what can I do for him? Or what can I do for her? For example, when my husband retired, it was a tough adjustment for him. He didn't know who he was without his work. The phone wasn't ringing, and he felt pretty lost for a while. So, I made it my priority to wake up each day and think, he needs something extra right now. And he's been the same for me. When I had cancer, he was amazing. I never felt frightened or abandoned. He became my full-time caregiver, driving me to the hospital for treatments and taking care of me without hesitation. That's how it goes. It's a back and forth. Sometimes one person is giving more, and other times it's the other way around. This perspective, the 50-50 fallacy, resonated deeply with many experts. Several used vivid imagery to illustrate the importance of going beyond keeping score. A recurring metaphor was that of a team, emphasizing how marriage works best when both partners are fully invested in each other's well-being, pulling together as one. Albert Folsom, 80, provided one of the most striking images. Albert grew up during the Great Depression in a small New York town, helping his father in their general store and taking care of livestock. For him, teamwork was a lesson learned early in life and carried into his 59-year marriage. There's a local museum here with a life-size statue of a team of workhorses pulling a heavy load. They're both leaning into the harness, working together. At our last anniversary, the kids asked us, "How would you describe your marriage?" I told them, "Go look at that sculpture. Those horses pulling together, that's us. Underneath the statue, it says, "As of one mind." That sculpture represents our marriage perfectly. We've been through hard times, fires, disasters, hailstorms. There were moments when we didn't know if we'd make it. But we didn't just survive, we thrived. And we did it together. If one person tries to do it all alone, it won't work. The final word on this topic comes from Antoinette Watkins, 81, who shared a simple but powerful piece of advice. When you wake up in the morning, think, what can I do to make his day, or her day, a little happier? That's the idea. Turn toward each other. Even if it's just for 5 minutes in the morning, it can make a huge difference. Focus on supporting each other and working together as a team. That's the key to a lasting relationship. Inspired by Antoinette's wisdom, I decided to try it myself. Mornings in my house are usually rushed, with two busy people juggling schedules. Stress has a way of making you prioritize your own needs. I'll admit, I'm often guilty of thinking, can we leave when it fits my schedule? Can I stay late while you run to the store? But I started asking myself a simple question. What can I do to make her day a little better? If leaving 15 minutes later or picking up milk on the way home could make a difference, why not do it? And you know what? It works. It sets a different tone for the day, one of care and cooperation, rather than competition. The lesson is clear. Stop keeping score. Marriage isn't about tallying wins and losses. It's about being a team, working together, and putting your partner's happiness at the forefront. Chapter 2. The fourth lesson. Talk to each other when it comes to marriage. The experts suggest you ask yourself one key question. Can you talk with your spouse? And not just about the easy things. Can you talk about anything? Are there certain topics that are off limits? Now, it might be fine if minor topics like new phone apps or shoe sales are avoided, but as a general rule, the experts believe your partner must be someone you can truly communicate with. In fact, the most frequent source of buyer's remorse in the experts' marriages came from discovering that a spouse just wouldn't or couldn't communicate. Take Russell Lockwood, for example. At 85, Russell has been happily married for 37 years. He brings humor to his relationship, playing an April Fool's Day joke on his wife every year, though he admits she's not quite as good at it as he is. Raised in a time when husbands and wives often didn't communicate openly, Russell believes one of the most important lessons he's learned is to break away from that outdated model. Well, I think a happy marriage is going to happen if you sit and talk about things. You can't let them boil up inside you and then all of a sudden it blows up. If something comes to mind and it's bugging you, you need to talk about it. Put the fire out when it first starts. That's something you should learn while you're dating. It doesn't take long to find out if you can communicate with a person or not. But if a marriage gets to the point where you can't discuss things, you'll have two unhappy people. Learning to fight. Where is communication most important? The experts agree. It's in handling conflict. Fights will happen, that's inevitable, but it's how you handle those fights that determines the success of your marriage. Dora Bernal, 86, has been married for an astonishing 67 years. With her sharp Bronx wit and humor, she offers a refreshing perspective on fighting. Just because you have a fight, it doesn't mean it's the end of the world. There are two people living together, coming from different families and upbringings. Even if you share the same religion, you're still different people. So you fight, so what? 10 minutes later, you forget about it. As you get older, it becomes 5 minutes. Today, people act like a fight is the end of everything. In this house, we have at least 2 fights a week. If you want to stay married, big deal, you had a fight. How bad can it be? Even couples who don't fight have disagreements, and the experts agree that how you communicate during those disagreements is key. Dora's marriage, one of the longest among the experts, proves that fighting itself isn't the problem. It's how you handle it that matters. Creative communication. The experts have developed creative ways to navigate disagreements before they escalate into full-blown arguments. While there isn't a one-size-fits-all approach, they offered practical tips for communicating when things get tense. Tip 1. Change the scenery. Gary Serber, 75, recommends leaving the house when a disagreement feels impossible to resolve. As problems come up, and they will, whether it's finances or something else, you can't give up on the relationship. Remember, This is the same person you married, the person you've loved your whole life. When you're struggling to work through an issue, I find it's better to get out of the house. When you're in your own home, you're surrounded by the same atmosphere where the problems are happening. Go somewhere else, a park, a restaurant, anywhere you can talk. We've done that when we needed to. I'm not sure why it works better, but it does. Changing the environment can help shift the tone of the conversation and make it easier to focus on resolving the issue, rather than staying stuck in the problem itself. Tip 2. Find a way to blow off steam, then engage with your partner. Antoinette Watkins discovered that writing helped her defuse conflicts and prepared her to address them more effectively. When I became terribly upset, I would sit down and write long letters to my husband, put them aside, read them the next day, and then throw them away. It was a good way to write it all out. The big thing is to vent these emotions out of yourself, and you can do that in many ways. For me, writing helped. Similarly, Lydia McKeon, 73, recommends stepping back when anger flares, rather than engaging in the heat of the moment. Her solution: a creative approach involving animals. Every couple needs to find a way to let off steam by themselves before they start yelling at each other. We had animals, horses, sheep, and the like. When I got upset, I'd go out to the barn and pace around, talking to the sheep. They were always glad to see me, and they couldn't talk back. After half an hour or so, when I'd yelled everything I needed to at the sheep, I'd come back inside. My husband had a big garden, and he'd do the same thing there. You have to cool down first. Yell at animals, plants, or even inanimate objects, just not your spouse. It worked for us. The takeaway? Sometimes yelling at a plant or a sheep can save your relationship. Tip 3. Watch out for teasing. Ben Santarelli and his wife discovered that teasing, while playful at first, could lead to trouble. Their solution was simple and effective. After we got married, we went through a teasing phase. Started getting out of hand, so we made a pact. No more teasing. It really helped. Teasing can degenerate into something nasty. I might have been the worst offender. I'm a jokester and thought it was funny. But it digs too deep, and then the other person retaliates. It changes the tone of the relationship. Looking back, stopping the teasing was an important turning point for us. It cleared the air, and it was wonderful. Tip 4. Let your partner have their say. The experts emphasize the importance of listening. Really listening. Making an effort to hear your partner's perspective can defuse conflict and strengthen the relationship. Natalie Bazell, 82, shared her insight. I learned that when you're communicating, you really have to listen to what the other person is saying. Before I got married, I was single for 27 years, and I was used to running my own life. I thought I had all the answers. When my husband would talk, instead of listening, I'd be thinking about what to say to contradict or reinforce my point. That's not the best way to communicate. You've got to listen and let them have their say. Then ask, "What do you think?" Or "What would you want?" When I was in my 20s, I thought I was always right. Now that I'm in my 80s, I'm not so sure. Mark and Brenda Minton, both 72, developed a more structured approach to ensure both partners feel heard. We use a technique that works really well. One person gets the floor for 5 or 10 minutes, whatever you agree to. During that time, they share their feelings and the other person listens. When the first person is done, the listener repeats back what was said until the speaker agrees and says, "Yes, you got it." Then it's the other person's turn. This slows the exchange down. It helps you really hear what your partner's hurts and intentions are because you have to be able to repeat it back. Then you get your turn. It opens things up in a way that arguing never could. Tip 5. Learn to let go. April Stern offers a practical method for deciding what to let go in an argument. It's important to let some things go, to figure out what matters and what doesn't. One thing that really stuck with us was a concept we came to early in our marriage. If we were struggling over something, we'd stop and ask, which one of us is this more important to? When we could figure that out, the other person found it easier to let go. But it took conscious effort to stop and think about it. Chapter 2. The 5th lesson. Don't just commit to your partner, commit to marriage itself. One striking difference between couples over 70 and those of younger generations is their perspective on marriage. For the 70-plus group, marriage was expected to be for life. The social stigma surrounding divorce often kept couples together during rough patches. However, surveys from the mid-1950s to the early 1970s reveal a cultural shift. The proportion of people believing that divorce is always wrong declined dramatically, while acceptance of separation and divorce soared. Today, the stigma is largely gone. A 2008 Gallup poll found that nearly 3/4 of Americans consider divorce a morally acceptable option. When I asked the experts, if a young couple came to you and was thinking of calling it quits, what advice would you give? Their responses were clear. Couples should reject today's casual attitude toward divorce and view marriage as a lifelong, unbreakable commitment. Of course, there are exceptions. The experts unanimously agreed that no one should stay in a relationship that is mentally or physically abusive, marked by repeated infidelity, or filled with extreme and irresolvable conflict. But they also believe these situations are not the primary reasons most marriages end. Instead, many dissolve because one partner feels their needs are not being met, because they've fallen out of love, or because of routine disagreements over minor issues. The experts argue that these challenges can be overcome, but only if couples adopt the mindset that they must stay and work through the difficulties. Their perspective is rooted not in moral judgment but in lived experience. Many of their marriages endured tough periods. By staying and working through those times, believing that leaving wasn't an option, they found compromises, renewed connections, and the rewards of a fulfilling marriage later in life. Commitment beyond the partner. One key difference between the experts' view of marriage and that of many couples today is this: they see marriage as more than two people in love. For the experts, marriage is a profound cultural arrangement, something worth respecting and upholding even when things sour temporarily. A vow to stay together for better or for worse is, in their eyes, a binding promise not just to the partner, but to the institution of marriage itself. Rather than treat marriage as a voluntary partnership that lasts as long as the passion does, the experts view it as a lifelong commitment with deep cultural and personal significance. Take Amelia Callender, 76, who has been married for 54 years. She emphasizes that faithfulness to marriage itself is crucial. Look beyond the passion of the moment. Realize that it's a commitment you're making for life. There will be rough spots, and there will be times when you're mad at each other. But that's okay. I'm sure that each of us felt at times, this is not worth it. But we knew it was. We made a commitment to the vows of marriage. A commitment to our children and now to our grandchildren because we want to be examples for all of them. In committing to marriage itself, you're saying, we've shared so many good times, so many troubled times, and it's all part of our lives woven together. We wouldn't trade that for anything. The payoff of commitment. Mark Minton, one of the most reflective experts on marriage, shared a profound insight about life and relationships. All of life necessarily involves struggle, and if it doesn't, we aren't fully living. Marriage, like any long relationship, includes both joy and struggle. But staying committed, staying in the relationship, can lead to enormous payoffs. Mark's perspective acknowledges the reality of hardship in any long-term relationship. But it also highlights the immense value of weathering those hardships together. The experts collectively agree. True commitment isn't just to the person standing beside you, it's to the partnership, the institution, and the life you've built together. There were times when we really had a hard time with each other, but a marriage deserves to be worked at enough to get it to a better place. It takes a stubborn hopefulness, a stubborn commitment that you take seriously. You hang in there, work at it, and over time you realize that persistence pays off. Any relationship will go through dark times as well as bright times. The high points are richly enjoyed, but there will be valleys you must track through and not give up. Quitting means giving up on all the future possibilities. Look, it will be a struggle, but it has to be a struggle, or else it's not a fully lived life. This belief that persistence and commitment to marriage pay off was shared by many experts. A surprising number described reaching a turning point when they nearly walked away but ultimately decided to stay. That decision often led to many more years of happiness, for which they were profoundly grateful. Take Sandy Hudgens, 89, for example. She married during World War II, just before her husband was sent overseas. Their daughter was born while he was fighting, and he didn't meet her until she was a year and a half old. Life after the war was incredibly difficult. He was in Patton's army in the Battle of the Bulge, serious combat. When he came home, he was a different person. It was so hard to see. He was suffering from battle fatigue. He never returned to the light-hearted, happy man I had married. He had been so full of life, always singing. But after he came back, that was gone. He'd get up in the middle of the night and walk the neighborhood. He had terrible dreams. He struggled. So we had to adjust a lot. Sandy shared a critical turning point in their marriage. When my husband got back from overseas, he was drinking. A lot of men who came back from World War II started drinking just to keep from thinking about what they'd been through. He wasn't a nasty drunk. He wasn't stumbling or falling down. But one night, after a series of bad things had happened, he sat down and drank heavily. I had never seen him do that before. He got to a point where he wasn't being nice, and I went over to him and said, "I have to tell you, you need to stop drinking, or I'm going to leave." I didn't know where I was going to go or what I would do, but I knew I would survive if I had to. And you know what? He stopped drinking. He did it. I made the decision to stay in the marriage, although I came very close to leaving. Looking back, Sandy is deeply thankful that she stayed and believes younger generations could learn from her experience. The sad part is, too many young people now are giving up too early, too soon. They say, "I don't need this. I'm going to get a divorce." But we didn't do that. In our day, we stuck with it. Divorce wasn't in our language. We tried. We kept at it. He lived for 20 more years, and those 2 decades together, it was wonderful. It was a great life. It was like a bonus for both of us. Sandy's story, like so many from the experts, highlights the rewards of commitment, not just to a partner but to the institution of marriage itself. Even in the darkest times, persistence, effort, and a refusal to give up can lead to brighter days ahead. Chapter 2 Postscript. Don't go to bed angry. The experts offer a coherent vision of marriage. They remind us that a long-term partnership isn't always easy. There will be challenges, even in the strongest and happiest marriages. But each of the lessons they shared serves as a way to make marriage more manageable and deeply fulfilling. Here's your refrigerator list of lessons for a successful married life. 1. Marry someone a lot like you. Similarity in core values and background is crucial for a happy marriage. And don't count on changing someone after marriage, it rarely works. 2. Friendship is as important as romantic love. Passion may ignite a relationship, but it needs to evolve into something deeper for the long haul. Marry someone you love and like as a friend. 3. Don't keep score. Marriage isn't about balancing the scales. Success comes when both partners give more than they expect to receive. 4. Talk to each other. Communication is essential. Silent brooding doesn't strengthen relationships. Meaningful conversations do. 5. Don't just commit to your partner, commit to marriage itself. Marriage is more than a partnership. It's a shared institution and a lifelong commitment to something greater than either person alone. And then, there's one more piece of advice the experts almost always added, often as an afterthought but with unmistakable conviction. Don't go to bed angry. At first glance, this might seem like simple advice, but it reveals a deeper truth about relationships. Why is it so important to resolve anger before sleeping? The experts are pointing out something profound. Most disagreements aren't worth carrying beyond a single day. The end of the day brings a natural moment for resolution, even if you don't feel entirely ready. Maybe you decide which of you cares more about the issue and let that person win. Or you write your feelings out in a letter you'll never send. Perhaps you agree that the issue is serious and commit to discussing it further, but not before sleep. Whatever it takes, resolve it before the lights go out. Wilma Yeager, 75, opened my eyes with her simple but profound insight. Never go to bed without saying, "I love you." I don't care if you have to grind your teeth to say it. You've got to do it. You never know what's going to happen during the night. Her words carry the wisdom of age and experience. The night, that time when we're unconscious and vulnerable, is uncertain. Who knows what will happen? The expert's joy at waking up next to a partner of decades comes from this same understanding. Every additional day together is a gift, By resolving conflicts before bed, you affirm the shared values and commitment that outweigh the need for one last word, one more dig, or a self-righteous justification. You let go of what doesn't matter and remember what does. Because the end of the day could, after all, be the end. Chapter 3. Glad to get up in the morning lessons for a successful and fulfilling career. Jerry DeVries, 78. By the time I was a teenager, I was working on the farm 7 days a week when I wasn't in school, and many days before school and after school. I was getting up at 4 in the morning to milk the cows and feed the cattle. Then I'd head to school at 7:30, get out at 3:30, take the school bus back to the farm, and work until after dark. And that was before even starting my homework. I knew what hard work was. When you're 15 or 16, that's a pretty good lesson. In one of the earliest stories about work, it's portrayed as a punishment. In the book of Genesis, after Adam and Eve eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, they are expelled from paradise into the real world. God's parting words are, "By the sweat of your brow you will eat your food until you return to the ground." Gone were the days of leisurely walks in the garden or plucking fruit whenever hunger struck. From that moment forward, Adam, Eve, and their descendants were sentenced to lifetimes of labor. No utopia has ever successfully avoided this basic human reality. Work is necessary for survival. Whether you're a business magnate in Mumbai or a street cleaner in Manhattan, the principle is the same. We exchange hours of our lives for money, which we then use to meet our needs. But for most people, work is much more than survival. It's a source of meaning, purpose, and self-worth. It's where we achieve, connect, and grow. Work becomes a core part of our identity. It's not just what we do, but often who we are. In the United States, work dominates our lives. From preparation in school to the years spent on the job, Americans devote 6 or more decades to work. And we work a lot. In fact, Americans leave around 574 million vacation days and used every year, the equivalent of over 5,500 working lifetimes. The average worker spends more than 1,800 hours on the job annually, often taking extra shifts or second jobs to make ends meet. Unlike previous generations, we're far less likely to stay in one job for an entire career. Young adults entering the workforce today will change jobs 5 or more times throughout their lives. Whether it's a mid-career change or a so-called encore career after retirement, finding enjoyable, meaningful work is a challenge many of us face, not just at the start of our professional lives, but at every stage. Sigmund Freud famously claimed that love and work are the cornerstones of human happiness. In the last chapter, we explored the experts' lessons about love. Now, let's turn to their insights about work. Collectively, the experts have amassed over 50,000 years of work experience. They've done nearly every job imaginable. From car hops to restaurant owners, from factory workers to CEOs, from enlisted soldiers to commanding officers. Among them are athletes and coaches, farmers and miners, teachers, writers, actors, artists, and clergy. They represent the entire spectrum of the American workforce across the past century. Their career paths are as diverse as their occupations. Some dedicated decades to a single career, while others moved among jobs or industries, believing that career changes were the ideal strategy. Others experienced periods of unemployment or chose part-time work to pursue artistic or political passions. Some experts loved their work, others endured jobs they didn't care for, and many discovered occupational happiness later in life. From this extraordinary range of experience, 5 lessons for finding meaningful work and building a fulfilling career emerged. Chapter 3, the first lesson. Choose a career for the intrinsic rewards, not the financial ones. After listening to over 1,000 of America's elders share their advice about finding fulfillment at work, one thing has become clear. Chasing money for its own sake leads to regret. As a professor, I often hear students say, "I'd really like to study philosophy, but I'm good at business courses, so I guess I should stick with that." Or, "I love to cook, but you can't make money doing that, so I'm pre-med." Many bright young people who might have been amazing teachers, social workers, or artists are lured by the high salaries and bonuses of certain industries. By the time they graduate, they're already on a career path that takes on a life of its own. Once entrenched in a high-paying field, shifting to something more meaningful requires incredible effort. And so, the years slip by, The experts have a real problem with this scenario. From their vantage point at the end of life, their advice is simple. Time well and enjoyably spent trumps money. Every time. They aren't suggesting that we all become starving artists. They understand the necessity of making a living. But they know that choosing a profession purely for financial rewards often leads to looking back and asking, "What have I done?" To the experts, it's better to take home less money and genuinely enjoy your work than to spend decades living for weekends and the occasional vacation. If doing what you love means earning less, the experts unanimously agree, it's worth it. Willie Bradfield, 83, built his life around athletics and offers career advice from his world of sports, though his wisdom applies universally. I played football, basketball, and baseball in high school and went to university on an athletic scholarship. I coached at several schools, eventually becoming a director of recruiting at a university. I spent about 30 years at 5 different schools, and it was a labor of love. I didn't do it for money. The biggest advice I can give young people is to find something you love, something you have an aptitude for, and something that makes you happy. Striving just to make money shouldn't be your number one goal. I made very little money. You wouldn't believe what I earned after 30 years of coaching. But I absolutely loved what I did, and every day I looked forward to going to work. Esther Brookshire, 77, worked various jobs before spending 20 years directing a large volunteer program that aligned deeply with her values. She could have chosen a higher-paying profession but offers this advice to her grandchildren. "My granddaughters often say, 'I need to make a lot of money. That's what's important.' And I tell them, just make sure that what you're doing to get that money makes you happy. The job could pay $1 million a week, but if you're not happy, you'll never enjoy it. Remember, you have to get up every morning and do it every day. If you're searching for purpose, make sure it includes helping others. The self will take care of itself." The balance between money and time. Some experts recommend considering part-time work as a lifestyle choice. They point out that accepting a lower income can bring the enormous benefit of more leisure time. Kevin Tatro, in his 60s, loves his work as a manager at a soup kitchen. For him, it's the best job he's ever had. "It's a job with people, and I love working with people. It's outside of the profit-making world, so there's no pressure or stress of that kind. For many years, I've worked part-time, and I'd recommend it to everyone. I don't get burned out or worn out. I've done other things in the past, like teaching, but working part-time gives me the freedom to pursue other interests. Sure, it limits the money I can make, but I have enough to live the way I want. If people could worry less about money and focus on volunteering or other pursuits, they'd find so much more fulfillment. It's like that book title, Do What You Love, and the money will follow." Psychologists use the term eudaimonia to describe happiness derived from activities that are rewarding in and of themselves. This is in contrast to hedonia, as in hedonism, which refers to the pursuit of pleasure and material possessions. Eudaimonic individuals focus on personal growth, contributing to their community, and building meaningful relationships. They are typically much happier at work than those who are primarily motivated by extrinsic goals like wealth or status. In gathering advice from over 1,000 elders, one of the most striking insights wasn't about what they did say, it was about what they didn't say. When asked for their prescription for happiness at work, here's what no one, not a single person, mentioned. No one said you should work as hard as possible to make money to buy the things you want. No one said it's important to be as wealthy as the people around you, or that being wealthier than them defines success. No one said you should choose a career based on future earning potential. It sounds obvious when laid out this way, but many people operate as though these are the keys to a happy life. The experts unanimously disagreed. Instead, they emphasized finding work that allows you to earn enough to live on without trapping yourself in a job you dislike. Joyce Cassius, 79, summed it up beautifully. "There will always be people richer or more distinguished than I am. If my purpose in working is to attain extrinsic rewards, I'll be disappointed because I'll constantly compare myself to others who have achieved more. But if I work primarily for the pleasure or fulfillment it gives me, my success is assured. Few blessings are greater than finding such work and holding on to it." The advice is clear. If there's another career you dream of pursuing but worry it might mean earning less, do it anyway. There's no time to waste. Think about it. From around age 20, most of us spend 40 or more years working, for 8 or more hours a day, 48 or more weeks each year. No amount of money can make up for time lost on a boring, tedious job. Morgan Grandison, 76, put it best. If you're still debating whether money or enjoyment of work matters more, pin this to your bulletin board. A big problem is that people focus too much on how much they're making an hour. I tell them, if you're not happy, get out. Because I don't care how much money you're making. If you wake up in the morning and say, oh geez, I hate this job, then get out. Keep your eyes and ears open until you find something that interests you. And sure, maybe you'll lose $5 an hour. Talk to your significant other about it. Okay, I'm going to lose $200 a week, but I'll be a lot happier, easier to get along with, and will still make ends meet. There are so many unhappy people out there, hogtied to jobs they hate. They stayed only for the dollars, not for life. Chapter 3, the second lesson. Don't give up on looking for a job that makes you happy. The experts understand that you may not land your dream job on the first, or even the second, try. Many of them took wrong turns themselves, but they urge you not to remain stuck in the inertia of a job you dislike. Their message is clear. People often choose jobs for the wrong reasons, like salary or parental pressure. The real tragedy isn't finding yourself in the wrong job. It's staying there. Carolyn Tafoya, 78, expresses this life lesson well. She explored a few dead ends before finding her calling in health education, helping people manage chronic illness. I think it's extremely important to set your sights on a job that you really enjoy doing. It makes all the difference in the world when you're working 9 to 5 every day. Maybe you can't land that kind of position right away, even if your education prepared you for it, but don't stay in a job you dislike just for the money. Keep your focus on finding a position where you enjoy going to work every day. Look at it as a long-term goal because you'll be working for 30 years or more. Gerald Hendricks, 82, a retired New York City entrepreneur, became something of a work and career guru for me. Gerald succeeded and failed at numerous ventures before eventually building a fulfilling and rewarding career. At 82, he remains active, serving on charitable boards and mentoring younger businesspeople. His advice for managing your career trajectory is both unexpected and insightful. Divide your work life into manageable chunks that you can afford to spare. Think of it like a poker game. You can risk a year, maybe 2 or even 3, on a job that isn't immediately satisfying. The bet is worth the risk. But don't spend more time at it than it takes to know if it's right for you. Gerald elaborates, here's what I believe people should do. Whatever field you want to go into, spend a few years working for someone in that field. Take a learner's approach, find out everything you can about it, and make sure it's really what you want. If it's not, then move on after a year or 2. You made a mistake, so what? Go try something else. The key is setting a time limit and embracing the awareness that you can change course. This mindset allows the freedom to experiment and take risks. Don't be afraid to move around and try different things. No matter how old you are, the most important thing is to find out who you are and what you're capable of. Give yourself time to dig deep and figure out what you need. In this period, you have to take risks. If you don't, you won't get the sweetness out of life. The sweetness comes with the risk. It doesn't come from playing 4 aces in poker. I've lived my life taking risks, and I wish I could say they were all successful. But you know what? I learned more from my failures than from my successes. Of course, finding the right career can feel overwhelming at times. It's easy to say, don't be afraid to search for the right career. But for many people, navigating work life involves overcoming significant challenges. We all need inspiration from time to time. While I wish I could share every expert story of persistence and eventual success, one example stands out. Martin Sanderson's story. Stay tuned. It's a tale of perseverance that redefines what it means to chase your dream job. Martin Sanderson, 89, had to fight for the work he loved, at tremendous cost and effort. His struggle, and the rewards of his perseverance, are encapsulated in the first words of his interview. I was one of the original Tuskegee Airmen. In the early 1940s, the U.S. military was almost entirely segregated, and the Air Force didn't allow black men to enlist. But what if, as a young black man, your dream was to fly and serve your country? The Tuskegee Airmen proved that seemingly impossible dreams could be achieved with determination. As the first African-American aviators in the U.S. military, they faced unrelenting discrimination but flew with exceptional heroism. Their missions destroyed German planes, earned numerous medals, and struck a massive blow to segregation in the armed forces. For Martin, the path to this groundbreaking achievement was grueling. Back when I wanted to join the military before America entered World War II, I dreamed of flying an airplane. I had never even been in an airplane, though I'd seen them fly overhead. Charles Lindbergh's flight across the Atlantic really inspired me. I grew up during the Great Depression, and money was hard to come by, but I saved my pennies to buy model airplane kits. I wanted to fly so much. When he first tried to enlist as a pilot, the rejection letter was crushing. The letter said very bluntly that there were no facilities to train Negroes to fly in any branch of the American military. That ticked me off. I balled up the letter and threw it away. And I wasn't the only one. There were others like me all over the U.S. who wanted to fly. So, I went back to my job as a bellhop. Then came news that a school for black pilots would open. Martin applied again and was rejected. But he refused to give up. I kept working as a bellhop, but then I heard they had dropped some restrictions. I applied again. This time I was lucky. I passed all the exams, and I graduated as part of the 27th class of Negro pilots. The challenges didn't end there. In the segregated military, black pilots like Martin were treated as an oddity. The military was strictly segregated. I was with the black bunch, and there was no way out of it. Many had never seen black officers, and even fewer had seen black pilots. World War II was awful for segregation. Black officers weren't allowed to give orders to white enlisted personnel. But we persevered. Despite these obstacles, Martin achieved his dream of flying and serving his country. I was in combat. I'm a combat survivor. A young person once asked me, "Were you afraid?" And I said, "Yes, I was afraid. If someone is shooting at you and trying to kill you, you'd be afraid too if you had any sense." I won't lie, I could see the bullets coming. But I did what I had to do. Martin's military experience, though shaped by discrimination, became the foundation for a remarkable career. He could have spent his life as a bellhop, but instead, he became a pioneer of desegregation and a symbol of perseverance. I accept my fellow man as an individual. I try not to prejudge. I don't let being colored stop me from doing anything. I'm very proud of my life, of being a black pilot, and of my contribution to society. My legacy? I don't know what it will be. I haven't written it yet. But I hope I've contributed something to mankind, both individually and collectively. Chapter 3, the third lesson. Make the most of a bad job. Find something you love to do and do it. Nothing is worse than dragging yourself every day to a job you dislike. If you don't like your job, get out of it. That's the essence of what experts often say. But let's be real, life doesn't always work that way. Most of us at some point have had a job or a string of jobs that we've hated. Take my experience, for example. I worked as a dishwasher at the now-closed Bid O'Gloucester restaurant in Cambridge, Massachusetts. This place, lodged in a Holiday Inn, was all phonautical decor, fishnets, buoys, the works, and served average food in a soulless hotel setting. My job? Endless sinkfuls of dishes and pots, plus bussing tables, for which the waitresses grudgingly shared their tips. The minutes dragged on like hours. I even remember feeling oddly grateful the day I cut my hand on a steak knife. Sure, I needed stitches, but at least I got to leave work early. Many of us end up in jobs like this, not our dream gigs, but stepping stones. Starter jobs, entry-level positions, or the best opportunities available at the time. We've all seen it. Store clerks with tired eyes, fast food workers who look bored, or bank tellers who seem irritable. In those moments, it's tempting to scoff at advice about loving your job. But when I hit walls like this, I discovered that experts had a different take, a way to reframe the problem. If you can't have the job you love, they suggested, find something worthwhile about the job you're in. Think of the Stephen Stills lyric, "If you can't be with the one you love the one you're with." but reworked to something like, if you can't have the job you love, find a way to love the job you've got. The experts backing this idea knew what they were talking about. Many of them didn't glide straight from school to a cushy white-collar job. Instead, they learned how to turn even the dullest, dreariest jobs into valuable lessons. One such expert, Sam Winston, knew this better than most. Learning from every experience, Sam, 81, had a varied and successful career. He trained as an engineer, worked in marketing, and served as a general manager. He credited his achievements to one critical skill: learning from jobs he didn't enjoy. According to Sam, any job, no matter how mundane, could be an opportunity to gather insights and knowledge. One important thing for young people, Sam explained, is to be observant. No matter what the task is, whether you like it or not, it's very important to learn everything you can about what's happening around you. You never know when that may be of great value later. Sam spoke from experience. He worked his way through college, holding what most people might dismiss as meaningless jobs. But those roles gave him a deeper understanding of people, insights that proved invaluable when he later became an employer. I've had many experiences where I didn't like what I had to do, and I felt it was inconsequential, Sam admitted. But the lessons I learned in those moments played an important role in my life. I tell young people, no matter what the experience is, learn, observe, pay attention to what's happening. Learning from people, good and bad, and Sam's wisdom didn't stop there. He believed we could learn just as much, if not more, from difficult or toxic colleagues as we could from inspiring ones. People are very important, Sam said. I have a saying, there is some good in everyone, but there's also an important corollary to that. If nothing else, you can always say, there's a bad example. That's not to suggest people aren't good. Most people are, but even if you think someone isn't, they can still serve as a bad example for you. You can learn from everyone, no matter who they are or their status. Stephanie Farrington, 75, had to leave college due to financial struggles, stepping into the workforce without completing her education. She eventually landed a job at a bank. To an outsider, her position might have seemed routine, even stressful, with little room for growth or fulfillment. But Stephanie approached it differently, transforming her role into a meaningful way to serve others. The bank was hiring, so I got a job there for supposedly 2 years, and I never got back to college, which I regret in many ways. I was in the credit department supervising loan collections. I began to see it as a form of caregiving. Most of the people who couldn't pay, about 90% of them, were dealing with catastrophic circumstances. You couldn't just demand that they catch up on 6 payments all at once. You had to work with them, help them figure out how to make the payments. I got to know these people, and they were good people. And when they got back on their feet, I wanted them to come back to the bank as customers. My boss used to say, I don't understand it. I go to a meeting upstairs, and the bank president gives me a letter praising my employees in the collection department. They're not supposed to like us, but they did because we found ways to help them. Another way to turn a less-than-ideal job into a better experience, as experts recommend, is by becoming really good at it. A disengaged attitude can make a boring job feel even worse. But committing to mastery and finding ways to improve can be an antidote. Antoinette Watkins, for example, started her career in bookkeeping and accounting before eventually becoming a departmental administrator at a university. Though she loved her final job, earlier ones were far less fulfilling. Here's how she managed. Even if your job is not your dream job and isn't the most exciting, do it well. You'll feel better about yourself if you've done a good job. I don't understand people who just waste time at work. Instead, learn everything you can and use what you learn. Every job has something to teach you, and that's what you need to focus on. This advice isn't just for white-collar jobs. George Villalba, 79, didn't finish high school but found great satisfaction in his work. When asked for his perspective, he emphasized the value of pride in what you do. There was this one guy, and people seemed to prefer my welding over his for one simple reason. I took pride in my work. It doesn't matter how skilled you are, what matters is that you care about doing the best job possible. This guy could weld just as well as I could, but he didn't take the extra step to make it look good. Whatever job you're doing, take pride in it. Do it to the best of your ability, and be proud of the results. Sometimes I found experts who could sum up a lesson perfectly. Keith Kuhn, whose advice on married life we heard earlier, did the same for the idea of making the most out of a bad job. Keith worked as a management consultant, helping improve workplace cultures and employee motivation. Drawing from that experience, his advice was clear. What about when you find yourself in a job you don't like? How do you make the most of it? Be aware of every opportunity to learn. Pay attention to what's happening around you. The goal is to keep learning no matter the job. Even in a job you think is boring or pointless, there's something to learn. People often say, "Keith, this job is so boring. I'm not learning anything." But that's not true. You have to find the learning opportunities. Consciously work at it. Ask yourself, what have I learned from this lousy job? Don't just dismiss it. If you focus on what you're gaining, you'll use that knowledge later in life. Believe that this experience is giving you something valuable, even if you don't see it right away. Chapter 3, the fourth lesson. Emotional intelligence trumps every other kind. Although I've spent much of my life in academia, working with fellow scientists, I've also done consulting for businesses and government. Academia is often seen as one of the last true meritocracies, a place where technically proficient, hardworking individuals can thrive regardless of their social skills. But in my experience, that's not entirely true. I once had a colleague who, on paper, seemed unstoppable. He was energetic, hardworking, and deeply knowledgeable in his field. His research was top-notch, regularly published in leading scientific journals, and he secured major grants from prestigious funding agencies. At one point, he decided to improve his position at the university by seeking a competing job offer. Confident, he approached the dean, asking for a counteroffer that included a higher salary. The dean, as is customary, consulted the faculty for their approval. To my colleague's shock, the faculty voted almost unanimously against the counteroffer, forcing him to accept the other position, one he didn't truly want. Why? It wasn't because of his technical abilities or professional achievements. The problem was interpersonal. He had alienated almost everyone around him. He was known for being rude, engaging in petty arguments over trivial matters, and acting condescendingly toward colleagues. Despite his brilliance, his lack of interpersonal skills overshadowed everything else. Even in academia, where objective achievement is supposed to rule, the inability to get along with others can outweigh professional accomplishments. The lesson here is clear. No matter how talented or brilliant you are, interpersonal skills are essential to success. The experts I spoke with come from hundreds of different occupations, and they've seen it all: people who soar in their careers and those who flounder. Their shared wisdom? Technical expertise is important, but skills like empathy, listening, and conflict resolution are fundamental to success in any workplace. Young people today often focus so intently on technical skills that they forget the value of these personal traits. One thing is the same no matter what work you do. You will be doing it with other people. Your technical ability in your job is important, but how you work and get along with other people is just as critical. I think most of us end up one way or another in the people-pleasing business. That's how Sonny Lee, 72, an engineer, described it. He emphasized the importance of empathy in the workplace, not just for coworkers, but for everyone, from subordinates to supervisors. I would stress the importance of not only knowing your field and your area of expertise, but also understanding why other people don't think and act the way you do. I know how frustrating it can be when people don't see things the way you do, but I've learned over time that it's more important to get along with others than to try to convince them, probably against their will, to agree with you. The good news is that empathy can be learned, even on the job. Shelley Donaldson, 67, who worked as a human service agency director, shared a practical way to develop this skill. I certainly know that I don't know everything, but I've learned how to ask better questions. To truly understand an issue, you need to see it from someone else's perspective. I used to make my leadership team debate issues from viewpoints they disagreed with. Too often, they only saw things from one side. You have to look at it from both sides to really understand. Larry Tice, 86, learned the value of interpersonal skills and empathy during his time in the military. Many of the experts who served in World War II or the Korean War came from small, close-knit communities and had traveled little, if at all. Suddenly, they found themselves working and living with people from all walks of life, different parts of the country, and often the world. Larry recalled his experience serving in the Second World War. When I went into the service, I was a young boy from Vermont, from a small, hick town. I lived on the right side of the tracks, and my family was well known and respected in the community. But when I joined the Navy, I was just another punk. I had to learn how to get along with people, and that was the biggest lesson I took away, one that has helped me throughout my life. Living aboard a cramped ship meant you had no choice but to get along with the people around you, people you'd never met before. I learned to accept people until they gave me a reason not to. I don't care who you are, what you are, or how you are. You're fine with me until you prove otherwise. That's exactly what you need at work. The ability to be sociable and to get along with others. Empathy and patience in leadership. Tim Burke, at 87, comes from a completely different work environment. Unlike today's occupational mobility, where people move across the country for a new job, Tim's roots run deep. He explained his life this way: I'm 87 years old, and I am the seventh-generation patriarch of my family farm. It was established by my great-great-great-great-grandfather in 1798. That means we're now in the second decade of our third century. It's a family farm, but over the years we've employed as many as 35 people. We had cows for milk, and we processed it all right here on the farm. For me, farming was in my blood. It didn't even occur to me to do something else. Running a large farming operation with both financial and deep personal significance gave Tim a hands-on education in managing employees. For him, understanding his workers as individuals and having empathy were key. Deal with each employee with patience. Don't rush to judge them, and remember that you're not living their lives. There are many things I could criticize about my workers, but I don't. I remind myself, Tim, you are not in their shoes, so I don't make judgments or scold them because I haven't walked a mile in their boots. I've had employees who knew more about their specific work than I did. They grew up differently with experiences I didn't have. I didn't try to interfere with their work or throw my weight around. Instead, I consulted them, asking questions like, how come this? How come that? But I made sure to approach it with respect, not authority. The role of humility in success. As I explored the experts' views, one principle emerged repeatedly: maintaining humility. They often emphasized respecting the knowledge of others, particularly those lower in the hierarchy. Leadership, they said, isn't about knowing it all. It's about a willingness to learn from everyone in the workplace. Anthony Scheel, 73, worked as an engineer for major corporations and ran his own consulting business. For Anthony, humility was fundamental to his success. He shared how he applied this principle in his career. Well, I think I had the attitude that I might have certain skills, but almost everyone else knows more than I do. If I wanted to add value, I needed to learn from others, to gather information from them and make use of what they knew. My goal was to do my job to the best of my ability while working alongside whoever I needed to work with. Focus on others, not yourself. Father Jim Scott, 77, a Jesuit priest and academic administrator, had a similar outlook. His philosophy as a leader was simple: focus outward, not inward. As he put it, I was brought up in a family that taught us to focus on others rather than ourselves. I've applied that in my work. Recently, a young man asked me, "What's the one lesson you'd give me as I start my career?" My answer was simple: presume that everyone you meet is better than you. Presume they're head and shoulders above you, and you'll do just fine. The biggest issue I see in people is taking themselves too seriously. While it's essential to take others seriously, if you can't laugh at yourself, you'll struggle. Father Jim offered a memorable metaphor to explain this idea. In my work, I've often dealt with people who go through periods of desolation. For priests, it can feel overwhelming. I tell them something they've found helpful: stop looking at yourself in the mirror. When you look in the mirror, you only see yourself what you already know. Instead, go to the window and look outside. See the world beyond yourself. For those in leadership, it's easy to let ego cloud your judgment. But by focusing on others and stepping outside of yourself, You gain a clearer perspective and build better relationships. Chapter 3, the fifth lesson. Everyone needs autonomy. Imagine this scenario. You have a well-paying office job, but everything about it is rigidly structured. Your tasks must be completed in a precise order, on a predetermined schedule. Your breaks are timed to the minute, and if you deviate even slightly, you face reprimand. Now, consider another job, a lower-paying one. This time, the tasks are the same, but you control your day. You decide when to work on specific tasks, when to take breaks, and how to adjust your schedule for personal or family conflicts. If you have an idea to improve the work, your suggestions are welcome, and you're free to implement changes. In a word, you have autonomy. The dictionary defines autonomy as the ability to act on one's own or independently, and self-directing freedom. According to the experts, autonomy is one of the most important factors in job satisfaction. If given the choice, they would unanimously advise you to take the second job, even with its lower pay. Their wisdom is clear. Autonomy and flexibility are the keys to finding fulfillment at work. The more freedom you have, the better off you'll be. Seek out jobs that offer autonomy, and work hard to secure it. Autonomy can be achieved in various ways. Choosing the right profession, rising to positions of greater responsibility, or starting your own business. However you achieve it, greater autonomy will likely bring greater happiness. As Anthony Schill explained, I was in middle management with a number of good colleagues, and we all got kicked around. The middle is pretty high up in any company, but that's where you get the most pressure. You're responsible for so many tasks, but you're also vulnerable. If you get to the very top, then you can navigate things differently. But in the middle, it's tough. You're caught between everyone. Joe McCluskey, 70, shared a similar perspective. Life's work is more important than lifestyle. What you do all day provides the most profound satisfaction. Sure, it's nice to have a pleasant environment, but that doesn't substitute for doing something meaningful and doing it well. Of course, it's great if you can have both. For me, hands-on involvement brought the greatest joy. I spent time as a corporate manager, but I found it unsatisfying. I was too far removed from where the real action was. So, I started my own small company, made myself the COO, and found the fun I'd been looking for. Rolling up my sleeves and making things happen every day. That's what brought me true satisfaction. It's not only executives or business owners who understand the value of autonomy. Betsy Glynn, 83, worked her way up to become an office manager. When asked if she liked the role, she nodded, "Yes, I did, mostly because nobody told me what to do. I've always said, don't boss me." When you're the office manager, you feel like you know how to run the place. At least as the manager, you can make things happen the way you think they should, instead of being told to do something you know is inefficient or just plain wrong. When you're not allowed to have a say, it can be so frustrating. You think, I've got this all figured out. And then someone tells you, no, do it this other way. It's much better when you have some freedom in your job. Interestingly, the experts who valued autonomy the most were often those who spent much of their working lives without it. Glenn Carvey is one such person. Now retired at age 80, Glenn began his lifetime of hard work as a child. Early on, he faced financial struggles and worked in several dead-end jobs. However, toward the end of his career, he found a position that offered him autonomy, and with it, fulfillment. Growing up, I looked ahead to a life of work because that's just what we did. The whole family worked. It was the Depression and nobody had any money. When I got married, it wasn't much different. I worked 2, sometimes 3 jobs just to make ends meet. My day started with an 8-to-5 job. Then I'd head straight to a gas station and work from 6 to 11. My wife used to pack me 2 lunches, 1 sandwich for the first job and another for the drive to my second. On weekends, I'd deliver phone books or do whatever I could to bring in a little extra cash. We were broke. I had $60 in the bank when I got married. We bought our furniture on installment plans, paying for it piece by piece. By the time it was paid off, it was already worn out. For nearly 2 decades, Glenn Carvey worked for a large company in the retail tire business. But something was missing. While the job provided stability, it lacked the autonomy he craved. Eventually, Glenn found his way to a position where, For better or worse, he was in charge. This newfound freedom became the highlight of his working life and allowed him to reflect on his career with a sense of accomplishment. My best job was the last one I had. I owned my own tire store. For the first time, I was my own boss. I started out at that tire company changing tires, then worked my way up to store manager, but it was never mine. Everything I did was according to what someone else told me to do. But when I finally got my own place, I loved it. I could make my own decisions, run things my way. It was fun. And when I made money, it was mine. It didn't go to some corporation, it went into my pocket. Of course, if I had a bad day, that was mine too. But I was responsible, and that made all the difference. You don't get that kind of ownership when you're working for someone else. Chapter 3 Postscript. The first thing in the morning, the sweep of the experts' working lives is truly remarkable. My oldest interviewee, 110 years old, brought me to attention when she said, "My first job? I remember it well, because my first day of work was the day World War I ended." Many of the experts began with hard manual labor on farms or in factories, went on to college, and ended their careers in roles they never could have imagined, including positions in the high-tech economy. Despite the variety in their experiences, there was surprising agreement on 5 essential lessons for finding satisfying work and making the most of a career. Here's their refrigerator list. 1. Choose a career for the intrinsic rewards, not the financial ones. The biggest mistake people make is selecting a profession based solely on potential earnings. A sense of purpose and passion for one's work beats a bigger paycheck any day. 2. Don't give up on looking for a job that makes you happy. Persistence is the key to finding work you love. Don't give up easily. 3. Make the most of a bad job. When faced with a less-than-ideal work situation, don't waste the experience. Many experts learned invaluable lessons from jobs they didn't enjoy. 4. Emotional intelligence trumps every other kind. Develop your interpersonal skills to succeed in the workplace. Even the most technically skilled professionals have seen their careers falter without emotional intelligence. 5. Everyone needs autonomy. Career satisfaction often depends on how much freedom you have to make decisions and move in directions that interest you. Because I spend part of my work life in a medical school, I sometimes find myself thinking like a doctor, a real doctor, not a PhD like me. Medical colleagues pride themselves on a good diagnosis, finding the one sign or symptom that reveals what's wrong. Among the experts, certain statements stood out as diagnostic, a way to determine if something is amiss. For example, when discussing marriage, the experts shared the advice, never go to bed angry. When it comes to your career, they collectively arrived at a similar diagnostic test. Do I wake up in the morning looking forward to work? You might feel ambivalent about your job, have ups and downs, or wonder if it's the right fit. But at the core, how do you feel when you get up in the morning or sip that first cup of coffee? Are you eager, or at least in a tolerable mood, looking forward to some part of the day? Or are you filled with dread, dragging yourself into the day ahead? The notion of waking up with dread about work was horrifying to the experts, many of whom had experienced it themselves. Sally Wilson, 79, spent 3 decades as a first-grade teacher and loved her work. Her advice? Well, I think you need to pay really close attention to the things you're interested in. I've seen so many friends who went to college and majored in fields they thought would make them a lot of money, even though they had no real interest in those subjects. No amount of money is worth more than having a job you're glad to get up for every morning instead of one you dread. Tony First, 76, a successful CEO, shared a similar perspective. I have learned many lessons, but there are only a few that truly matter in the long run and which I've tried to pass on to my children and students. If you can't wake up in the morning and want to go to work, you're in the wrong job. Albert Folsom, a farmer and sage, put it in his usual creative way. If you want to see the sun come up, you've got to get up in the dark. If you have a good job, you'll want to be there on time and greet the day with pleasure. Enjoy what you're doing, because it's a long day if you don't like what you're doing. If that's the case, you'd better find another job. There's no harsher penalty than waking up and going to work at a job you don't like. The experts' urgency on this point is striking, as though they're shouting a warning to younger generations. They wanted to make it clear. Spending years in a job you dislike is a recipe for regret. Over and over, they began their comments with, "If there's one thing I want people to know, it's this." From their vantage point of experience, wasting around 2,000 hours a year on work you hate is pure folly. So reflect on the past few months. Did you wake up dreading your job? The experts aren't suggesting that work must fill you with uncontainable excitement every day. For many, work is simply a part of life. But if dread, depression, or reluctance describe your mornings, it might be time to look inward and consider your options. Chapter 4, Abandon Perfection. In the first chapter of this book, we explored the profound value of listening to the life lessons offered by America's oldest generation. This chapter on child rearing demonstrates exactly why their unique perspective matters so much. There are insights that only become clear later in life, after enough time has passed to see how things truly play out. That's where these 5 lessons from the experts come in. Here's the refrigerator list of lessons. It's all about time. Sacrifice if necessary to spend as much time as possible with your children. What they need most is your presence in the flow of daily life, not just during scheduled quality time. It's normal to have favorites but never show it. Accept that you may feel closer to one child than another, but never let them know. Don't hit your kids. Discipline them with love and respect, avoiding physical punishment, no matter how tempting it might seem in the moment. Avoid a rift at all costs. Do whatever it takes to avoid permanent estrangement, even if it means compromising as a parent. Take a lifelong view of relationships with children. Parenthood doesn't end when they leave home. Make decisions now that will create positive, lasting relationships with your children into adulthood and beyond. As I reflected on these lessons, one underlying message emerged, a powerful call to resist a common temptation among American parents: the quest for perfection, both in our children and in our own parenting. Most of us logically understand that perfection is unattainable. We know we can't create flawless children, even if modern science could hypothetically make it possible. Life, with all its messiness, will inevitably throw wrenches into even the most carefully laid plans. And yet, so many parents still hold themselves to impossibly high standards. If only, we say, I'd encouraged Johnny more with music, he might have developed his talent. Or, if only I'd been stricter with Mary, she wouldn't be so shy. The truth is, those if-onlys cut both ways. For every regret about not pushing hard enough, there's another about pushing too much. Children, too, are often held to impossible standards. Some parents shuttle them from dance classes to tutoring sessions, trying to mold them into model students and high achievers. Others spend thousands on enrichment programs or insist on testing to find some hidden talent that can be coaxed into brilliance. The experts, however, have a different perspective, one that allows us to breathe a sigh of relief. They will be the first to tell you, no one has perfect children. Every one of their kids experienced struggles, made mistakes, and took wrong turns. Yet, the reassuring takeaway is that most of their children turned out just fine. Their message is clear. Abandon the idea of raising perfect children or being the perfect parent, and do it as early as possible. They echo the advice of pioneering child psychologist Donald Winnicott, who famously advocated for good enough parenting. You don't have to be perfect. You just have to be good enough to raise decent, loving children. Gertrude Towers, 76, shared her reflections on this. Well, it's funny because we brought up our children in the time of Dr. Spock. That book was like a Bible for parents, telling you what you were doing wrong or right. We thought we were going to have perfect children and be perfect parents. But life doesn't work that way. Being a good enough parent means allowing kids to fail. Lenore Fruchter, 78, raised 3 children, worked as a teacher, and became a well-known children's book author. Her philosophy: let children make mistakes and learn from them. My husband and I believed in putting our kids in situations where they could make decisions. They didn't always make the right ones, but that's how they learned. If you never make a mistake, you never learn that there's a right or wrong way to do things. I remember once saying to my son, I wonder what you kids would have done if we'd been different as parents, if we'd pushed you into certain colleges or run your lives for you. He looked at me, completely surprised, and said, Mom, we all went to college. We all have good jobs. None of us is in jail and we're past the drug scene. What more could you want from us? And I said, you're right. I don't want anything else. Pushing for perfection doesn't work. The experts reassure us that we can relax our expectations for our children and for ourselves. Failures will happen, and that's okay. What matters is how we respond, with support, understanding, and love. So take this wisdom from those who have lived it. Give yourself permission to abandon perfection in favor of being good enough. None of the 5 lessons require perfection, only openness, the ability to listen, and genuine good intentions. And those are qualities every parent can develop. Chapter 4, the first lesson. It's all about time. What if, out of all the confusion of parenting advice, there was a magic bullet? One course of action that could create loving relationships with your children, serve as an early warning system for their problems, and lead to a lifelong bond? According to the experts, there is: spend more time with your children, and if necessary, sacrifice to make it happen. In our fast-paced and driven society, parents often seek out programs, gimmicks, and therapies to improve their relationships with their kids. But America's elders tell us that nothing can replace the one thing that contributes most to lifelong closeness: your time. Your kids don't want your money nearly as much as they want you. Specifically, they want you to be present with them. For parents working double shifts just to keep their families afloat, there may be no alternative. But if you and your spouse are working 70-hour weeks to afford lavish vacations or the latest gadgets, you're misusing your time. The elders are clear. When you reach their age, you will regret not having spent more time with your children, and your children will regret it too. Some parents, especially those with teenagers, claim their kids don't want to spend time with them. Often, this isn't exactly true. It's not that the children refuse to spend time with their parents. It's that the parents try to control what activities they'll do together. A better approach, the elders suggest, is to follow your child's interests, even if you don't share them. This was a strategy one decided on early with my daughters, Hannah and Sarah. As someone who grew up in a family of 4 boys, I'll admit it was a challenge. Many of the activities my girls enjoyed were a mystery to me, but I made a vow. If they wanted to spend time with me doing something, I would take an interest in it, no matter what it was. I've joked with friends that I know more about women's shoes than any middle-aged man should. For years, I took my daughters on trips to New York City. While other parents might have insisted on museum tours, we went to shoe stores and vintage clothing stores. I'd find a place to sit and listen as my daughters marveled at 6-inch platform heels or funky retro jewelry. The payoff? Immense. I realized it wasn't about the activity itself. It was about the shared time. During those moments, there was space to talk, to share confidences, to connect. And sometimes, in the middle of trying on shoes or browsing racks, the miracle of real communication happened. Former Treasury Secretary Robert Reich once wrote about his sons, comparing them to clams. He explained that kids are often like clamshells, hard and closed on the outside but soft and vulnerable inside. Suddenly and unexpectedly, they might decide to open up. And if you're not there at that moment, you might as well be on the moon. That's why spending time together is so important. No amount of scheduled quality time can guarantee you'll be there when Matthew confesses his English teacher has been making his life miserable, or when Allison shyly admits there's a boy in her Spanish class. The elders who missed out on time with their children deeply regret it. Those who found creative ways to spend time with their kids consider it the best decision they ever made. Clayton Greeno, 79, has a close relationship with his son and daughter, who both live nearby as adults. Reflecting on parenting, he emphasized the importance of joining children in their interests and turning them into shared activities. Maybe it's an old-fashioned way of speaking, but I feel it's pretty important to stick with them. When my son was a sophomore in high school, I started building a shed in our backyard. At the time, he was taking a shop class in school, so I had him help me. Before long, I'd come home from work to find him sitting there with his toolbox, ready to get started. That simple project sparked something in him. He began to see the importance of measuring and realized the value of arithmetic and mathematics. Eventually, he became a mechanical designer. If I hadn't been available to him during that time, I don't know what path he might have taken. So much of what he's doing now began because we spent that time together, because there was someone who cared about what he was interested in. As I listened to the experts talk about raising children, one message stood out clearly. The quality of your relationship with your kids is directly tied to the amount of time you spend with them. Interestingly, the elders often pointed to mundane, everyday moments as being more impactful than special occasions. Their advice? Involve your children in your daily life and activities. It requires your presence, physically and emotionally, for significant periods of time. Larry Hanley, 84, reflected on how such shared moments shaped his children. When they get old enough to help you around, let them. Whether it's cleaning, digging in the garden, or sharing chores, it's important. These aren't always easy or fun tasks, but getting things done together has a lasting impact. These are moments that stay with them for a lifetime, and they can find joy in them, and so can you. Time spent with children is also crucial as an early warning system for problems. Betsy Glynn, who raised a son and daughter, credited her presence with helping steer her kids away from trouble. It's so important, while your kids are growing up, to be with them and support them. Otherwise, you don't really know what direction they're heading in, what they like, don't like, or how they're spending their time. We didn't just go to their games or concerts. We made a point to meet the other kids on their teams or in their bands. If we hadn't, who knows who they might have associated with. Let me tell you, if your child has a concert or a game, put everything else aside. The house can wait, and the laundry will still be there tomorrow. It's far more important to devote your time to what they care about. Otherwise, you risk losing them. They'll become strangers. And sometimes they do become strangers. Experts who couldn't spend enough time with their children often express deep regret. Sarah Rothman, 83, reflected on her own sacrifices and her husband's workaholism. Enjoy your children while they're young. Don't be so eager to get back to work. I stayed home for 5 years, but I was always in a rush to return to my career. Looking back, I should have treasured that time more and taken more of it. Family is the most important thing in life, but sometimes you don't realize that until you've lost the opportunity. For James Washington, 83, this regret came through tragedy. We did have one sad experience. Our youngest son passed away a few years ago. He was very young. It's a reminder that life is short. You can't take it for granted. It made me think about how important family is and how I wish I'd spent more time with him. Quality time is precious, and we often don't give it as much as we should. Elizabeth Wilson, 79, shared her poignant regret about not being fully present for her children when they were young. The hardest thing was that we didn't have much money, so I went back to school and then to work. In some ways, it was the right decision. But I became so consumed with my job that the family felt secondary. I remember driving home with my kids in the car, so lost in my thoughts about work that I barely noticed their little voices. I regret not being more a part of that time in their lives. The expert stories highlight 3 key points about time spent with children. First, kids value your time above all else. They'll look back on the hours you spent together with fondness and nostalgia. Second, it's the shared, everyday activities, hobbies, chores, or adventures like camping and fishing that matter most. Many of the male elders spoke warmly about fishing or hunting trips with their fathers. Finally, the elders emphasized that it's worth making sacrifices to create that kind of time. If you're going to have kids, they say it's worth living with less to be there for them. Chapter 4, the second lesson. It's normal to have favorites, but never show it when you interview more than 1,000 people. Certain patterns begin to emerge. Each family story is unique. No two are exactly alike. But when the topic turns to relationships with children, one pattern appears so often that I've come to expect it. It usually goes like this. At some point, I bring up the subject of favoritism. Early in my interviews, I hesitated to ask about it. After all, most parents aren't eager to admit if they prefer one child over another. Predictably, the first thing almost everyone says is, "Oh no, I've always loved all my children equally." But as the conversation continues, something often changes. The interviewee might lean in a little closer, lower their voice, and say, almost conspiratorially, "But, I guess there was always something special about Billy. I hate to break it to you, but yes, parents often have favorite children. They may not admit it openly, but it's true. Sometimes it's straightforward. They simply like one child more than the others. More commonly, parents have favorites in specific areas. A mother might confide that she prefers Ed's advice, relies on Joan when she's sick, but feels most emotionally close to Rachel. Readers over the age of 35 might remember the Smothers Brothers routine where Tommy complains to Dick, "Mom always liked you best." As it turns out, that sentiment exists in many families, at least to some degree. Most parents, however, deny favoritism when their children ask. Rarely will a parent, when questioned directly, "Do you like Betty more than me?" respond, "Well, yes, now that you mention it, I guess I do." The norm of treating children equally is so ingrained in our culture that breaking it feels like a violation of fairness. But in reality, parents don't just see their children as their flesh and blood. They're also in relationships with them. And in any relationship, it's natural to feel closer to some people than others. Some individuals resonate with us as soulmates, while others don't inspire the same closeness. The family, for all its ideals of fairness, is no exception. In my academic work, I've collaborated with Jill Suter, a professor at Purdue University, on extensive studies of parental favoritism. Our research, which includes a large survey of mothers and their adult children, shows that favoritism is common. Around 70% of mothers identify one child as the one they feel most emotionally close to, and over 75% name a single child they're most comfortable discussing personal problems with. On the flip side, 4/5 of mothers can name the child they have the most conflicts with. This phenomenon, known in psychology as within-family differentiation, is more the rule than the exception. Sophie Fisher's story. Sophie Fisher is a storehouse of parenting wisdom. At 85, she's the mother of 5 successful children, all raised with her late husband in the suburbs. Sophie and her children describe their family life as idyllic. The kids excelled in school, participated in scouting and sports, and spent long summers at the beach. Mischief and rebellion were mild and manageable. Today, Sophie's children are thriving. Among them are 2 lawyers, a business owner, an accountant, and a teacher. All 5 are married, a rarity these days, and Sophie is the proud grandmother of 11. Sophie is the quintessential grandmother from a Norman Rockwell painting. With lively blue eyes, pure white hair, and an incredibly positive attitude, she has a way of making everyone around her feel better. "I can't explain exactly why my family life was as happy as it was," she says. "I always enjoyed being a mother, even the hard parts, being home for them after school, listening to their problems, dealing with their boyfriends and girlfriends, the breakups. It was all worth it. And now, seeing the family grow with my grandchildren, it's such a joy." Sophie has even made a promise to all her grandchildren: a trip to Europe when they reach high school. So far, she's kept that promise with 4 of them. Her life today is filled with family events, anniversaries, birthdays, weddings, and graduations. Sophie wouldn't have it any other way. The second lesson: it's normal to have favorites, but never show it when we reach the topic of differences among her children. Sophie Fisher hesitates for just a moment. "You're not going to tell the kids, right?" she asks. When I assure her I won't, she leans in and shares her secret. "Alice, she's the one. I've always gotten along the best with her. We share the same interests, we talk easily, and we confide in each other. Oh, I love all of them, they're all great. But Alice is a little different. She's the one I'm most comfortable with. If I ever had to live with one of them, it would be Alice." When I ask if she thinks her children know how she feels, she shakes her head emphatically. "Oh, of course not. Your kids are going to be different, and you'll feel differently about each one. What you do, this is one of my life lessons, is never show it." Successful parents seem to manage this balance throughout their lives. They accept that it's natural to feel closer to one child than another while maintaining an abstract level of love that they distribute equally among all their children. The statement, "I love all my children equally," can coexist with the truth, but I like one of them more than the others. The experts I spoke to explained that this ambivalence is normal. They accept their preferences, don't obsess over them, and most importantly, never show them. Studies conducted with Jill Suter at Purdue University revealed just how true this is. In our research, most mothers were able to name the child they felt closest to or the one they found most comfortable to confide in. Yet, in many families, these preferences remained hidden. In fact, when we asked the children if their parents had favorites, many responded that there were no favorites at all. Interestingly, when children did believe their parents had a favorite, they often assumed it was themselves, and in many cases they were wrong. This pattern shows that while parents may have favorites, they are often remarkably good at keeping those feelings private. And that's for the best. Decades of research confirm that obvious favoritism can have damaging effects on children. When kids perceive unequal treatment in the family, they are more likely to experience behavioral problems, poor mental health, and conflicts with siblings. These issues can persist into adulthood, affecting their relationships and emotional well-being. In my interviews with America's elders, no topic evoked more raw emotion or lasting pain than parental favoritism. Even 70 or 80 years later, some choked up as they recalled the impact of favoritism in their families. Lorraine Bauer's story. Lorraine Bauer, 89, grew up on an isolated farm in the rural South. She joked, "It was so far back in the swamp that we had to swing in on grapevines. They counted the rings on my legs to figure out how old I was. So what I'm saying is there wasn't much contact outside of the farm." Her childhood memories are deeply colored by her parents' favoritism toward her younger brothers. "I had younger brothers who were my parents' favorites. That shaped my life in many ways. It wasn't that they didn't love me, it's just that sons were seen as important, and girls were expected to marry and produce more sons. I grew up thinking, I'll show you I'm better than you, boy," and I pushed myself to achieve. I succeeded in education and other areas, but when I got there, I wondered why I had bothered. Kind of sad, isn't it? Her grandparents became her saving grace. I had my grandmother, who loved me unconditionally. My grandfather too, he taught me to accept myself. He'd pick me up in his horse and buggy, and we'd ride out to eat strawberries. He'd tug on my pigtails and say, "That's all right, honey. You're like my mother. You're going to be a pistol." But from my parents' perspective, the boys mattered most. I was the oldest, scrawny, and red-headed, while they were blonde and blue-eyed. Parents need to love and accept all their children for who they are, even when it's hard. Marion Ratliff's experience. Parental favoritism doesn't just affect relationships with parents. It often drives siblings apart. Marion Ratliff, 78, still struggles with the memories of her mother's treatment. "What have I learned about child rearing? That mothers don't always like all their children. It's not voluntary, it just happens. In my family, I was the one my mother didn't like. Her favoritism influenced my relationships with my siblings too. They could be cruel, and I've learned to exclude them from my life." Ron Gomez's story. For Ron Gomez, 78, favoritism created lifelong struggles. "I was the first baby born into a large extended family. I was the apple of everyone's eye until my brother came along. Late in life, my father told me, when Peter came along and nobody paid attention to him, I had to favor him. As a child, I didn't understand what was happening. I fought with my brother and had terrible problems with my father. It made for a miserable childhood. I even spent 3 years in therapy to untangle how favoritism affected me and my work life." The elders offer a sobering lesson. Favoritism is natural, but its effects can be deeply harmful. Their advice? Accept that some degree of favoritism is inevitable, you're human, and it's normal to feel closer to certain children based on shared interests or personality. But whatever you do, never let your children know. Avoid making comparisons, even casually. Seemingly harmless remarks like, "She's the pretty one," or "He's the smart one," can leave lasting scars. The experts agree. When it comes to favoritism, honesty is not the best policy. Chapter 4, the third lesson. Don't hit your kids. You might be wondering, isn't this lesson outdated? After all, haven't most parents moved beyond spanking and other forms of physical punishment? The truth is, not entirely. While attitudes toward parenting have changed, physical punishment remains the norm in many families. Studies show that over 90% of parents of 3 to 5-year-olds report using corporal punishment within the past year. Even for older children, nearly half of parents admit to slapping or hitting their 12-year-olds. For some parents, Physical punishment is a last resort. For others, it's their first choice. But when viewed from the perspective of later life, it's rarely something to look back on with pride. The expert's lesson? Physical punishment should be avoided entirely or, at worst, be an unusual and deeply regretted event. This was one of the most surprising lessons I learned while writing this book. I had assumed that the elders, often from the spare the rod and spoil the child generation, would see physical punishment as a normal part of parenting. Instead, I found most were strongly opposed to it for a variety of reasons. Some of the experts never used physical punishment and don't regret that decision for a moment. Peter Mortimer, 88, explained his approach. Well, I think we expected and received respect from our children. I never laid a hand on them because we were respectful in our household from the start. Bonnie Gilbreth, 67, shared her perspective. You have T.O. do two things. First, love the child so much that you genuinely want them to succeed. Then, listen to what the child is saying about what they want to do. My husband and I tried our best never to resort to physical punishment. I might have lost my temper once or twice and given them a shake, but that's not love, no matter what people say. Edith O'Connor, 76, raised 7 children with her husband. She emphasized the importance of being united as parents in their approach to discipline. I think you have to agree on the kind of discipline you'll enforce and be consistent as a husband and wife. You also have to control your anger. The more you can talk to your children and explain life to them, the better. One thing that bothers me is when I hear parents yelling at their children in public. Discipline should be quiet and controlled, but kind. My mother never disciplined us with harsh words or actions. She'd just give us a look, and we knew we had to do the right thing. Some of the experts admitted to using physical punishment but felt it wasn't effective. They now view it as a failure in parenting rather than a tool they'd recommend to younger parents. Janice Leah, 86, was left to raise 2 children on her own after her divorce. She regrets spanking her kids and even apologized to them as adults. Well, I spanked my kids, but I wouldn't do that now. I'd advise against it. I think timeouts or denying privileges are better options. I apologized to my kids and told them I was sorry for spanking them. I look back and think I could have done better, but thankfully, my son and I have a great relationship today. Other experts agreed that hitting doesn't work, and they vividly recalled the guilt and ineffectiveness of physical punishment. Rosemary Brewster, 90, raised 3 daughters and a son. Despite her son being willful, she quickly abandoned physical punishment. When I asked her if she believed in spanking, she replied, "Not really," she said. "It doesn't do much good." "How so?" I asked. "It only hurts you," she said. "You feel really bad about doing it. It's not doing any good, so why do it?" This sentiment reflects the experts' collective wisdom. If it makes you feel bad and doesn't work, why do it? Modern scientific research supports the elders' views. Studies consistently show that corporal punishment can lead to aggression, antisocial behavior, and mental health problems in children. The more often a child is hit, the worse the effects tend to be, both in childhood and later in life. Children who experience frequent physical punishment are more likely to struggle with relationships and may even repeat the cycle of abuse as adults. For the experts, the message is clear. Physical punishment is a disciplinary dead end that damages relationships and leaves lasting emotional scars. Many of them emphasize the importance of setting limits, maintaining a moral compass, and being firm, but without resorting to hitting. So, if the urge arises to settle a problem with a smack, the experts advise you to think twice, or long enough that you don't do it. Looking back from your 70s or 80s, hitting your kids is something you're unlikely to remember with pride. Chapter for the 4th lesson. Avoid a rift at all costs. Stop for a moment and think about your child, the time, effort, and love you've poured into raising them. Imagine your son. Picture the diapers you changed, the extra hours you worked to pay for his piano lessons, the weekends spent cheering him on at the soccer field. Now, feel the immense attachment you have to him. The way your heart lights up when you hear "Mommy's home" or "Daddy's home" at the end of a long day. Think about the joy in his achievements, the quiet comfort of holding him close before bedtime. Now, project yourself 35 years into the future. Your son is an adult and you are the age of the experts I spoke with. Imagine that this child, in whom you've invested so much love and hope, is no longer part of your life. Not because he's passed away, but because the bond between you has been severed. He might live nearby, perhaps even in the same city, but to each other, you are dead. For a small but significant number of the experts, this heartbreaking scenario is their reality. They are alienated from a child, so estranged that the separation feels permanent. Among the saddest people I met were those living with this kind of loss. No matter how long the estrangement had lasted or what the circumstances were, the broken parent-child bond weighed heavily on them. It was a persistent source of melancholy and incompleteness. Even having warm, fulfilling relationships with other children didn't mitigate the pain. For these parents, the unresolved feelings only grew more acute as they neared the end of their lives. Having sifted through thousands of interviews about parenting, one clear and compelling insight emerged. Do everything you can to avoid a rift. The word rift evokes a deep, painful rupture. In geology, it describes a crack or split in rock caused by immense force. It's dramatic and often irreparable. This imagery perfectly captures the way some of the experts described their relationships with estranged children. These rifts were the source of some of the most painful what-ifs and if-onlys I encountered in my conversations. Rifts have many causes. A parent's divorce later in life might anger a child enough to cut ties. Some parents felt resentment when their children didn't meet their expectations during a health crisis. A child marrying the wrong person or coming out as gay or lesbian could create an intolerable divide for some older parents. Acts of dishonesty or perceived betrayal could also lead to a rift. In all these cases, the underlying cause was the same. One party, parent, child, or both, decided that something irrevocable had occurred, rooted in betrayal, humiliation, anger, or indifference. Susan Lemieux's story. Susan Lemieux, a petite and lively 85-year-old, greeted me warmly from her wheelchair and invited me to sit down. She spoke with pride about her life as one of 12 children raised in the rural South, her work, and her 2 marriages. Widowed in her 50s after a happy first marriage, Susan remarried in her early 60s. This second marriage brought her new opportunities, including extensive travel around the world, something she hadn't been able to do in her first relationship due to financial constraints. Susan Lemieux, despite dealing with numerous health problems, was a funny and enthusiastic interviewee. She enjoyed her bourbon and Coke now and then and loved spending time with her friends in her assisted living community. Reflecting on her life, she said with a smile, "I think I've had a good life. I think I came through it real good." But when I asked her, "What advice would you have for people about relationships with their grown children?" the mood shifted in an instant. Susan went still, holding her breath. Then her words erupted with frustration, and she pounded her hands on the arms of her chair. "I don't know. I don't know. I did something wrong. I'll tell you right now, because I don't hear from either one of my kids. I never hear from them, and it hurts like crazy. Why do you think that is? Do you have any idea?" Her voice broke, and she shook her head, fighting back tears. "I don't know why. I don't know. With Grace, her life is so outlandish. I never know where she is because she's always traveling. She's been single for 20 years, and I understand she has a live-in boyfriend now, but I don't know much about him. I just know he exists." Although Susan initially said she didn't know why the rift occurred, she later pinpointed a probable cause. "I think when I married the second time, it was such a different life from what we'd lived before. I got so busy, and we were always going places. I lost track of them. I stopped being close to them. They weren't exactly unhappy about it, we just had nothing in common anymore. I think that's where it started. After my first husband died, things just weren't the same. Their children were getting older, into those teenage years when they start to rebel. I think their time with their own kids pulled them away from me, and we never reconnected. They were so close to their father, they idolized him, in fact. After I remarried, they didn't have anything in common with my second husband. It was such a different way of life, and I think that's where it began. But I do wish I'd hear from them more often now. Yes, I do." With her health declining, Susan saw the end of her life approaching and tried to reach out. About a month ago, I wrote both of those kids a long letter. I never heard back. I call them from time to time, but I never catch Grace. All I get is her answering machine. With the other one, I talk to him maybe every couple of months. But we have so little in common. It's just a few minutes of polite conversation about the grandkids. By the end of our interview, Susan had recovered her composure and was back to sharing colorful anecdotes from her long life. But I'll never forget the anguish in her voice as she said, "I did something wrong, and it hurts like crazy." From the experts, I learned that a rift can happen to anyone in any family. But I also spoke to those who had avoided such a tragedy, who had come close to a rupture but managed to bring the family back together. They offered 3 tips for rift prevention, each one important and worth serious consideration. Tip 1. See the potential rift early and defuse it. The experts agree. Once a rift sets in, it can take on a life of its own, making it much harder to repair. The time to act is when the warning signs first appear. Martha Fulkerson, 71, nearly lost her son Jay after he married Reva, whom she described as a very difficult person. Martha and Jay had always been close, sharing many interests and activities, but Reva's jealousy and outbursts of anger strained their relationship. The breaking point came over a seemingly trivial issue, whether Martha would accompany them on a short vacation. Jay had invited her, but Reva strongly objected, publicly and angrily. Hurt and upset, Martha withdrew, and the tension escalated into near estrangement. Looking back, Martha reflected, "I should never have let things get to that point. I could see the problems brewing, and I probably made Reva jealous. I couldn't hold back from criticizing her to Jay sometimes. That big fight? It was a ticking time bomb. Nothing was worth letting it get that far." The experts urge parents of teenagers and adult children to ask themselves one critical question. Is this battle worth it? In most cases, they say it's not. Tip 2. Act immediately after the rift occurs. The experts were clear. Once a rift takes hold, both sides quickly become entrenched in their positions. Resentment solidifies, and over time, it often becomes easier to avoid reconciliation than to attempt it. The time to act, they advise, is immediately after the blow-up, while emotions are still fresh but before the new reality sets in. Janice Carpenter, 77, described how a rift developed between her and her elder daughter, Gloria. Their relationship had always been somewhat tense, but things came to a head when Gloria chose to go on vacation instead of attending the wedding of Beth, Janice's younger daughter's only child. The decision devastated Janice, casting a shadow over what should have been a joyful event. The money she'd sacrificed for the wedding felt wasted, and she couldn't contain her anger. When Gloria returned from her vacation, Janice refused to speak to her. Each day, her resentment grew stronger, and she began to view Gloria's actions as unforgivable. "I should have had a heart-to-heart with Gloria right away," Janice reflected later. "After a week or two, we were both so angry, and, I guess, hardened, that it became terribly difficult even to start a conversation. Days turned into weeks, and eventually Gloria grew accustomed to the lack of contact. Years later, Beth worked to restore some connection between her mother and sister, but everyone agreed the situation would have been much easier to resolve had they addressed it immediately after the incident. In contrast, the Gallegos family managed to reconcile quickly after a potential rift. When her husband suffered a stroke, 82-year-old Maria Gallegos was hurt and angered by her son James's lack of support. When her husband passed away weeks later, Maria's anger grew to the point where it alarmed her. Determined not to let the situation fester, Maria sat down with James within a week to express her feelings. James, in turn, admitted that his father's illness had overwhelmed him emotionally, leaving him incapable of providing help. Though Maria still harbored some resentment, she allowed the reconciliation to happen. "It's worth it," she said, "not to feel like I might lose what I have that's good with my son." Tip 3. When all else fails, it's usually the parent who needs to compromise. This advice may seem unfair, but the experts emphasize that parents often pay the higher emotional price in a rift. Gerontologists call this the intergenerational stake. The idea that parents tend to value the relationship more deeply and have more to lose if it deteriorates. For parents, the separation can also mean losing access to grandchildren, which only amplifies the pain. One particularly difficult area for parents in the experts' generation involved accepting a child's sexual orientation. For many older Americans, the idea of a gay or lesbian child was deeply unfamiliar and required significant adjustment. Yet, some parents managed to overcome their initial reactions and avoid a rift. Mike Hoyt, 76, described his experience with his son's coming out. Our son was gay, and when he first told us, my reaction, especially mine, was very negative. It was upsetting and I couldn't figure it out. I remember thinking, oh boy, this is going to hurt us in the community, which was a terrible, selfish thing to say. I regret that comment to this day. At first, I had a tough time meeting his partner. But when I finally did, he turned out to be a successful businessman and a super nice guy. Over time, I felt more comfortable being around him. Eventually, it wasn't even a factor anymore. This experience taught us tolerance and understanding. My other children were very accepting of their brother from the beginning, which helped a lot. And for my grandchildren, this was never a problem. They didn't see anything unusual about the relationship. Tragically, the Hoyt's son passed away suddenly. The pain of his loss was eased by the knowledge that they had spent a decade fostering a warm, loving relationship with both him and his partner. Mike added, "We still have dinner and socialize with his partner. He's like family." When something seems unforgivable, what happens when a child's actions feel too damaging to forgive? Some of the experts shared deeply personal stories of betrayal but ultimately chose to repair the relationship, believing that maintaining the bond was worth the pain of compromise. Gwen Hagerman, 73, paused for a long moment when asked about her adult children. Finally, she said, "My daughter and I are close," but the silence that followed suggested a deeper story. Eventually, she revealed, "My daughter had an affair with my second husband. I was absolutely devastated. He even tried to convince me I was crazy. But I knew the truth. She admitted it eventually, and for a few years we were estranged. But what do you do?" I thought, my God, this is the only daughter I have. I realized she wasn't entirely to blame. My second husband was a pretty bad guy. So I let bygones be bygones. You can't dwell on the past because in the long run, the only person you hurt is yourself. We got back together, partly because I was helping her with her children, whom I adored. Now we're friends. You have to let things go. They're over and done with. You can't change the past, so let it be. Chapter 5. Find the magic lessons for aging fearlessly and well. Edwina Elbert. 94. My advice to people about growing old? I tell them to find the magic. The world is a magical place in so many ways. Enjoy getting up in the morning, watching the sun rise. That's something you can truly appreciate as you grow older. Be grateful. Be happy for the things that have happened in your life. Keep growing. Just because you're getting older doesn't mean you have to stop. I used to think that getting old meant sitting in a rocking chair and letting the world pass you by. Well, that's not for me, and it's not for a lot of people. I can't dance anymore, but if I could, I would. And here's something I've always believed. There's no reason for anyone to ever be bored. This world is full of things to see and do. Well, if I died and went to heaven, how they describe it anyway, I'd probably be bored out of my mind. But here, there's so much out there. You just have to find it. During the George W. Bush presidency, I was interviewed by the Washington Post for an article about the president's 60th birthday. In the weeks leading up to it, he'd spent a lot of time griping about getting older. The article explained, in recent months, Bush, in speech after speech, has referred to himself as the old president, getting older by the minute, as one of the gray-haired folks, and as just flat-out old. When they asked for my opinion as a gerontologist, I commented, "For many boomers, turning 60 is a significant shock. The generation that believed it would be young forever has realized, quite clearly, that it will not. The boomers are struggling with the existential reality that life is not an endless series of open-ended opportunities." When the article was published, I had an aha moment. Although I had been talking about baby boomers in general, I suddenly realized I was also describing myself and my own deeply rooted fears about aging. I'm the quintessential boomer born in 1954, right in the middle of that enormous wave of births after World War II. From cowboy outfits to hula hoops, crowded classrooms to TV culture, fears of the bomb, and vague memories of the late 1960s, I experienced it all. If there's one stereotype that's mostly true about baby boomers, it's this: we have a hard time accepting that we're aging. Of course, this resistance didn't end with us. Generation X and millennials also wrestle with the idea of growing old. But it was the boomers who started the youth is forever craze, epitomized by Jerry Rubin's slogan, "Don't trust anyone over 30, and Pete Townshend's famous line in my generation, "I hope I die before I get old." So how does a youth-obsessed culture like ours come to terms with aging? Beneath the wine tours, adventure vacations, red sports cars, and second or third marriages lies a quiet truth. Aging is inevitable. No one has captured this better than 17th century poet Andrew Marvell, who wrote, "But at my back I always hear time's winged chariot hurrying near." Or, as philosopher Albert Camus put it, "A day comes when a man notices that he belongs to time, and by the horror that seizes him, he recognizes his worst enemy." The fear of aging is deeply ingrained in our society. Surveys over the past 20 years consistently reveal negative attitudes Americans hold about growing older. Psychologist Todd D. Nelson, an expert on the topic, sums it up well. Most Americans tend to have little tolerance for older persons and very few reservations about harboring negative attitudes toward older people. The irony is almost cruel. Younger people perpetuate a system of prejudice that will eventually harm them if they're lucky enough to grow old. We fear what we will become. But what if we've been wrong about aging all along? What if our views of old age are outdated, distorted by fear, and completely at odds with reality? As you'll discover, the view from 70 and beyond challenges everything we think we know about aging and turns it upside down. Chapter 5, The First Lesson. Being old is much better than you think. Aging is one of the most peculiar experiences of being human. It's the one thing no one can escape, making it universal. And yet, it's nearly impossible for most of us to imagine ourselves as old. We mentally separate the aged from the rest of humanity, as if they are a completely different species. We see them only as they are now, not as people who once stood where we are today. This inability to picture ourselves as old can lead to misconceptions. In fact, it's so difficult for young people to envision their future selves that researchers have tried to help. Psychologists Laura Carstensen and Jeremy Bailenson conducted an experiment using immersive virtual reality. Participants looked into a digital mirror and saw their own faces morphed into their future, older selves. Seeing their aged reflections helped the participants think more practically about the future, like planning for retirement. But even with tools like this, imagining old age remains a challenge. Instead of relying on assumptions or fantasies, why not ask those who are already there? When I did, their answers surprised me. Again and again, the experts described their later years as a time of unexpected happiness and contentment, often greater than they experienced when they were younger. Being old is much better than we think it is, they told me. Take a moment. Think about your own fears of aging. What do you dread about getting older? Now, let these words from those who are living it wash over you. Embrace it. Don't fight it. Growing older is both an attitude and a process. If your attitude is that you're still good, you still enjoy life, and there's still purpose in your life, you'll do well. Ray Cadell, 80. All I would say to an 18-year-old is don't think of old age as old and decrepit, as if you're on your way to the graveyard or the morgue. It's much better than that. There's so much out there you haven't experienced yet, and it will bring you loads of pleasure and interest. It's not the end of the road. It's a road you're still traveling, and you don't see the end yet. Jocelyn Wilkie, 86. I'd tell young people that being old is great because you can do as you darn please and enjoy whatever. You're not tied down. You can go wherever you want, whenever you want. Earlier in life, I'd make excuses, but now? No. If someone calls me to go somewhere, I'm gone. Ramona Olberg, 76. The experts have a clear message. Don't waste time worrying about getting old. Old age is nothing like they imagined. It far exceeded their expectations. So what makes being old so much better than we think? From my conversations with over 1,000 elders, two themes emerged. First, many described later life as embodying a sense of serenity, a calmness, a lightness of being that was unexpected and deeply satisfying. I saw this firsthand during an afternoon with Cecile Lampkin. A part-time helper greeted me at the door and led me into Cecile's living room, where a wall of windows offered a tranquil view of a lake through the bare branches of early spring trees. This house had been her home for over 50 years. Though she no longer swam in the lake, "I can't manage the stairs anymore," she explained with a chuckle. It was clear the place was filled with memories. Cecile, a widow after 68 years of marriage, remains close to her 3 daughters, all now in their 60s. She has no illusions about her age or what lies ahead, saying with a laugh, "I'm 92, so if I live to be 95, it'll be a miracle." Her age has brought limitations. "My life has become smaller since I've gotten older," she admitted. "I can't walk very well, so there are things I can't do easily anymore. I can't go to museums unless someone wheels me around in a chair. I used to go to the library all the time, but now I need someone to take me. I don't shop anymore. My life has become very small." But then she smiled. "My mind is still there," she said, "and I'm a very happy person. Aging is one of life's great mysteries. It happens to everyone, yet most of us struggle to imagine ourselves growing old. We often see older people as if they've always been that way, different, separate, as though they belong to another category of human existence. It's no wonder younger people fear aging. But what if our assumptions about old age are wrong? What if growing older isn't the decline we imagine, but something richer, even better, than we ever expected? That's what the experts shared with me. Over and over, I heard the same message. Being old is much better than you think. Take Cecile Lampkin. At 92, her life has undoubtedly changed. She can no longer walk easily or go to the library without help. "My life has become smaller," she told me. "I can't do everything I used to do." But Cecile isn't disheartened. In fact, she's never been happier. "I am much clearer now," she said. "Things that used to feel important just aren't anymore. My children are grown. Their lives are their own, and I feel assured that they'll manage just fine. I've let go of so many unnecessary responsibilities. I've learned to enjoy my life, my home, and my time, and I've found a contentment I never felt before." Cecile's story is not unique. Many of the elders I spoke with described a profound sense of wholeness, peace, and even joy in later life. "Old age has been one of life's greatest surprises," they told me. "It's so much better than we ever imagined." This realization, this quiet but powerful joy, was echoed by Lorraine Bauer, age 89. Lorraine, a thoughtful and determined woman, acknowledged the challenges of aging. "I don't love the physical limitations," she said plainly. But for Lorraine, aging is also an adventure. "There's a quotation from Tennyson's poem about Ulysses," she said, reciting it from memory. "Come, my friends, 'tis not too late to seek a newer world." She smiled. "That's been my mantra my whole life. Even if you're 100 years old, there's always a new world to discover." Antoinette Watkins, a deeply practical woman, expressed a similar view. "Each decade has brought me joys I couldn't have imagined at the time. People are so afraid of getting old, but they shouldn't be. Aging is an adventure. Embrace it." And for Henry David, 82, that adventure meant finding purpose in retirement. After a long career designing scientific instruments, Henry turned to volunteering. "In retirement, I've had the chance to do things I couldn't when I was younger. I've worked with historical societies, shared what I've learned over a lifetime, and had an absolute blast." When you're young, you just don't have the perspective or experience to offer what you can when you're older. Chapter 5, the second lesson. Act now like you will need your body for 100 years. One of the clearest lessons from the experts is also one of the most urgent. The decisions you make about your health today will profoundly shape your quality of life in later years. Many people justify unhealthy habits by focusing on death, thinking, "So what if I cut my life short by a few years?" But the experts have a different perspective. The real issue isn't dying early, it's living for years with chronic disease. Take Todd Willett, 77. His message is blunt. Aging is okay, but only if you're healthy enough to enjoy it. If there's anything you can do now to prevent needing a wheelchair or an oxygen tank, do it. For most of the experts, the key motivation for staying healthy isn't about prolonging life. It's about living well. One of the most memorable stories comes from my mother-in-law. She was a vibrant, funny, and fiercely independent woman. She loved bacon and sweets, smoked a pack a day, and didn't exercise. When I tried to nudge her toward healthier habits, she brushed me off. People live too long anyway, she'd say with a shrug. If it shaves a few years off my life, I don't care. But life didn't play out the way she'd imagined. Instead of a quick exit, she faced a long decline. In her 60s, she developed diabetes, which led to other complications: emphysema, breast cancer, and congestive heart failure. These conditions didn't kill her immediately, but they stole her freedom and joy. Simple pleasures like traveling, socializing, or even a trip to the library became impossible. Her story is a powerful reminder of what the experts told me. The goal isn't just to live longer. It's to ensure that the years you do have are healthy and fulfilling. The key takeaway? Act now like you'll need your body for 100 years. This doesn't mean striving for perfection or obsessing over every calorie. It's about making thoughtful, sustainable choices that support your long-term well-being. Quit smoking or avoid starting. Stay active and maintain a healthy weight. Pay attention to your diet and make changes where you can. The experts aren't asking you to sacrifice joy in the present. Instead, they urge you to see these habits as investments in your future. Every healthy choice you make today increases the chances of enjoying your 70s, 80s, and beyond without the burden of chronic disease. As Todd said, whatever you can do to maintain your health, do it now. It will definitely make a difference later on in life. The experts have a simple yet profound message. Take care of your body now as if you'll need it for a century. The decisions you make today shape not just how long you live, but how well you live during your later years. Chronic disease. The real concern: many people justify unhealthy habits with the belief that they're only shaving a few years off their lives. We all have to die sometime, they say. But the experts reveal a more pressing reality. It's not about dying early. It's about suffering for decades with chronic diseases that rob you of joy and independence. Chronic illnesses like diabetes, heart disease, and lung disease don't lead to quick exits. Instead, they bring years of pain, limitations, and dependency. As Luisa Varga, 84, put it, "What you do when you're young, it will hunt you up when you get old. Take care of your body and don't abuse it, or it will hurt you later." Lessons from real lives. The experts shared deeply personal stories that drive this lesson home. Daphne Pry, 71, described her life caring for her chronically ill husband. "We've spent 15 years managing his diabetes, heart failure, and strokes. The paramedics know the way to our bedroom. It's not just the sick person who suffers, it's the whole family." Terry Luckett, 87, reflected on his decades of smoking. "I started in the 1940s, before we knew how harmful it was. By the time I quit, it was too late. I had a quintuple bypass, a lung tumor removed, and multiple bouts of pneumonia. My wife, who smoked less than I did, died of lung cancer. People now don't have the excuse of ignorance." Tina Oliver mourned her husband, who passed away after 5 months in the hospital. "He used to say, 'You've got to die sometime.' But it wasn't just him who suffered, it was the family, too. He missed our 50th anniversary, and my kids saw firsthand what smoking did to him. What the experts want you to know: 1. The risks are preventable. Chronic diseases are often caused by modifiable habits, unhealthy diets, lack of exercise, and smoking. Change those, and you can significantly improve your quality of life in old age. 2. The family pays the price. Poor health choices don't just affect you, they burden the people who love you the most. 3. The goal is quality, not just quantity. Good health decisions today won't just help you live longer. They'll help you live better in your 70s, 80s, and beyond. Luisa Varga summed it up perfectly. "Too much smoking, drinking, or abusing your body will hurt you later. If you keep your body in shape, you can avoid so much suffering. So, the experts urge you to rethink the "you've got to die sometime" excuse. It's not about adding years to your life, but adding life to your years. Act now to make sure those years are healthy and fulfilling. Chapter 5, the third lesson. Don't worry about dying. The experts don't. Death is a universal truth, yet it's one that younger people tend to dread or avoid thinking about. The experts, however, offer a perspective that turns this fear on its head. Death isn't something to worry about. For most of them, the fear of dying diminished over time, replaced by acceptance, curiosity, and peace. Fear fades with time. Many of the experts explained that their fear of death was much more intense when they were younger. Over the years, they grew to see it as a natural part of life. Rosemary Brewster, 90, shared her evolving mindset. When you're younger, you think about death and get scared. What if I don't wake up? Now I'm at peace. I figure if I don't wake up, maybe I'll be someplace nicer. Curiosity and wonder for some. Aging brought a sense of curiosity about what lies beyond. Edwina Elbert, 94, expressed this beautifully. We'll never know what happens when we die. It's a mystery. But I'm not afraid. If you go to heaven, how wonderful. If you go to sleep, what's wrong with that? Others, like Flora Turnbull, 80, framed it as an adventure. I see death as a new beginning. For all I know, heaven might be filled with people I've never met. What an adventure that will be. Faith is comfort for deeply religious experts. Faith provided immense solace. Marie Clark, 86, shared her confidence. I just know where my faith is taking me. When I leave this world, I know where I'm going. The Lord's going to call me home. Even those who weren't conventionally religious expressed a spiritual sense of peace, viewing death as part of a greater journey. Acceptance of the unknown. Many experts, regardless of their beliefs, described a deep acceptance of life's cycle. They saw death as natural, unavoidable, and not something to dwell on. For them, the time they had left was a gift to be cherished. Cecil Lampkin, 92, put it simply, I'm aware of my age, but I don't focus on dying. I enjoy what I have right now, and that's what matters. The takeaway: the experts teach us an invaluable lesson. The fear of death diminishes with age and is replaced by acceptance, peace, and even curiosity. Instead of fearing what's inevitable, they encourage us to focus on living fully in the present. Whether through faith, spirituality, or simply embracing the mystery of it all, they remind us that the end of life is not something to dread. It's just the next step in the journey. Death, often a taboo topic, was one I candidly addressed with the experts. I expected hesitation or discomfort, but what I found was striking. Most of the experts had an extraordinary sense of calm and acceptance about the end of life. Whether religious or not, they faced death with a mix of curiosity, realism, and a pragmatic approach to preparing for it. Beyond religious comfort, while many experts found solace in faith, this sense of peace extended to those without religious beliefs. Trudy Schaffner, a self-proclaimed non-believer, dismissed the fear of death as something she left behind in her youth. When I was younger, I panicked. How can I die? How can I not be alive? But now I'm 87, and I just don't worry about it. I want to do everything I can do while I'm here. Dying doesn't bother me anymore. Similarly, John Starnes, an atheist who faced cancer and multiple myeloma, expressed a grounded perspective. I think you have to accept that you're going to grow older and die. If you can be realistic about that, life is easier. I don't expect an afterlife. I just want to make the most of the time I have left. These non-religious experts highlighted that acceptance of death doesn't require spiritual beliefs. Instead, it's about embracing reality and focusing on living fully. Planning for the end. If there was one consistent recommendation from the experts, it was this: plan for the end of life. They emphasized the importance of organizing finances, wills, and possessions to reduce the burden on loved ones. Ted Rowan, an 84-year-old clergyman, put it this way: I want to tidy up my life so that people don't have to do it afterwards. It's not just for my family. I want to do it for myself, to bring closure to the loose ends. His wife, Lucy, echoed this sentiment, finding comfort in the process of preparation. Our proxy and wills are set. But what about all the stuff we've accumulated? Albums? Books? Boxes? We're working on organizing those. It's about simplifying things for the people we leave behind. For many, the act of tidying up symbolized a larger process of reflecting on and organizing their lives, creating a sense of peace and readiness for the journey ahead. Death as a natural transition. The experts often describe death with curiosity and a sense of inevitability. Edwina Elbert, 94, viewed it as a mystery. Nobody knows what happens after we die, but it's natural, everything dies. Whether we come back or just sleep forever, I'm not afraid. I see it as a part of life. Marie Clark, 86, who held strong religious beliefs, expressed similar ease. I know where my faith is taking me. When I leave this world, I'll be with the Lord. That's all I need to know. Even those who didn't share religious convictions approached the topic with a similar level of composure, often seeing death as a continuation or a final chapter in their life story. A lesson for all ages. The experts remind us that fearing death is unnecessary and counterproductive. Instead of obsessing over the inevitable, they encourage us to prepare practically and live fully. Whether through faith, realism, or personal organization, they show us that death need not be feared. It's a natural part of the human journey. Chapter 5. The fourth lesson. Stay connected. Social connectedness is essential for happiness and health, especially as people age. Yet, maintaining meaningful relationships becomes increasingly challenging due to life transitions, such as retirement, relocation, or the loss of loved ones. The experts strongly emphasized the importance of staying socially active and shared strategies for building and preserving connections. Why staying connected matters. The benefits of staying socially engaged are well documented. Research shows that older adults with strong social networks tend to be healthier, happier, and live longer. Social isolation, on the other hand, is associated with a higher risk of chronic illness, depression, and even mortality. The experts confirmed this, with many describing how their relationships and activities were central to their well-being. Nicole Ambris, for example, observed, "You don't want to become isolated. I've seen so many seniors become disconnected, and it's sad. You have to be intentional about staying involved, no matter the hurdles." The challenges of staying connected. Despite its importance, staying connected can be difficult as life circumstances change. For Trudy Schaffner, 87, the challenge is finding companions to share her interests. "I love theater and jazz, but I don't have enough people to do things with. My friends have moved away or passed on. It's hard to find new social partners at this stage in life. Even those with family nearby can feel disconnected." Irv Cantor, 77, moved to a new town to be closer to his children and grandchildren but struggled to find his footing. "I've been in New York all my life, and it's a big difference here. Retirement also weakened my ties, and I feel like an outsider." It's easy to stay in your comfort zone, but you need to stay involved. 2 key strategies for staying connected. The experts highlighted 2 practical approaches to maintain and build relationships in later life. 1. Create new social connections as existing networks shrink. It's important to seek out new opportunities for interaction. This could involve joining clubs, taking classes, or volunteering. Nicole Ambers stressed, "Always reach out. Join groups, meet people, and keep going. It's the best way to avoid isolation." Examples from the experts include joining community theater groups, book clubs, or art classes, becoming active in local organizations or causes, attending social events or meetups in their area. 2. Nurture existing relationships while creating new connections is vital. Nurturing relationships with family and old friends is equally important. Ted and Lucy Rowan, both in their 80s, prioritize regular gatherings with their children and grandchildren, as well as hosting friends for dinner and conversation. "Staying connected to the people we love has brought us so much joy and keeps us active," Lucy shared. The experts also encouraged using technology to bridge distances, from phone calls to video chats, especially for those with family living far away. A lifelong commitment. The takeaway is clear. Staying connected requires effort and intention, but it is a critical part of aging well. By actively seeking new relationships and nurturing old ones, older adults can remain vibrant, engaged, and fulfilled. As the experts remind us, you're never too old to make a new friend or find a new passion. Human beings are inherently social creatures, and staying connected to others is a vital aspect of a fulfilling life. The experts emphasize that maintaining and building relationships is critical as we age, offering both emotional and physical benefits. While life transitions like retirement, relocation, or the loss of loved ones can make staying connected more challenging, the experts offer practical strategies to combat isolation. Why Connection Matters research confirms that social connectedness improves health, increases longevity, and boosts happiness. A famous study in Alameda County found that people with strong social ties live longer, even when controlling for other health factors. Conversely, isolation can lead to a higher risk of chronic illness, depression, and premature death. The experts agree, staying connected is not just a nice-to-have, it's a must-have for aging well. The challenges of staying connected as life progresses. Maintaining relationships becomes harder. Friends and family may move away or pass on, and life transitions like retirement can weaken social networks. For some, like Trudy Schaffner, 87, the challenge is finding companions to share her passions. I love theater and jazz, but I don't have enough people to enjoy them with. My friends have moved away or passed on, and it's harder to find new partners. Even with family nearby, people can feel disconnected. Irv Cantor, 77, moved to be closer to his children and grandchildren but felt like an outsider in his new community. I've been in New York all my life. Moving to the suburbs was a big adjustment. It's easy to stay in your comfort zone, but you need to push yourself to stay involved. Tips for staying connected. The experts recommend 2 key strategies for maintaining relationships and staying socially active as you age. 1. Take advantage of learning opportunities. Engaging in educational activities stimulates the mind, fosters curiosity, and helps build social connections. From taking a computer class to attending workshops or joining a book club, learning can open doors to meaningful conversations and new friendships. Arnold Schwartz, 95, embraced this approach. Curiosity has been my secret to happiness. I decided I didn't want to die without learning the computer. It's opened up so many new opportunities for me to connect with others and learn more about the world. Opportunities include joining local classes or workshops at community centers or libraries, taking courses in areas of interest like art, technology, or cooking, using online platforms to connect with others who share similar hobbies. 2. Make a conscious goal of staying connected. Building and maintaining relationships requires effort, especially after life transitions like losing a spouse or moving to a new community. The experts suggest setting specific goals to stay socially active. April Stern, who lost her husband, created an intentional plan for staying engaged. I structure my life so I see someone every day. I plan ahead to make sure my weekends aren't empty. It's important to me to keep connections alive. Sandy Hudgens, who lives alone, adopted a proactive policy. I made a rule to accept every invitation. Even if I didn't feel like going out, I said, yes, yes, yes. It kept me connected and brought new people into my life. Be open and curious. Building social connections also means embracing people who may differ from you in background, politics, or perspectives. Henry David, 77, emphasized the importance of being open and sociable. Learn to be an extrovert. Enjoy the people around you. Don't criticize them so severely. They're lonely too and need someone to support them. I've even learned to appreciate people who think differently from me. A lifelong practice. Staying connected isn't just advice for older adults. It's a lesson for people of all ages. Relationships enrich our lives, provide emotional support, and create a sense of belonging. The experts encourage us to nurture existing bonds, seek out new opportunities for connection, and remain curious and open to the world. As Nicole Ambers said, you have to keep going, no matter the hurdles. As an older person, staying involved is essential to living well. Chapter 5 Postscript. Embrace aging with acceptance and adaptation. Our culture often portrays aging as an adversary to be battled, offering countless products and services promising eternal youth. But the experts on aging, those who have lived through its stages, present a different perspective. Don't fight it. Embrace it. Instead of struggling against the inevitable, They advocate acceptance and adaptation, leading to a more fulfilling and enriching life. Key lessons for embracing aging. 1. Being old is much better than you think. Aging can bring unexpected joys, opportunities, and personal growth. Instead of dreading the years ahead, think of them as a quest for new adventures and a time of deeper understanding and connection. 2. Act now like you will need your body for 100 years. Caring for your health isn't about avoiding death but about ensuring a vibrant and independent life. Bad habits now, like smoking or inactivity, don't just shorten life, they make it harder. Commit to your health as an investment in your future self. 3. Don't worry about dying. The experts don't. With age comes a surprising comfort with mortality. The experts suggest planning for the practical aspects of death but advise letting go of fear, focusing instead on the life you're living now. 4. Stay connected. Isolation is a major risk in later life, but it's preventable. Foster relationships, join activities, and make a conscious effort to stay socially engaged. Relationships are a cornerstone of well-being at every age. 5. Plan ahead about where you will live. Avoid reactive decisions by planning early for where you or your loved ones will live in later years. Senior living communities, when chosen thoughtfully, can open doors to a vibrant and connected lifestyle. Adapting to change. The key to aging gracefully. The experts emphasize the concept of selective optimization with compensation, focusing on what matters most, optimizing your efforts, and adapting to physical changes. This isn't about giving up. It's about finding new ways to thrive. Clayton Greeno, for example, compares aging to running. If you can't run as fast, you go slower, but you keep running. Accept limitations, but keep going. Stretch your abilities as far as you can. Priscilla Linares shares her journey of adapting her love for hiking. When I couldn't climb the big mountains anymore, I was angry and upset, but I realized I could still hike the smaller ones. I've learned to accommodate, and now I enjoy what I can do rather than mourn what I can't. Their advice is a call to reframe aging not as a loss but as a chance to find new ways to live fully. The final word. Let go of the fight. The experts urge us to abandon the futile and exhausting battle against aging. Instead of pouring energy into anti-aging fads or lamenting lost youth, channel it into acceptance and growth. Aging is not a defeat. It's a natural progression filled with potential for joy and discovery. Whether it's continuing a cherished activity in a modified way, forging deeper connections with others, or simply learning to savor the small moments, the experts show that aging can be a rich and rewarding stage of life. Their message is clear. Stop fighting and start living. Chapter 6. I can look everyone in the eye. Lessons for living a life without regrets. Avoiding a life of what ifs. Life is full of choices, some of which haunt us with regret, while others bring lasting pride. Those small regrets, like a harsh word spoken or an impulsive purchase, are fleeting. Major regrets can linger, shaping how we view our lives. For many, these regrets stem from decisions made long ago, leaving them powerless to change the past. The good news is that wisdom from those who have lived long lives offers a roadmap for avoiding regret. By reflecting on their experiences, we can learn to make choices that foster pride and satisfaction, not sorrow. 5 lessons for a regret-free life. 1. Always be true to yourself. The experts' most consistent advice. Live authentically and don't let fear or others' expectations dictate your choices. Many expressed regret over not pursuing their dreams or failing to stand up for themselves. Grace Larimore, 82, told me, "I spent so many years trying to be who other people thought I should be. I didn't realize until later that it's your own life. Don't let anyone else live it for you." Whether it's pursuing a career that fulfills you, embracing a lifestyle you believe in, or choosing relationships that uplift you, being true to yourself is key to living without regret. 2. Express your love freely. Many of the oldest Americans reflected on relationships that ended with important words left unsaid. Regret often stems from not telling people how much they mattered, whether due to fear, pride, or procrastination. Richard Farnsworth, 79, shared this lesson. "My wife passed away suddenly, and I thought about all the times I could have told her I loved her but didn't. It hurts even now. Don't let that happen. Say it today." The experts remind us, life is unpredictable. Make time to nurture relationships and speak your feelings openly. 3. Choose meaning over money. While financial security is important, the experts caution against sacrificing meaning and fulfillment for material wealth. They consistently stressed that experiences and relationships bring more satisfaction than possessions. Carlina Walters, 88, put it bluntly, "I had the house, the car, the vacations, but I didn't have the joy of seeing my kids grow up because I was working 60-hour weeks. I'd trade it all to get that time back." Rather than chasing money, the experts suggest focusing on meaningful work, hobbies, and relationships. 4. Take risks for what matters. Many regrets stem not from what people did but from what they didn't do, chances they didn't take. Fear of failure or rejection often holds us back, but the experts urge us to act boldly in pursuit of our passions. Miriam Adler, 92, reflected, "When I was younger, I wanted to travel, but I was scared of going alone. Now I look back and think, why didn't I just go?" Don't let fear stop you from living. The experts encourage us to ask, will I regret not doing this later? If the answer is yes, take the leap. 5. Forgive and move on. Holding on to anger and grudges was a frequent source of regret for the experts. They found that forgiving others, whether they deserved it or not, freed them from bitterness and allowed them to move forward. Helen Bowers, 85, shared, "I wasted 10 years being angry at my brother over something petty. We missed so much time together. Forgive now, you'll never regret that." The experts remind us, life is short. Let go of resentment and focus on the relationships that bring you joy. The advice from the experts can be summarized in one simple question to guide your choices. Will this decision leave me proud or full of regret when I look back on my life? By prioritizing authenticity, love, meaningful experiences, courage, and forgiveness, you can create a life that you can look back on without sorrow or shame. The goal isn't perfection but a life lived intentionally, one in which you can, as Gertrude Towers, 76, said, look everyone in the eye and be proud. Make choices today that will allow you to say, like Edith Piaf, "No, I regret nothing." Chapter 6, The First Lesson. Always be honest. The key to living without regret. Honesty emerged as the most repeated and emphatic lesson from the experts. Across all their stories and reflections, honesty stood out as a cornerstone of a regret-free life. For them, it wasn't just a virtue, it was a guiding principle, an anchor for self-respect, and the basis of meaningful relationships. Honesty as a lifelong compass. The experts didn't mince words. They advised that honesty isn't situational or conditional. It's not about being honest most of the time or when it's convenient. Instead, they argued for living with unwavering integrity, whether in relationships, work, or self-reflection. Arnie Hoffman, 83, summarized it succinctly, "If you're honest with yourself, you'll be honest with your wife and family. If you're honest with all the people around you, no matter what happens, you can look at yourself in the mirror and say, I haven't done anything wrong." For the experts, honesty creates a life free from the stress of lies and deceit. It enables you to look back without shame and forward without fear of discovery. The pain of dishonesty. The lessons about honesty came not only from those who lived by it but also from those who struggled with its absence, either in their own lives or in how others treated them. For them, dishonesty left a lasting imprint, creating regrets they carried into old age. The burden of betrayal. Eugene Earnhardt, 80, shared a deeply personal story about his failure to remain faithful in his marriage. His tears and pauses during the interview underscored the weight of his regret. "I was not a faithful husband, and I regret it. Fidelity wasn't there. It's hard for me to say this, and sometimes I get really depressed about it. But tell people, don't ramble around the country doing what I did. Faithfulness is one of the most important things people should cling to." Eugene's story serves as a stark reminder. Dishonesty in relationships leads to profound remorse, even decades later. The cost of dishonesty at work. Similarly, dishonesty in professional life can leave scars. The experts warned that cutting corners or engaging in unethical behavior might seem tempting in the moment, but the psychological cost far outweighs the benefits. Jordan Weiser, 77, described a time when he got involved in a shady import scheme. It wasn't on a grand scale, but it was skirting the law, and you can't do those things. Since then, I will not even go near anything like that. It's not worth it. Believe me, it's not worth it for money to do questionable stuff. It will destroy you. Jordan's story illustrates the lesson. Integrity is priceless, and dishonest actions can haunt you for a lifetime. The peace of living honestly while dishonesty breeds regret. Honesty creates freedom, joy, and inner peace. The experts who consistently lived by their principles expressed a sense of pride and calm in their old age. Larry Hanley shared how honesty brought him joy, even at the cost of short-term gains. In your life and your work, the important thing is being honest and truthful. Don't give any kind of baloney to your customers. You just level with them. Yes, it might mean turning down business, but it always works out. And then you'll never have to worry about being found out or people thinking less of you. You can be at peace knowing you've told the truth. It's a joyful thing, really. Honesty, as Larry and others highlighted, isn't just about avoiding regret. It's about creating a life of pride and satisfaction. The legacy of honesty. One expert summed up the importance of honesty with a simple story. Arthur Moffat, 86, described his father's clothing store, where a sign read, "Just one price, one just price." This motto was a metaphor for living honestly, treating everyone fairly, staying true to your word, and living a life free of deceit. Arthur believed this principle was key to avoiding the traps and pitfalls of life. The expert's message: choose honesty every time. The overwhelming consensus among the experts is clear. Honesty prevents regret. Honesty builds trust and respect. Honesty creates peace of mind. While life offers many values to live by, honesty stands above all as the bedrock of a meaningful and regret-free existence. So, as you navigate life's choices, remember the wisdom of those who've walked the path before you. Always be honest. Then you'll never have to worry about what people think, or about what you think of yourself. Chapter 6. The second lesson. Say yes to opportunities. How embracing the unknown leads to a life well-lived. Life is full of crossroads. Moments where we are faced with opportunities that challenge our comfort zones. The experts overwhelmingly agree on one piece of advice. When life presents an opportunity, say yes. Whether in your career, relationships, or personal growth, leaning into opportunities, even when they feel daunting, can be the key to a life rich with experiences and free of regret. The cost of staying in your comfort zone. It's easy to fall into the trap of playing it safe. For some, fear of failure or lack of confidence holds them back. For others, the desire for predictability and control keeps them from taking risks. Yet, the experts warn that the biggest regrets come from the opportunities we let pass us by. Joe Schluter, 73, encapsulated this idea. Life gets boring if you say, "No, I don't want to try anything new." Say yes unless you have a solid reason to say no. Even if you don't think you're qualified, take their word for it and give it a go. You can always learn. The rewards of saying yes. The experts who said yes to challenges consistently reported greater satisfaction and fulfillment in their lives. They found that the courage to take risks often led to personal growth, career advancements, and unforgettable memories. Shelley Donaldson recalled a pivotal moment in her life when she hesitated to apply for a job because she didn't meet all the qualifications. With encouragement, she took the chance, got the position, and grew in ways she never imagined. If you're so risk-averse, you're not going to get new opportunities. Sometimes you just have to take the leap and trust that you'll rise to the occasion. Resilience in the face of challenges. Opportunities often come disguised as challenges. For the experts, even setbacks became opportunities to grow stronger. Albert Folsom, a farmer, shared how his family faced numerous hardships, from fires to hailstorms to crushing snow. Each time they rebuilt bigger and better. Albert even wrote a poem for his grandchildren, offering this timeless advice. When the cards are stacked against you, come back and double the bet. This philosophy reflects the power of resilience and optimism. Taking risks, even in the face of adversity, often pays off in the long run. The risks of saying no. On the flip side, the experts who declined opportunities often spoke of deep regret. These were moments when fear or self-doubt held them back, and the chance to grow or achieve something meaningful slipped away. One expert described this dilemma poignantly. We cannot take two paths at once. At some point, we must decide. Not deciding is itself a decision. The expert's advice for saying yes: 1. Trust others' confidence in you. If someone believes you can do something, believe them. Often, others see potential in us that we might not recognize ourselves. 2. Focus on growth, not fear. Saying yes might feel uncomfortable, but discomfort often signals growth. Challenge yourself to step outside your comfort zone. 3. Think long-term. When faced with a decision, consider how you'll feel about it in 10 or 20 years. Will you regret not taking the chance? 4. Turn setbacks into opportunities. Even if things don't go as planned, use the experience to learn and grow. Resilience builds character and opens new doors. A life of yes. The path to fulfillment. The lesson is simple yet profound. Say yes to life's opportunities, even when they seem intimidating or inconvenient. Those who take the leap often find themselves on paths they never imagined, with experiences that enrich their lives in unexpected ways. So, the next time opportunity knocks, follow the wisdom of the experts. Take the road less traveled. It might just make all the difference. Two men, remarkably similar in background, faced pivotal choices in their lives. Their decisions, one to play it safe, the other to take a risk, led to drastically different outcomes. Through their stories, the experts provide a powerful lesson. Embrace opportunities when they arise. The regret of not trying can far outweigh the risks of stepping into the unknown. Rod Harrison. The path of playing it safe. Rod Harrison's life illustrates the consequences of staying within one's comfort zone. Although he enjoyed financial stability and retired early, his career was marked by a sense of stagnation and unfulfilled potential. A decision made early in his life, observing tired executives and vowing never to push himself, shaped his entire trajectory. Rod reflects with a tinge of regret. I would probably do it differently. Music is more important to me than anything else. I would have loved to be in the business of putting music in front of the public, to be involved in the arts at that level. Despite a respectable career, Rod feels that he allowed fear and self-doubt to hold him back. His advice? Stand up and shout. Don't be so hard on yourself. And don't let intimidation stop you from going after what you want. Vincent Morris. The path of embracing risk in stark contrast. Vincent Morris seized an opportunity that transformed his life. At 32, while sitting on a beach with his wife, he faced a critical moment of decision. Dissatisfied with his business career, Vincent revealed his desire to become a writer. His wife's unwavering support, "What took you so long to make up your mind?" gave him the courage to pursue his passion. Vincent never looked back. He built a fulfilling career as a writer, turning his passion into his livelihood. He describes his life's work with joy. I still enjoy taking a white sheet of paper and filling that thing up. That's interesting. His advice to younger generations is to avoid getting trapped by the allure of material rewards. By the time you're 40 or 50, some of the brighter ones start having second thoughts. You need to think beyond yourself and your material concerns. The Big Dipper doesn't care how much money you made working for JP Morgan. It just doesn't matter. A tale of two choices. Rod and Vincent's stories serve as a mirror image, offering a striking contrast between saying no and saying yes. One chose safety and financial security, only to later reflect on missed opportunities. The other embraced risk and uncertainty, reaping the rewards of a life aligned with his passions. The lesson: say yes at the right moment. The difference between these two lives highlights a critical truth. Life is shaped by the opportunities we accept or decline. Saying yes often involves risk, but it can lead to fulfillment, growth, and a sense of purpose. The experts encourage us to avoid becoming trapped in careers or routines that don't bring us joy. As Vincent wisely noted, when you look back on your life, material success will pale in comparison to the satisfaction of pursuing your true calling. Next time opportunity knocks, remember, be bold. Trust your instincts and take a chance on what excites you. Seek alignment with your passions. True fulfillment comes from doing what you love. Embrace risk. Growth often requires stepping outside your comfort zone. Two paths, two choices. The decision is yours, but as the experts remind us, saying yes can make all the difference. Chapter 6, the third lesson. Travel more. The experts unanimously agreed on one vital lesson for a fulfilling life. Travel as much as you can while you are able. Whether it's venturing to a new country or exploring the wonders of your local surroundings, travel provides unparalleled opportunities for learning, growth, and joy. And when your traveling days are over, you are far more likely to regret the trips you didn't take than those you did. Why travel matters. For many of the oldest Americans, childhood and early adult life were characterized by limited mobility. Travel opportunities were rare, and most people lived in the same communities their entire lives. It wasn't until events like World War II or the advent of affordable air travel that some experienced the transformative power of venturing beyond their familiar surroundings. Travel, they found, was more than just recreation. It expanded their horizons and deepened their understanding of the world. As Zach Danko, 87, recalled from his experience during World War II, "It is a big world. Talking to people who were different taught me things I couldn't have learned otherwise. Even for those who explored far and wide, like Lee Ferrier, 97, the desire to see more remains. There are places I wish I'd seen, places I'd still like to go. The biggest regret, not traveling enough." One of the most common reflections from the experts was the wish that they had traveled more. This sentiment often came with a strong message for younger generations. Don't wait. Ruth Helm shared how her husband's insistence on traveling early in life changed her perspective. "He told me, let's travel now. Who knows if we can go when we're older?" So we traveled all over the world. "It's true, you could get sick, you could die, so go now." This sense of urgency was echoed by many others who emphasized that health, mobility, and energy levels often decline with age. Waiting too long to embark on adventures can lead to missed opportunities that cannot be reclaimed. The transformative power of travel beyond the sheer joy of experiencing new places. The experts found travel to be transformative, broadening horizons. Meeting people from different cultures fosters empathy and understanding. Strengthening relationships. Traveling with loved ones can create cherished memories and deepen bonds. Personal growth. Navigating unfamiliar environments builds resilience, adaptability, and confidence. As Marcella Youssef, 76, noted, "You learn so much about yourself and others when you travel. Even just sitting in a cafe in another country, watching the world go by, can change your perspective on life." Advice for younger generations. The experts have a clear message. Make travel a priority while you can. Don't wait for the perfect time. There will always be reasons to delay, but the right time may never come. Travel within your means. You don't have to go on extravagant trips. Even small, local adventures can be rewarding. Start early. Begin exploring when you are young and healthy, and continue as long as you are able. Marcella summed it up perfectly. Do as much traveling as possible while you are young, without hurting your financial or family life. You'll never regret it. A call to adventure, whether it's a cross-country road trip, a weekend getaway, or a journey to a far-off land, traveling enriches life in countless ways. It is an investment in experiences that you will carry with you forever. The experts remind us that life is short, and the world is vast. So pack your bags, open your heart to new experiences, and go see it. When the experts reflected on their lives, one regret stood out clearly: not traveling enough. The message they shared is simple but profound. Travel is one of life's greatest opportunities, offering experiences and memories that enrich your life in ways few other activities can. Whether it was exploring foreign lands, visiting family across the country, or simply taking a weekend road trip, travel provided the experts with moments of joy, connection, and perspective. Those who prioritized travel felt fulfilled. Those who didn't often wished they had. Why travel matters. Travel expands horizons and creates unforgettable memories. It allows people to experience new cultures. Meeting people from different walks of life fosters empathy and understanding. Strengthen relationships. Traveling with loved ones builds bonds and shared experiences. Break the routine. Seeing new places refreshes the mind and invigorates the spirit. As Zach Danko, 87, shared from his experience in World War II. It is a big world. Talking to people who were different taught me things I couldn't have learned otherwise. Even those who traveled extensively, like Lee Ferrier, 97, still wished for more. There are places I wish I'd seen, places I'd still like to go. The biggest regret. Waiting too long. The experts emphasized that travel should not be postponed. Waiting until the right time or retirement often leads to missed opportunities. Health declines, companions may no longer be available, or life circumstances might change unexpectedly. Jack Baltar, 81, lost his wife before they could travel together in retirement. We always thought we'd do a lot of traveling when we retired, but then Lynn passed away and it was too late. I took a couple of trips alone, but it's less fun going alone. I wanted to share things with her when I traveled, but we waited too long. Similarly, Bettina Grover, 86, expressed a deep longing for what might have been. I always wanted to go to Hawaii, but I never made it. Oh, it's too late for me. Travel as a priority for the experts. Travel was not just a luxury, it was a priority. Many believed it was worth cutting back on other expenses to afford trips. As Donna Laughlin, 78, put it, if you have to make a decision whether you want to remodel your kitchen or take a trip, well, I say, choose the trip. They also recognized the unique benefits of traveling while young. Physical ability. Younger travelers can handle the rigors of hiking, exploring, and long journeys. Broader horizons. Seeing the world at a younger age can influence career, relationships, and life direction. No excuses. Just go. The experts were clear. Excuses not to travel rarely hold up. They shared stories of overcoming immense challenges to keep exploring. Health challenges. Rosemary Brewster and her husband traveled extensively despite his dialysis treatments. She adapted their trips to include overnight procedures, saying, "We weren't going to miss out just because he got sick." Age and falls. Donna Laughlin joked about her determination to keep traveling. "I fell in Russia. I fell in Italy. I'm willing to fall in Germany if it's necessary." Practical advice for younger generations. 1. Make a list. Write down the places you dream of visiting and set goals for how and when to get there. 2. Plan ahead. Prioritize trips before health or other circumstances limit your ability to travel. 3. Choose experiences over material things. Remodeling a house can wait, exploring the world cannot. 4. Travel with loved ones. Shared experiences create cherished memories that will last a lifetime. A call to adventure. The experts' wisdom is clear. Travel while you can. Whether it's a grand journey or a short trip to a nearby town, travel enriches life in ways nothing else can. So don't wait for the perfect time. Make time. As one elder wisely said, don't put off until tomorrow what you can do today. Chapter 6, the fourth lesson. Choose a mate with extreme care. The decision of whom to marry is one of the most consequential choices a person can make, and the experts unanimously agree. Choose wisely. Whether they were happily married, divorced, or remarried, their advice carried the same weight. Take your time, deeply understand your partner, and don't rush into marriage. Some of the most poignant lessons came from experts who experienced unhappy marriages. Many attributed these failures to impulsive decisions, infatuation, or marrying without fully knowing their partner. Their regrets were profound and often lifelong. Kate DeJong, 75, reflected on her regret over marrying the wrong person. "I was determined not to get divorced because of my parents' experience. Unfortunately, I ended up in an unhappy marriage for 50 years. It's a shadow I've lived with all my adult life." Others echoed her sentiments, noting that while they found ways to live with their choices, the emotional toll was significant. The risks of rushing. The experts emphasized the dangers of hasty commitments, often driven by passion or societal pressure. They warned against 3 common pitfalls. 1. Impulsive passion, marrying in the romantic phase without deeply knowing the person. 2. Desperation, settling for someone out of fear that no one else will come along. 3. Sliding into marriage, committing without clear intentions, driven by momentum rather than conviction. Keith Kuhn described the risk of making decisions while in the romantic phase. In that phase, people want to be on their best behavior and say what the other wants to hear. But once you're married, you may find you're completely different, like night and day. The experts strongly advocated for patience and deliberate evaluation of a potential life partner. They advised young people to take the time to deeply understand their partner's values, goals, and character. Henry David advised looking far into the future. Be very, very careful about the selection of a life partner. Look beyond the near horizon and think about challenges you'll face together. This person will be your partner in navigating life's problems. Even if someone seems good, don't be afraid to walk away if they're not the right fit. The message was clear. Don't settle, and don't let fear or pressure dictate your choice. Lessons from remarriage. Many of the experts who remarried after a failed first marriage emphasized that the second time around, they chose with greater care and were much happier for it. Phyllis Morton, 78, put it bluntly, "It's better not to marry at all than to marry the wrong person. My husband and I both learned that lesson the hard way, and we're happy now." How to choose wisely. The experts suggested several practical tips for evaluating a potential life partner. 1. Spend time together in different contexts. See how your partner handles stress, interacts with others, and navigates life's challenges. 2. Discuss values and goals. Ensure alignment on major life issues like family, finances, and career. 3. Look beyond infatuation. Don't let the romantic phase cloud your judgment. 4. Seek counsel. Talk to trusted friends and family who know you well. They can provide objective insights. 5. Trust your instincts. If something feels off, don't ignore it. A cautionary tale. Sarah Palmer, 84, shared how her first marriage failed because she and her husband didn't truly know each other. "He wasn't what I thought he was. I found out too late that we wanted completely different things. I was blinded by love and couldn't see anything else. That was a big mistake." The reward of getting it right for those who chose carefully. Marriage was one of life's greatest sources of happiness. A strong partnership provided support, joy, and a sense of purpose. The experts agreed that the time spent choosing the right partner is well worth it. As Keith Kuhn concluded, "It's better to wait and be sure than to rush and regret. Marry someone who will stand by you through life's ups and downs." Their wisdom is a reminder that love isn't just about emotion. It's about thoughtful, intentional commitment. Kate DeJong's story serves as a poignant reminder of the importance of truly understanding your partner before committing to marriage. Her reflection underscores how a lack of alignment and communication can lead to decades of struggle and unfulfilled expectations in a marriage. Despite her determination to avoid divorce, Kate's marriage evolved into a cohabitation rather than a partnership, leaving her to build a life largely independent of her husband. Kate's regret. Communication is the biggest barrier. Kate highlights the consequences of not fully understanding her partner's personality and communication style before marriage. As she put it, "I'm a talker. He's not. He can't express his feelings. Why, I don't know. I never have. I never will, probably." Her advice to younger people is to take the time to deeply understand a potential partner before committing, as doing so could prevent a lifetime of frustration and emotional distance. Pause, reflect, and investigate your motives. Jeff Baylor, 91, emphasizes the importance of thorough self-reflection and critical examination before taking the step into marriage. His advice resonates deeply for those at any stage of life contemplating marriage. When you think you've found your true life partner, think twice, 3 times, or however many times it takes. Investigate it more thoroughly than any other decision, weigh your options, and in particular, examine your motives. If you are doing it for the wrong reasons, you have every reason to wait. This advice challenges us to 1. Reflect on our motives. Are you marrying because of societal pressure, fear of loneliness, or convenience? 2. Assess compatibility. Do you share values, goals, and communication styles? 3. Take your time. Never rush into a decision as significant as marriage. The path to a happy marriage. The experts agree that choosing the right partner can make all the difference between a life filled with joy and support and one of regret and compromise. Their advice is clear. Approach marriage thoughtfully, intentionally, and with a willingness to wait if something doesn't feel right. After all, as Kate's experience and Jeff's advice demonstrate, Taking the time to ensure you are truly compatible can prevent a lifetime of heartache. Chapter 6, the fifth lesson. Say it now. The experts collectively emphasized one critical and poignant life lesson. If you have something important to say it before it's too late. The deepest and most enduring regrets often come not from the things we said, but from the things we left unsaid. Whether it's expressing love, appreciation, forgiveness, or curiosity, the message from those who have lived long lives is clear. Don't wait to speak your heart. Send flowers to the living. Ralph Valise, 72, put it succinctly. Send flowers to the living. The dead never see them. This metaphor reminds us to show appreciation, love, and kindness while people are still around to receive it. Ralph's rule for living a regret-free life is simple yet powerful. Do it now. Don't wait to mend a grudge. Express your gratitude or share your feelings. Don't assume you'll have more time. Life is unpredictable, and missed opportunities may never come again. Love left unspoken. Even in close relationships, people often fail to express their deepest feelings. Many of the experts shared their regrets about not communicating enough in their marriages, often realizing it too late. Grover Sykes, 89, mourns his wife but wishes he had told her more about how much she meant to him. I wish I'd told her she was the first and only woman that I really ever wanted to marry. His story illustrates how unspoken words can weigh heavily, even in good marriages. Hal Phipps, 81, broke down as he confessed his regret about not telling his wife he loved her enough. The one thing I regret is that I didn't tell her how much I loved her as much as I should have. I didn't really realize that until I lost her. Both men exemplify the profound regret that comes from failing to share heartfelt emotions with loved ones. The importance of simple words, I love you. Some of the most impactful stories revolved around the simple but powerful phrase, I love you. Dennis Setzer, 81, struggled with expressing his love to his wife, Marjorie. Only during a moment of crisis did he manage to communicate his feelings. I felt that she came to understand how much I cared, in language and in my behavior. Then, that's one of those experiences that make you understand what is and what's not important. Ruth Helm tragically lost her college-age daughter in a plane crash, but her consistent habit of saying, I love you, gave her solace. When I said goodbye to my daughter, the last words I said to her were, I love you. These stories reinforce the importance of expressing love daily, as it can bring peace even in moments of tragedy. Ask the questions before it's too late. It's not just unspoken words, but also unasked questions that can lead to regret. Once someone is gone, so too is their unique knowledge, perspective, and history. The author shared his personal regret. I have a whole list of questions I would give anything for the chance to ask, but it's too late. Questions about family history, personal stories, or wisdom remain unanswered if we don't take the opportunity to ask while we can. A simple regret prevention strategy. The expert's advice boils down to one actionable lesson. 1. Have the conversation. Whether it's telling someone you love them, expressing gratitude, or asking a burning question, make the effort now. 2. Don't take time for granted. Assume that today might be your only chance. As Hal Phipps wisely noted, express yourself. It would have been much more fulfilling for both of us if I hadn't held back. The message is clear. Say what needs to be said, ask what needs to be asked, and leave no words unspoken. Chapter 6 Postscript. Lighten up while striving to live a life with fewer regrets is a noble pursuit. The experts offer one last, vital lesson. Be kind to yourself about the mistakes you've made. Regrets are inevitable for anyone who has truly lived. The challenge isn't avoiding all mistakes. It's learning to let go and forgive yourself for the errors you've made along the way. The refrigerator list for regret reduction. The lessons in this chapter offer practical ways to minimize regrets and make better life choices. 1. Always be honest. Dishonesty, even in small matters, often leads to long-term regret. Be fair and square in all your dealings. 2. Say yes to opportunities. Embrace challenges and new experiences. You're more likely to regret saying no than stepping out of your comfort zone. 3. Travel more. Prioritize travel and exploration. The adventures you have, big or small, will often become cherished memories, while missed opportunities to explore may haunt you. 4. Choose a mate with extreme care. Take your time to truly know a prospective partner before committing. Avoid rushing into relationships or making decisions out of fear or desperation. 5. Say it now. Express your feelings, gratitude, and love before it's too late. Conversations left unspoken are among the deepest sources of regret. Forgiving yourself. A final lesson. Although these lessons can guide you toward fewer regrets, the experts also remind us that a completely regret-free life is unlikely. Mistakes and missteps are inevitable for anyone who takes risks, embraces opportunities, or simply navigates the complexities of life. The real question is whether we allow those mistakes to burden us as ongoing regrets, or if we can forgive ourselves and move forward. Practice self-acceptance. Alice Rosetto, 85, learned the value of self-acceptance. You can't change what's happened in the past. You have to accept yourself, warts and all. Once a decision is made or a direction is started, you don't get anywhere by looking back and second-guessing it. If you've bought a pair of shoes, don't look at the shoes in the next store window. Be gentle with yourself. Marilyn Stifler, 69, emphasizes the need for kindness toward oneself. People are so hard on themselves. Try not to be too judgmental. Take it easy. Take it easy on yourself. Learn from mistakes without dwelling on them. Regret doesn't need to be a lifelong sentence. The experts encourage us to reflect, learn, and then let go. As they explain, being kind to yourself is just as important as being kind to others. Permission to lighten up. The ultimate wisdom of the elders is this: forgive yourself. Holding on to guilt and regret only weighs you down. Mistakes and missteps are part of the human experience, and the ability to forgive ourselves is a hallmark of wisdom and growth. Marilyn Stifler's simple advice resonates deeply. Appreciate who you are. As you navigate life, remember this lesson. Work toward making better choices, but if you stumble, lighten up. Learn, let go, and move forward. The wisest Americans have lived through their share of mistakes, and they give you permission to forgive yourself too. Chapter 7. Choose happiness. Lessons for living like an expert. Jane Hilliard, 90. My parents' divorce when I was 13 was ugly and acrimonious, and my mother, sister, and I suffered severe financial hardship. My school life was important to me, and I was disappointed that I was unable to go on to college. World War II affected and changed everyone's life. We truly thought it was to be the war to end all wars. What a bitter lesson that was. I was emotionally and financially unequipped for the grief and difficulties that followed my husband's death in 1952. When I look back now, I wonder how we survived. But my later years have been much easier because I learned to be grateful for what I have and no longer bemoan what I don't have or can't do. Saying thank you reminds me of my blessings, which are many. When I look back over my life, the most important things I have learned are these. My small and modest home gives me a feeling of comfort and security. Being self-reliant and able to care for myself is part of my mother's heritage to me. She didn't give up when life was difficult, and I try not to either. Grief, sorrow, and disappointment are difficult to endure, but in time I realized that there usually was a lesson to be learned. Memory has allowed me to remember a person loved who is now gone. Mother taught me not to cry over spilt milk. If you make a mess, clean it up. If you break it, fix it. And if you make a mistake, correct it. She also taught me to keep my word, to be dependable, not to rob others of their time by being late, and to promptly return what I borrow. The world would be a better place if we all learned to value each other, to respect each other's privacy and differences, and, most importantly, not to be judgmental. Life isn't fair. I believe it is important to have arms outstretched. One hand up to the person who is giving you a lift and one hand down, giving someone else a helping hand. Some days will be passed by putting one foot in front of the other to get through, but others will be filled with joy, every moment worth celebrating. I have had to live simply, but eventually, I realized that it is the best way for me to live. To know what is enough, not to use more than my share of the earth's resources, to recognize the difference between wants and needs, to enjoy the pleasure of making something broken of use again, and learning to appreciate simple pleasures has made my life more satisfying and less worrisome. Happiness does not depend on how much we have but is based on personal success of skills and artistry. a sense of humor, the acquisition of knowledge, the refinement of character, the expression of gratitude, the satisfaction of helping others, the pleasure of friends, the comfort of family, and the joy of love. Living like an expert. A shared worldview. As you have read the 25 lessons in the previous chapters, you may have noticed that while the specific topics differ, the advice has an underlying coherence. Like recurring motifs in a symphony, certain themes wind through the expert's recommendations on how to live a meaningful life. Key themes include the importance of time and spending it well, a deep knowledge of human vulnerability and the inevitability of struggle, the value of close relationships and open communication, honesty and integrity as essential virtues, the shared experience of historical and personal events, combined with their perspective at the end of life, gives America's elders a unique worldview. It's one we can all learn from, a guide for how to approach our own lives with wisdom, gratitude, and purpose. By embracing these lessons and learning to think like the experts, we can transform our own outlook on happiness and fulfillment. These 5 lessons represent the conceptual framework that underpins the wisdom of America's elders. They tap into the worldview that has surfaced repeatedly in their advice, providing a foundation for a life of fulfillment and meaning. 1. Time is of the essence. The elders understand that time is our most valuable resource. They remind us to spend it wisely. Don't waste time on trivial pursuits or unworthy people. Value each moment. Even the mundane aspects of life can bring joy if we're mindful. Focus on what truly matters. Prioritize relationships, personal growth, and experiences over material possessions. 2. Accept life as it is. The experts encourage us to embrace life's inherent unpredictability and imperfections. Life isn't fair. Accept this truth and move forward rather than dwelling on grievances. Adapt to change. Resilience in the face of adversity is a cornerstone of happiness. Appreciate simplicity. Learn to find joy in small pleasures and in knowing what is enough. 3. Build strong relationships. The experts repeatedly stress the importance of meaningful connections. Prioritize loved ones. Nurture relationships with family and friends. Communicate openly. Say what needs to be said while you can. Be dependable. Trust and reliability form the foundation of strong relationships. 4. Practice gratitude. Gratitude is central to the expert worldview. Focus on what you have. Be thankful for your blessings rather than lamenting what's missing. Express it often. Say thank you to others and acknowledge the positive aspects of your life. Find joy in giving back. Helping others brings its own kind of happiness and fulfillment. 5. Choose happiness. The experts emphasize that happiness is a choice rather than a result of circumstances. Take responsibility. Your mindset plays a significant role in how you experience life. Find purpose. Engage in activities that align with your values and bring meaning. Don't wait for joy. Celebrate life's moments, both big and small, as they come. Chapter 7, the first lesson. Time is of the essence. The elders' insights on time center on its fleeting nature and the importance of making the most of it. Their lived experiences reveal that our perception of time evolves as we age, becoming more profound and urgent with each passing decade. For those of us who are younger, they urge us to learn from their perspective and avoid the regret of wasted time. Life's finite nature for people in their 70s and beyond, the awareness of life's brevity becomes deeply ingrained. The experts describe time as a precious and limited resource, urging us to embrace this understanding now, rather than waiting until it's too late. Jordan Chun, 68. 68 years have gone by very, very fast. It seems like yesterday I graduated from high school, and that was 50 years ago. Essie Feist, 99. The older I get, the quicker the time goes. Before you know it, I'm 100. This wisdom is not new. It's echoed in ancient traditions. The psalmist wrote, "Teach us to number our days, that we may apply our hearts unto wisdom." The elders encourage us to embrace this mindset to prioritize our time wisely. Why we ignore it. Younger people often fail to internalize the shortness of life because it feels too distant. Many only experience brief glimpses of this reality, such as when they lose a loved one, but quickly revert to their usual routines. Joe Barno, 94. Starting out, the years just roll slowly. There's no such thing as looking ahead, thinking, oh, when I get to be 60 or 70. But believe me, it came so quickly I didn't know it was happening. Practical steps for acting on this lesson. Acknowledging life's shortness is one thing. Living in alignment with this awareness is another. The experts offer actionable advice to ensure that time is used wisely. 1. Reflect on priorities. Make a conscious effort to identify what truly matters to you, relationships, personal growth, experiences, and allocate your time accordingly. 2. Avoid squandering time. Be mindful of distractions, such as excessive screen time or unproductive routines, that can steal precious hours from your life. 3. Make each day count. Focus on being present and appreciating the small joys in daily life, even amidst busy schedules. 4. Plan for the long term. Use the awareness of life's brevity to make decisions that align with your values and create lasting fulfillment. The elders urge us to recognize the fleeting nature of time now, rather than waiting for the later years when its passage becomes undeniable. By adopting their perspective, we can make choices that lead to a richer, more intentional life, free from the regret of time wasted. For the elders, the core lesson of a life well lived is rooted in the recognition of time's fleeting nature. This lesson is not about fear or regret, but about embracing each day as a unique and irreplaceable gift. They advocate a mindset of living in the present and harvesting the joys, relationships, and opportunities of life while they are still within reach. Seize the day. A practical perspective. The elders endorse a version of carpe diem that is not about reckless abandon but about intentionality, harvesting the day to savor life's pleasures and experiences. They emphasize that younger people often miss the simple joy of being alive by focusing too much on the future or by being consumed with worry. Genevieve Portis, 72. I feel like you're responsible for what happens in your life, but that can make you think, I can't wait until. I spent many years of my life saying, I can't wait until I have a baby. I passed over a whole part of my life being focused on what was going to happen. When I let things go, they turn out in a more delightful way than if I had tried to control them. This lesson is a call to recognize the potential joy and beauty in the present moment, without postponing happiness for an uncertain future. Life as a gift. Many elders gain their appreciation for the present moment through hardship or loss, which deepen their understanding of life's fragility. Mary Beth Grieshaber, 74. Our son was hurt very badly when he was 4, and that may have colored my view that life is a gift. It's a library book that could be recalled anytime. Not that you don't want to have long-term plans, but don't put everything off. The experts remind us that time is not guaranteed. They encourage us to stop waiting for the perfect moment and instead act with the understanding that today is all we truly have. Celebrate the moment. The elders' wisdom carries an exuberant energy, urging younger generations to embrace life with enthusiasm and urgency. Valerie Jenkins, 74. Don't put off too long to do something. There are no wheelchair ramps to the bottom of the Grand Canyon, so if you want to get down there, you have to go when you've still got 2 little feet. Harriet Wagner, 75. We're not going to show up at their funerals because we can't stand funerals, but we are going to show up at any party or happy thing they invite us to. They don't really expect us to show up, but we do because we love a party. We tell them, we're not going to come to your funeral, so we're here now. Practical steps to embrace this lesson. 1. Banish I can't wait until. Stop fixating on future milestones as the source of happiness. Recognize that each day has its own unique value. 2. Be present and grateful. Approach each day with a mindset of gratitude, celebrating the small joys and connections in life. 3. Act now, not later. Take the trip, visit the friend, or pursue the passion you've been postponing. Avoid putting things off for someday, which may never come. 4. Focus on experiences over worries. Invest your time in creating memories and relationships, rather than dwelling on what-ifs or hypothetical scenarios. The experts have lived long enough to understand that life's brevity is its greatest teacher. By internalizing this lesson, we we can live with greater purpose and joy, making the most of the days we are given. Chapter 7. The second lesson. Happiness is a choice, not a condition. The elders in this study agree that happiness is not something that passively happens to us or depends entirely on external circumstances. Instead, it is an intentional choice, a mindset that requires effort, practice, and the conscious decision to embrace optimism and joy. Happiness as a daily choice. For many of the elders, the realization that happiness is a choice rather than a condition was transformative. They emphasized that while we may not control everything that happens to us, we are fully responsible for our attitudes and responses. Gretchen Phelps, 89. In my 89 years, I've learned that happiness is a choice, not a condition. My single best piece of advice is to take responsibility for your own happiness throughout your life. Mo Aziz, 75. You are not responsible for all the things that happen to you, but you are completely in control of your attitude and your reactions to them. If you let outside pressures determine how you feel and what you do, you have just abdicated your job as CEO of your own life. Happiness, they argue, comes from within. It is created, not received. Adapting to life's challenges. The elders are not naive about life's hardships. In fact, many have endured significant loss, pain, and disappointment. What sets them apart is their ability to adapt to these challenges and still find joy. Marguerite Renaud, 80. Lots of unpleasant things are going to happen to you in life, and when they do, you have two choices. You can mope and sulk and feel sorry for yourself, or you can put on a brave face and get on with your life. Christy Galvin, 84. Learn how to breathe and move on. There is plenty of pain to go around, but if you get stuck in it, you don't move on. I think you have to adopt a policy of being joyful. I don't think that joy and happiness just come at you. You make them. The lesson is not about ignoring pain, but about choosing to rise above it, finding ways to focus on gratitude, and embracing life's pleasures, big or small. The happy in spite of mindset. The experts advocate a mindset of being happy in spite of, rather than happy if only. Happy if only mentality. This is the belief that happiness depends on achieving external goals or changes in circumstances. Happy in spite of mentality. This involves choosing to be happy regardless of life's imperfections, focusing on the good in the present moment. Psychological research supports this view. Studies show that external changes, like getting a dream job, moving to a desired location, or even winning the lottery, provide only temporary boosts in happiness. Over time, people return to their baseline happiness levels, making an internal approach to happiness all the more crucial. Practical steps for choosing happiness. 1. Focus on what you can control. Accept that you cannot change certain external circumstances but have full control over your reactions and attitude. 2. Cultivate an attitude of gratitude. Practice daily gratitude for the good things in your life, however small. This mindset helps shift focus from what is lacking to what is abundant. 3. Reframe challenges as opportunities. See setbacks as opportunities for growth and learning rather than reasons to despair. 4. Practice joyful habits. Find activities, relationships, and routines that bring joy and make them a regular part of your life. 5. Let go of resentment. Release grudges, bitterness, and self-pity. These emotions only weigh you down and keep you stuck in unhappiness. The elders' stories reveal a profound truth. Happiness is not a destination or a condition imposed by external circumstances, but a deliberate and ongoing choice. Ruth Helm's story is a testament to this idea, as she made a conscious decision to move forward and embrace joy after unimaginable tragedy. The question then becomes, how can we follow their example and implement this lesson in our own lives? 1. Take responsibility for your happiness. The elders emphasize that waiting for circumstances to align perfectly for happiness is a mistake. Instead, they urge us to take responsibility for our outlook and actively work toward positivity, regardless of life's challenges. Ruth Helm's turning point. After losing her daughter, Ruth realized that her grief, while natural, was damaging her relationships with her surviving family. This realization spurred her to make a conscious shift, saying, "I chose to be happy. I made up my mind. I don't want to hurt my family anymore." This kind of self-awareness and accountability is key. The elders remind us that while external events are often beyond our control, our reactions to them are within our power. 2. Practice gratitude. Daily gratitude emerged as one of the most powerful tools for cultivating happiness among the elders. By focusing on what they had, rather than what they lacked, they were able to find joy even in the midst of difficulties. An attitude of gratitude. Many elders recommend starting each day with a moment of gratitude, acknowledging even small blessings. Ruth's shift from despair to joy began with recognizing the family and love she still had. Gratitude shifts our focus from scarcity to abundance, helping us see the beauty in the everyday. 3. Reframe challenges as opportunities. The experts frequently highlight the importance of reframing adversity. Rather than dwelling on setbacks, they find meaning in their experiences and use them as stepping stones for growth. Ruth's perspective on loss. I needed to take care of the ones who are here. That's what really pulled me out of it. By focusing on her surviving family and choosing to preserve those relationships, Ruth turned her grief into a motivating force for connection and care. 4. Surround yourself with positivity. The elders also advise being intentional about the people and environments you engage with. Positive relationships and uplifting activities can bolster your efforts to maintain happiness. Engage in joyful activities. Ruth mentions that she is now known for her constant smile and laughter, which come from actively seeking joy in her daily life. She focused on being present and appreciating what she still had. 5. Make the choice every day. The choice to be happy is not a one-time event but a daily practice. Many of the elders describe happiness as an ongoing commitment that requires regular effort. Daily happiness practice. The happiest elders often began their day by consciously choosing to focus on the good. They actively sought out small joys, maintained hopeful perspectives, and worked to let go of bitterness or despair. Practical steps to choose happiness. 1. Morning reflection. Begin your day by acknowledging something you are grateful for and set an intention to embrace positivity. 2. Reframe negative thoughts. When challenges arise, consciously ask yourself, how can I view this situation differently? 3. Focus on action. Identify one positive action you can take each day to enhance your well-being or strengthen a relationship. 4. Seek support. Engage with people who uplift you, and don't hesitate to share your struggles with trusted friends or family. 5. Celebrate small wins. Take time to recognize and enjoy even the smallest moments of joy or accomplishment. The experts remind us that happiness is not something we stumble upon. It is a skill that requires practice, discipline, and intention. Ruth Helm's story encapsulates this lesson beautifully. Happiness is possible, even in the face of profound loss, when we actively work toward it. As Ruth says, "You won't see sad in me. You see a smiling, happy person." This transformation is a reminder that while life may not always be kind, we can still choose to make it meaningful and joyful. The stories of Mary Farmer, Shirley Gary, and Antoinette Watkins are poignant examples of the immense resilience and wisdom our elders bring to the concept of happiness. Despite facing profound challenges, disability, health issues, and the devastating loss of loved ones, they exemplify the power of choosing happiness as a daily practice. Their insights provide a roadmap for cultivating joy, even amidst adversity. 1. Recognize life as a gift. Many elders emphasize that the mere act of being alive is a profound gift. This perspective often emerged in the face of significant challenges, as seen in Mary Farmer's life. After a debilitating stroke left her blind and partially paralyzed, she made a conscious decision to focus on what she could still do rather than what she had lost. Mary's daily gratitude. I'm so happy I can get up on my own. By choosing to appreciate each day as a blessing, Mary transformed her circumstances into a life filled with meaning and satisfaction. Practical takeaway. Begin each day by acknowledging the simple but profound fact that you are alive. Take a moment to reflect on what you're grateful for, no matter how small. 2. Focus on the present. For many elders, happiness was found in the present moment. Shirley Gary described how she consciously redirects her attention from pain or negativity to the positives in her life. Shirley's strategy. If I see I'm beginning to feel bad, then I consciously start counting my blessings. This approach keeps her grounded in the here and now, reminding her of the good things she still has. Practical takeaway. When you feel overwhelmed or negative, pause and make a mental or written list of your blessings. This shift in focus can reframe your outlook and improve your mood. 3. Reframe loss as a gift. Antoinette Watkins offered a profound perspective on loss, seeing the time she had with her late daughter as a gift rather than focusing solely on the pain of her passing. Antoinette's perspective. The joy of having known them lasts forever. By cherishing the memories of her daughter, Antoinette found a way to honor her love and maintain positivity. Practical takeaway. When facing loss, focus on the positive impact the person or experience had on your life. Celebrate their memory as a source of joy rather than dwelling solely on the pain of absence. 4. Take ownership of your attitude. The elders consistently emphasized that happiness is a choice, not a condition. They rejected the notion that external circumstances control their emotional state. Instead, they embraced a proactive approach to cultivating joy. Mary Farmer's determination. Don't drag your behind. Get up and do what you have to do. Do it. Get it out of the way. Mary's attitude underscores the importance of taking responsibility for one's own happiness. Practical takeaway. Develop a mantra or daily affirmation to remind yourself that you are in control of your attitude. For example, start your day by saying, "Today, I choose to find joy in the little things." 5. Balance grief and gratitude. The elders have learned to navigate life's inevitable tragedies with grace, finding a balance between mourning their losses and celebrating life's pleasures. This dual awareness allows them to maintain a sense of hope and joy even in difficult times. Antoinette's lesson. The loss of a child will always bring you tears, but the joy of having known them lasts forever. This balance of grief and gratitude exemplifies the elders' approach to resilience. Practical takeaway. Allow yourself to feel grief, but actively seek moments of joy in daily life. Create a ritual, such as lighting a candle or writing a letter, to honor both your pain and your gratitude. Happiness is a practice. The wisdom of the elders reminds us that happiness isn't something that happens to us. It's something we create. It requires daily effort, intentional perspective shifts, and a deep appreciation for life's gifts. By choosing happiness, we not only enrich our own lives but also inspire those around us, just as Mary Farmer, Shirley Gary, and Antoinette Watkins have done. Their lives are a testament to the fact that, no matter the circumstances, we all have the power to find joy. Chapter 7, the third lesson. Time spent worrying is time wasted. The message from the experts was crystal clear. Stop worrying. When asked what advice they would give to younger people striving to make the most of their lives, many of them emphasized this point with remarkable consistency. Again and again, I heard variations of the same theme. I would have spent less time worrying, and I regret that I worried so much about everything. From the perspective of later life, many experts saw worry as a thief that had stolen time and energy they could never get back. If given the chance for a do-over, they would reclaim all those hours lost to anxious thoughts about a future that might never come to pass. Reflecting on my own life, I realized this advice shouldn't have surprised me. I had encountered its truth years before in a moment of clarity. I remember it vividly. I was in my mid-30s, feeling the fullness of life. I had secured a stable academic job, was happily married, and was the proud father of 2 beautiful daughters. My research was gaining recognition, and I had been invited to another university to present a lecture. The day before the event, I decided to take a run around campus. It was one of those quintessential fall days. Crisp, clear air, golden leaves, and the sound of students laughing on their way to class. As I ran, a vivid image of a conversation between my 36-year-old self and my 24-year-old self came to mind. My younger self had been a bundle of anxiety, constantly worrying about relationships, finances, and career prospects. At that time, I was navigating one of the most challenging job markets for academics in decades, and my peers and I often joked darkly about our PhDs qualifying us for little more than taxi driving or call center work. In this imagined conversation, I had one urgent message to share with my younger self. Stop worrying. I wanted to say, you're wasting this wonderful time in your life by being consumed with anxiety about things that may never happen. Trust that things will work out. I longed to reassure my younger self that everything had turned out okay, but that realization had come too late to save those years spent fretting. This memory echoed in the stories the experts shared with me. Their advice was simple, direct, and powerful. Worry is a colossal waste of your precious and limited time. They believed that training oneself to minimize or eliminate worry was one of the most transformative steps toward a happier life. Worry, they said, stands in the way of joy and contentment. John Alonzo, an 83-year-old former manual laborer who had endured a lifetime of financial insecurity, didn't mince words. His advice was straightforward. Don't believe that worrying will solve or help anything. It won't. So stop it. That was it, his one life lesson. Valerie Armstrong, a 69-year-old former physician, had a deeper perspective shaped by years of helping people in crisis. She offered this advice: don't worry. There's never an excuse to worry, and it makes it impossible for you to act appropriately. Addressing the common tendency to worry about health, she added, if you have to go to the doctor and you're afraid he might give you bad news, why worry? You don't know what he's going to say, so worrying is pointless. Once he tells you, there's still no need to worry, you now have information and can act on it. Worrying saps your energy and accomplishes nothing. If you need an operation and there's a risk involved, gather the facts, make your decision, and then let it go. What will be, will be. James Huang, 87, distilled the lesson into a question he had asked himself many times. Why? Why did I waste time focusing on everything that might go wrong? It made no difference at all. When I realized that, I felt a freedom that's hard to describe. My life lesson is this: stop frittering away your days worrying about what's next and make room for the things you love and enjoy. The experts didn't just suggest avoiding worry, they were emphatic about it. They used words like never and don't. Alice Rosetto, who had lived a long and fulfilling life, articulated why worry is so futile. Married for 60 years and a mother of 4, she had spent much of her career helping people overcome addiction. To Alice, worry was a misguided attempt to control what is ultimately uncontrollable. Worrying gives you the illusion of doing something, but it's not productive, she explained. You can't control everything, and trying to will only make you miserable. The message was unmistakable. Let go of worry, and embrace the freedom and joy waiting on the other side. Chapter 7, the fourth lesson. Think small when we think about happiness. Our minds often turn to grand achievements. Buying a house, finding a partner, having children, landing a dream job, or making more money. But according to America's elders, this approach is flawed. From their vantage point, the belief that happiness depends on some future milestone is a trap, one that many only recognized when their lives were nearing their end. So, what's the alternative? How do we avoid getting caught up in the big picture and find a way to appreciate the here and now? The experts offered a clear solution. Find joy in the small moments of daily life. They described this approach as savoring life, much like relishing a delicious meal one bite at a time. Younger people, they observed, are often so preoccupied with major goals and future plans that they miss the simple joys unfolding around them. Life's tiny pleasures, the ones that form the threads of everyday happiness, often go unnoticed in the rush to achieve something bigger. For the elders, these small joys are vivid and meaningful, perhaps because their time horizon has grown shorter. They treasure moments like a morning cup of coffee, the warmth of a bed on a winter night, the sight of a bird on the lawn, or a letter from a friend. These are the kinds of pleasures that younger people often overlook, unless life circumstances suddenly take them away. Many of the experts credited the Great Depression with teaching them to appreciate these small, everyday pleasures. Growing up during a time of deprivation, their desires were modest, and they learned to find joy in life's simple offerings. Larry Hanley shared his memories of savoring small pleasures as a child during that era. Let me tell you, in the 1930s, we had the Depression. If you think today's economy is tough, it's nothing like it was back then. People didn't even have enough to eat. A lot of the dads in the neighborhood weren't working, so we shared what we had. A nickel was a big deal. There was a wonderful park near us with a skating pond and band concerts in the summer. We'd save up our nickels for popcorn or ice cream. We'd stand there, deciding what to get, and the poor vendor would just wait patiently. Sometimes we'd go to a Saturday matinee for 10 cents, and if we had an extra nickel afterward, we'd stop for a treat. And boy, we really had a Saturday afternoon. That phrase stuck with me. We really had a Saturday afternoon. Today, it's rare to hear children, caught up in the overstimulation of malls or megaplexes, express such simple contentment. It was a reminder of how happiness can come from the smallest things. The experts often spoke about the relationship between big things and small things. Ursula Lauterbach, 76, explained how her life, marked by upheaval, war, and deprivation in post-war East Germany, taught her to value the little things. I think the most important lesson I learned is not to take anything for granted. Life is unpredictable and big things will go wrong. But despite everything, life is worth living. You can find joy in every day, especially in the small things. For some, this perspective came later in life. Lydia McKeon, 73, shared how she shifted from worrying about the future to appreciating the present. Enjoy life. Enjoy the little things, no matter how small they seem. Now that I'm older, I don't get stressed the way I used to. I watch my children worrying over their problems, and I realize I don't think that way anymore. I know things will pass, and they'll work out however they will. So I just sit and enjoy talking to people or taking a walk. I let the dust build up. I don't worry about it anymore. Used to. Don't anymore. The lesson of savoring life's small pleasures might seem easier to follow when things are going well. But what I learned from the elders was the opposite. Illness or disability often enhances one's ability to find joy in daily moments. For many, the experience of health challenges deepen their appreciation for life's simple gifts. Tamara Reed, 72, shared her story. I have been very ill, spending most of the past year dealing with serious health issues. I needed brain surgery and then developed a heart infection that required daily antibiotics. I even spent time in a nursing home. But I've learned to adapt and find enjoyment wherever I can. There's always something to appreciate. A flower's beauty, the sound of music. If you can see and hear, you can still find ways to love life. Similarly, Marion Rumsey, 76, reflected on how her health problems taught her to embrace the present. After my heart episodes, I realized how precious each day is because there are no guarantees for tomorrow. It might sound cliché, but it's true. If you feel fine today, enjoy it. Lighten up, be happy, and walk cheerfully on this earth. The experts agree. Savoring life requires conscious effort. It's about seeing the present moment as a special gift, even when it's easy to get lost in thoughts of what's next. Flora Turnbull, an 80-year-old poet, embodies this philosophy in her daily life. I like to start the day with a list of 10 things I'd like to try. It's not a to-do list, it's more of a list of possibilities. I won't accomplish them all, and maybe only one will work out, but I never know which one it'll be. This habit keeps me open to new opportunities, even simple ones. And I walk through my day on tiptoes, ready for those aha moments, those little surprises that make life delightful. Cynthia Visser, 84, also focuses on small joys. My lesson is to look for delightful things, even if they're right outside your window. Watching a deer or a silly dog, looking at old photos of parks I visited. These small pleasures ground me. They don't require big plans or vacations. They're just there if you pay attention. Gratitude also plays a significant role in savoring life. Many elders tied their sense of joy to an attitude of thankfulness for the small gifts life offers. Renata Moritz, 77, explained, "When you're older, you know you don't have 50 more years ahead of you. That realization brings gratitude. Each day becomes precious. Every morning I say, yes, I'm alive. And every night, thank you. I focus on the simplest, most mundane things, because that's where life is." June Kim, 70, found her lesson in gratitude through personal challenges. During my battle with cancer and my husband's heart problems, I learned to trust and rejoice. My kids gave me reminders, a keychain with the word trust, and a stone carved with the word rejoice. Those words guide me. Be grateful for the beauty you see, for the life you live, and for all the small things you get to do. A recurring theme among the experts is the urgency of learning this lesson sooner rather than later. Malcolm Campbell, 70, described how his focus on future success as a workaholic Ivy League professor robbed him of the ability to savor the moment. It shouldn't take a lifetime to learn to live in the moment, but it often does. I spent decades chasing goals and thinking about the future, but I missed what was happening around me. Now, I've learned to appreciate the present, and it's brought me peace and clarity. I only wish I'd learned this in my 30s instead of my 60s. It would have given me decades more to enjoy life. This lesson is one of the most transformative the experts shared, and it's changed the way I approach my own life. Take nothing for granted. Be grateful for the fact of being alive. Notice the beauty in small, simple pleasures that surround you every day. Most of us will develop this ability late in life, but the real question is, why wait? Why not start savoring the moment now, in your 20s or 30s, and live with that gratitude and joy for the rest of your days? Chapter 7, the fifth lesson. Plan ahead about where you will live as we age. Where and how we live becomes a critical factor in maintaining our quality of life. The experts offer a clear and practical lesson. Plan early for your living arrangements in later years, both for yourself and for your aging parents. This proactive approach not only helps avoid crises, but also ensures a smoother, more fulfilling transition into senior living. Why planning is essential. Aging brings inevitable changes, including health and mobility challenges. Many people prefer to imagine life continuing as it always has, but the reality is that most will face limitations requiring support. Planning ahead allows for informed choices, while waiting too long often forces families to make rushed decisions during emergencies, leaving loved ones unhappy with the outcome. Ida Munson, 92, emphasized the importance of early planning. Every stage of life is good if you prepare for it. The problem comes when you don't prepare for the next stage. It becomes overwhelming. People wait too long, and then someone else has to make the decision for them. Why people resist planning. Many older adults resist the idea of moving from their homes, even when it's clear they could benefit from a more supportive environment. Why? Independence and autonomy. For many, their home represents freedom and self-reliance. Privacy concerns. They may fear that life in a senior community will be invasive or feel like a loss of control. Cultural norms, particularly among older generations, there's a stigma around leaving one's home, equating it with losing independence. Despite these concerns, most of the experts found that moving to a senior living community greatly improved their quality of life. The benefits of senior living communities. There is a wide range of senior living options, from independent living communities to assisted living facilities that provide meals and services. These should not be confused with nursing homes, which primarily care for very ill or impaired individuals. Modern senior communities cater to active and social lifestyles and often provide a broad range of amenities. Many of the experts living in these communities described the move as a positive life change. Although they were initially reluctant, they found that being in a supportive environment freed them to engage in meaningful activities and relationships. For most, it was one of the best decisions they made. Ida Munson's experience. When we moved into a supported living community, we were young enough to make it our real home. We got involved in activities, lived our lives fully, and our kids never had to wonder what to do with us. Advice for planning ahead. The experts stress that planning for later life living arrangements should begin early, before significant health problems arise. Here are their key recommendations. 1. Start the conversation early. Discuss potential living arrangements with family members long before a crisis occurs. Open dialogue reduces stress and ensures everyone's preferences are known. 2. Visit senior communities. Explore different living options to understand what's available. Many communities offer tours and trial stays to help you get a sense of the lifestyle they provide. 3. Make the move while you're still independent. Moving early allows you to adjust and fully enjoy the activities and social opportunities these communities offer. Waiting too long can limit options and make the transition more difficult. A life-changing decision moving to a senior community can enhance well-being by reducing isolation, providing assistance with daily tasks, and fostering new friendships. For many experts, the move transformed their later years into a time of renewed freedom and enjoyment. Takeaway: whether for yourself or your aging parents, planning ahead for living arrangements is essential. The earlier the decision is made, the more options there are for creating a safe, fulfilling, and connected lifestyle in later years. As one expert put it, don't wait too long. Choose a place where you can be happy and content before someone else has to choose it for you. The expert's experiences with senior living communities challenge common misconceptions about these environments. Many initially hesitated, fearing a loss of independence, only to discover that the move expanded their opportunities and improved their quality of life. Their stories highlight a key insight. Retirement communities can enhance autonomy, create fulfilling social connections, and offer meaningful activities that improve mental and physical well-being. A life of connection and opportunities for Edward Horan, 77. Moving to a retirement community became a turning point. He and his wife discovered the joys of shared meals, engaging activities, and meaningful social connections. We take our meals in the dining room, so we're with other people at least twice a day. I didn't realize how much I missed the fun of being with people on a regular basis. Being in a community allows us to share interests and join activities that are socially, intellectually, and physically challenging. Edward joined a writers' group and rekindled his interest in exercise and group activities like billiards and bridge, finding fulfillment in the wide range of offerings. Rediscovering purpose after loss. Ron Hutton, 90, embodies the transformative potential of these communities. A fiercely independent man with a diverse career history, Ron initially resisted the idea of moving into a senior living environment. After his wife of 57 years passed away and his mobility declined due to arthritis, he decided to make the transition, and it changed his perspective entirely. I get up in the morning sometimes feeling disconnected and depressed. I get dressed, I come down to breakfast, and I don't go back depressed. I'm even taking a painting class. I've always wanted to try it. I've learned you need to get a life, do something, and have something to look forward to every day. Ron's insight echoes a lesson he learned from observing older ranchers in Montana who moved to town after retiring. Her work goes on. She's doing the dishes, keeping house. He's got nothing to do, so he withers and dies. This illustrates the danger of inactivity and isolation in later life. By engaging in new pursuits, Ron has found renewed purpose and joy. Key lessons for considering a senior living community. 1. Reframing independence. Far from limiting independence, senior living communities often enhance it by removing burdensome tasks like home maintenance and offering a variety of activities and social opportunities. 2. Social connection. Regular interaction with peers in these environments can reduce feelings of loneliness and improve mental health. 3. Opportunities for growth. Many communities offer classes, clubs, and activities that encourage older adults to try new hobbies, nurture creativity, and stay intellectually engaged. Advice for families and aging parents. If you or your parents are hesitant about moving to a senior community, consider the wisdom of the experts. Share these stories and point out the benefits. Improved quality of life, access to social interactions, intellectual stimulation, and physical activities. Reduction of stress, relief from home maintenance and caregiving burdens. Enhanced family dynamics. Families can worry less and focus more on enjoying their time together, knowing their loved ones are safe and happy. The experts emphasize that moving into a senior community isn't about losing autonomy, it's about opening new doors. Making this decision early allows individuals to fully enjoy the benefits and embrace a vibrant, connected lifestyle. If you're on the fence or have parents who are unsure, the examples of Edward and Ron might just be the nudge you need. Chapter 7. Postscript. The Golden Rule. The elders, drawing on decades of life experience, offer us their wisdom on leading a fulfilling life. They've lived through historical upheavals, personal challenges, and the joys and sorrows of long lives. From their perspective, 5 key lessons emerge. 1. Time is of the essence. Life is short, act accordingly. Don't let the fleeting nature of time depress you. Instead, Let it motivate you to prioritize what truly matters. 2. Happiness is a choice. It's not a state that perfect circumstances bring, but a decision to find joy despite life's challenges. 3. Time spent worrying is time wasted. Cut back on worry. It's a thief of precious moments. 4. Think small. Happiness is found in savoring the small pleasures of daily life, not in waiting for monumental events. 5. Have faith. Spirituality and religious communities offer support and meaning, especially during life's crises. What and how you believe is up to you, but having faith can enrich your journey. These principles are central to the wisdom the elders share. But one final lesson stands above all, one that ties together the others into a single simple truth: the Golden Rule. The Golden Rule, a universal truth: do unto others as you would have them do unto you. This simple phrase came up repeatedly in conversations with the elders. Some expressed it in the classic biblical terms. Others paraphrased it. Treat people the way you want to be treated. Don't do to others what you wouldn't want done to you. Do unto others, and you pay for what you do. That's against people. Often, they didn't feel the need to elaborate. To them, the Golden Rule was so deeply ingrained that it required no explanation. It was simply how one should live. Why the Golden Rule? What makes the Golden Rule so powerful for these elders? It's not just a moral guideline. It's a way of navigating life that fosters connection, compassion, and understanding. The rule transcends any single culture or religion, appearing in virtually every major tradition. Hinduism. Knowing how painful it is to himself, a person should never do to others what he dislikes when done to him by others. Judaism. What is hateful to you, do not do to your neighbor. Islam. None of you truly believes until he wishes for his brother what he wishes for himself. This universality speaks to its timeless relevance. The Golden Rule is both simple and profound, guiding interactions in a way that promotes kindness and reciprocity. How the Golden Rule shapes life. The elders didn't just preach the Golden Rule, they lived by it. For them, it was a principle that shaped how they approached relationships, challenges, and daily interactions. It's a rule that ties into all the other lessons they shared. Time is of the essence. Treat others kindly now without delay, because life is short. Happiness is a choice. Choosing to treat others with kindness fosters joy in yourself and those around you. Stop worrying. Focusing on how you can help and support others shifts your attention from unproductive worry. Think small. Small acts of kindness, offering a smile, a helping hand, create ripples of positivity. Have faith. Most faith traditions reinforce the Golden Rule as a way to live a meaningful and connected life. A lasting legacy. The Golden Rule might seem simple, even obvious, but its power lies in its application. The elders see it as the cornerstone of a good life, a principle that encapsulates wisdom gained through years of living. For them, it's not just a moral ideal, but a practical guide for navigating the world with grace and integrity. As we reflect on their lessons, the Golden Rule stands as a reminder that life is best lived in connection with others. By treating others as we wish to be treated, we create a world where kindness, respect, and understanding flourish. And in doing so, we honor the wisdom of those who have walked the path before us. Obsessed with understanding the elders' profound reliance on the Golden Rule, I delved deeper into their reflections. Over time, I realized that their devotion to this principle was rooted in one essential value: compassion. The Golden Rule, do unto others as you would have them do unto you, is fundamentally about fostering empathy. It calls us to step into another person's shoes, to feel their joys and struggles, and to see them as fellow travelers on life's journey. Compassion, from its Latin roots meaning suffering with, is the cornerstone of this teaching. When we genuinely empathize with others, treating them with kindness and respect becomes natural. The elders' advice, distilled into simple phrases like, be kind to others, be a friend, or treat others with respect, reflects a lifetime of learning this lesson through challenging, tragic, and uplifting experiences. The power of love and compassion. For many elders, compassion became the guiding light of their later years, a value they wished they had embraced earlier. Mabel Lutz, 91, summarized this wisdom with one word: love. Reflecting on her life, she expressed both gratitude for the opportunities she had to act with love and regret for the moments when she fell short. I guess the main thing is love. Give love. Let your kids, grandkids, and their families know you love them. If I could do anything differently in my life, I would be more compassionate. I realize now that I was too critical of certain people. Looking back, I see what they went through, and I wish I'd recognized their good points instead of judging them. I've come to appreciate their lives more and more. Compassion, for the elders, is not just an act of kindness but a way of seeing and valuing others. It's about embracing the imperfections and struggles that make us human and responding with understanding rather than judgment. The importance of compassion naturally leads to connection. And for many elders, the essence of a meaningful life is found in our relationships with others. Joshua Bateman, reflecting on his own life, put it simply but powerfully: well, who have you helped? What circles do you move in? Who likes you? Some people I've known never helped anybody. They lived entirely for themselves. You know what? Nobody came to their funerals. It was like they never passed through this world. They didn't make any ripples, didn't build anyone up. On the other hand, I once knew an amazing woman, and over 1,000 people came to her funeral. She touched lives and left a legacy of love and connection. So if I only think of myself, if I don't try to help others or interact or make a difference, then no one will remember me. And I'll deserve that. Joshua's reflection captures the heart of the golden rule. The ripples we create through kindness, empathy, and connection define the impact of our lives. A life well lived. The elders' reliance on the golden rule, their emphasis on compassion, and their call to connect with others offer us a timeless blueprint for a meaningful life. Their message is clear. Empathize deeply. Seek to understand and share in the feelings of others. Be kind. Extend love and respect generously, especially to those who need it most. Create ripples. Touch lives, build others up, and leave the world better than you found it. In the end, the golden rule isn't just a moral directive. It's a way to live fully, with purpose and connection. It's a reminder that our lives are enriched not by what we achieve alone, but by how we lift others along the way. And as the elders have shown us, there is no greater legacy than a life of compassion and love. 10 questions to ask the experts in your life. Here are 10 meaningful questions you can use to gain wisdom from the experts in your life. These questions are designed to encourage deep reflection and practical advice based on their experiences. 1. What are some of the most important lessons you feel you have learned over the course of your life? Follow-up. If a young person asked you, what have you learned in your years in this world? What would you tell them? 2. What kinds of advice would you have about getting and staying married? Follow-ups. What's the secret to a long marriage? What mistakes should young people avoid when it comes to marriage? What advice would you offer a younger couple considering separation? 3. What kinds of advice do you have about raising children? Follow-up. What mistakes should people avoid in parenting? 4. Do you have any advice you can share about finding fulfilling work and how to succeed in a career? 5. Some people say they've learned valuable lessons from difficult or stressful experiences. Is that true for you? Follow-up. Can you share examples of what you learned? 6. As you look back over your life, do you see any turning points, key events, or experiences that changed the course of your life? Follow-up. What are some important choices or decisions you made that you've learned from? 7. What would you say you know now about living a happy and successful life that you didn't know when you were 20? 8. What would you say are the major values or principles you live by? 9. Have you learned any lessons about staying in good health? 10. What advice would you give to people about growing older? These questions offer an opportunity to learn from the experiences, perspectives, and insights of others, encouraging meaningful conversations and preserving valuable wisdom for the future. 10 questions to ask the experts in your life. Here are 10 meaningful questions you can use to gain wisdom from the experts in your life. These questions are designed to encourage deep reflection and practical advice based on their experiences. 1. What are some of the most important lessons you feel you have learned over the course of your life? Follow-up. Oh, if a young person asked you, what have you learned in your years in this world? What would you tell them? 2. What kinds of advice would you have about getting and staying married? Follow-ups. Oh, what's the secret to a long marriage? Oh, what mistakes should young people avoid when it comes to marriage? Oh, what advice would you offer a younger couple considering separation? 3. What kinds of advice do you have about raising children? Follow-up. Oh, what mistakes should people avoid in parenting? 4. Do you have any advice you can share about finding fulfilling work and how to succeed in a career? 5. Some people say they've learned valuable lessons from difficult or stressful experiences. Is that true for you? Follow-up. Oh, can you share examples of what you learned? 6. As you look back over your life, do you see any turning points, key events, or experiences that changed the course of your life? Follow-up. Oh, what are some important choices or decisions you made that you've learned from? 7. What would you say you know now about living a happy and successful life that you didn't know when you were 20? 8. What would you say are the major values or principles you live by? 9. Have you learned any lessons about staying in good health? 10. What advice would you give to people about growing older? These questions offer an opportunity to learn from the experiences, perspectives, and insights of others, encouraging meaningful conversations and preserving valuable wisdom for the future. Appendix. How the study was done. This book is built on the insights and wisdom shared by older adults, collected through a variety of methods. These data-gathering activities, collectively referred to as the Legacy Project, formed the foundation for the exploration of elders' life lessons. While elements of the Legacy Project align with standard sociological research methods, my approach to interpreting and presenting the findings diverges in key ways. As a sociologist, I've conducted numerous studies published in scientific journals, adhering strictly to research conventions. For this book, however, I sought to move beyond those boundaries. My goal was to convey the worldview of America's elders in a way that captures their lessons for living with depth, nuance, and personal resonance. This required a more interpretive and intimate approach than traditional scientific writing. Rather than adhering strictly to objective reporting, I aimed to engage more personally with the material. By allowing myself the freedom to interpret their responses and explore their lived experiences, I hope to provide readers with a richer, more relatable understanding of the wisdom these elders have to share. The result is a blend of rigorous data collection and heartfelt storytelling, designed to inspire and resonate deeply with readers. The Legacy Project. How the study was conducted. The Legacy Project was a multi-phase research effort designed to explore the practical advice and life lessons older adults would offer to younger generations. The process combined diverse data collection methods, from pilot studies to national surveys to in-depth interviews, ensuring a broad and nuanced understanding of the wisdom shared by America's elders. Phase 1. Pilot studies. When I first became interested in what life lessons elders might offer, I discovered that little research had been done on this topic. To explore it, my team and I conducted pilot studies to answer two key questions. 1. Do older adults have clear ideas and opinions about life lessons? 2. Can they articulate those lessons when asked? We began by contacting alumni from various colleges, inviting former students aged 65 and older to respond in writing to the question, what are the most important lessons you feel you have learned over the course of your life? Responses poured in from across the country, some handwritten in the elegant script taught in the early 20th century. Many elders, unable to write themselves, dictated their thoughts to family members. We also created a website, receiving hundreds of online submissions. Altogether, we gathered approximately 500 written responses. Next, we conducted pilot face-to-face interviews with about 80 elders from diverse backgrounds. These interviews were more detailed, allowing respondents to provide life histories and elaborate on their lessons. From these initial efforts, we developed a set of general categories of potential life lessons and created an open-ended interview protocol. However, as a sociologist, I knew that relying solely on volunteers could skew the results. To generalize beyond this group, I needed a random sample of the population. Phase 2. National Random Sample Survey in collaboration with Cornell's Survey Research Institute. We conducted a national survey of adults aged 65 and older. Randomly selected individuals from across the United States participated in telephone interviews lasting about 20 minutes. Trained interviewers asked questions such as, "What are the most important lessons you wish to pass on to younger generations? What have you learned about specific areas like work, marriage, parenting, health, and spirituality? What core values and principles do you live by? What advice would you give about aging successfully?" Despite some initial skepticism, such as one man joking, "What have I learned from life?" Not to answer surveys over the phone. Most participants were intrigued. Many welcomed the chance to share their insights, like the elderly man who said, "I was just staring out the window, and now you're asking me something profound." In total, we interviewed 314 individuals with an average age of 74. These interviews were tape-recorded, transcribed, and analyzed for recurring themes. The national sample confirmed the consistency of lessons shared in the earlier pilot studies, providing confidence that the findings represented a broad range of elders' perspectives. Phase 3. Systematic in-depth interviews to delve even deeper into the wisdom of elders. I conducted a final phase of research, long-form, in-depth interviews. This stage addressed two key insights from earlier phases. 1. Some people struggle to articulate life lessons without prior reflection. 2. Selecting individuals known for their wisdom could enrich the findings. We sought nominations from professional colleagues, senior living communities, senior centers, county offices for the aging, and personal acquaintances. Participants were given the interview topics in advance, allowing them time to reflect. This process yielded 240 additional respondents, with an average age of 81. Interviews typically lasted 1 to 2 hours, with around 75 conducted personally by me and the remainder by trained interviewers. Analysis in total, nearly 1,200 elders participated in the Legacy Project. While the methods varied, from written responses to phone surveys to in-depth interviews, their perspectives were remarkably consistent. Rather than relying on quantitative analysis, I used a qualitative and narrative approach. I read and reread the interviews, identifying major themes and the elements that define them. Simple coding helped determine how often certain lessons were mentioned, but the focus was on capturing the richness and depth of the elders' narratives. Ethical considerations. As with all university-based research, the Legacy Project was reviewed and approved by Cornell's Institutional Review Board to ensure the ethical treatment of participants. While participants were not promised total confidentiality, they were informed that direct quotes might be used and that identifying details could make them recognizable. No one refused participation. In fact, some wished their real names could be included alongside their lessons. A consistent message. Despite using diverse methods and drawing from different sources, the lessons shared by America's elders were strikingly consistent. Their wisdom forms the foundation of this book, offering timeless guidance for living a meaningful and fulfilling life. How this book differs from a social science study. While the data collection for the Legacy Project adhered to standard social science practices, this book differs in its presentation and interpretation. Aimed at a general audience, the book takes liberties that would not typically be part of a scientific study published in academic journals. Here's how the approach varies. 1. Edited quotations for readability. The interviews were edited to ensure the quotations were clear and engaging. Filler words like and were removed, and grammar was standardized. For instance, instead of including hesitant or fragmented speech, I guess my most important lesson. Probably was. I opted for polished versions that reflect the intended meaning. This ensures the quotations capture the spirit and tone of the elders' messages while being more accessible to readers. 2. Adjusted descriptive details for anonymity. While most descriptions of individuals, such as age, location, and family details, are accurate, I occasionally modified details or created composites for sensitive topics. This was done to protect the privacy of participants, even though they agreed to have their responses included in the book. My aim was to prevent any potential regret, particularly for quotes that might make individuals easily identifiable to family or friends. 3. Use of first-person pronoun. The Legacy Project involved nearly 700 interviews, many conducted by trained interviewers I supervised. I personally designed the questions, trained the interviewers, reviewed their work, and conducted numerous interviews myself. To maintain clarity and readability, I use I throughout the book to refer to all interviews. While this deviates from academic norms, it avoids awkward phrasing like Interviewer 6 asked, and reflects my close involvement in every aspect of the research process. 4. A personal and interpretive approach. Unlike a traditional social science study, this book incorporates my personal experiences and reactions to the data. The Legacy Project was partly a personal quest, and my own journey of aging and reflection informed how I selected, interpreted, and presented the elders' lessons. The lessons highlighted in the book were chosen not through quantitative analysis but through my subjective engagement with the material. While this is less subjective, it allows for a richer, more relatable exploration of the elders' wisdom. A fusion of research and personal reflection. This book represents a blend of rigorous sociological research and personal narrative. While it draws on the robust methodology of the Legacy Project, it also seeks to connect with readers on a human level. By combining the precision of social science with the accessibility of storytelling, the book aims to inspire and guide readers with the wisdom of America's elders.
Thank you for joining me on this journey through the book. If you enjoyed this book and want to hear more, consider subscribing to stay updated on future audiobooks. And if there's a specific book you'd love to hear next, let us know in the comments. We'd love to bring it to life for you. Until next time, take care, keep moving forward, and remember that courage is 5 seconds away. See you soon.